Aye.
He never left.
Today is Tuesday. Today is Tuesday, December 8th, 2021. It's 9 a.m. We are in the city chambers, and I call the city commission workshop to order. Commissioners present are Commissioner McDowell, Commissioner White, Mayor Emmerich, Vice Mayor Langdon, and Commissioner Luke. There is a quorum present for this meeting. Also present are City Manager Fletcher, City Attorney Slayton, City Clerk, we have to sit in for
Sit-in, Ms. Roberts.
And we
Ms.
also have
Roberts,
Assistant City Clerk.
Assistant City Clerk. Geez, everybody's missing today. Adrian and Recording Secretary Baker, you here? Yes, okay. And Police Chief, nope, Captain King and Fire Chief Titus. And I'm going to call on Ms. Malinowski to come down and do the pledge for us, please. I hope I got the name right. Close.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, anybody else change? All right. City Clerk or Assistant City Clerk, do we have public comment?
Yes, we do. We have two of them. One of them is a voicemail.
My name is Kathleen Tarian. My phone number is 941-374-0400. This comment is for the workshop to take place tomorrow on the 8th of December 2021. I would like to contribute a few thoughts to be included with the information at the workshop. I'm a recent volunteer with your Environmental Advisory Board, a dedicated group of 6 men and women who hope to encourage city protections for our wildlife, forests, clean water, and air. The growing approach of global warming will be catastrophic if we don't act carefully and constantly to preserve adequate safeguards for the previously mentioned elements of our environment. Thank you.
The next one is from Edie Dries. Good day, Commissioners. Thank you for the work you do and have done. You have helped protect the city's wildlife like no other commission, and it's greatly appreciated by many. You have on today's agenda environmental resiliency and sustainability. Keeping our environment resilient, in my thinking, means that it's capable of repairing itself. If we leave enough of it in its natural state, it would be able to preserve. Regarding environmental sustainability, Stanford Earth Dean Pamela Matson has stated that sustainability is about the ability to meet the needs of people and their communities and organizations, not just in the near term, but over the long term. It's about people and their needs, not just about technology, the environment, or being green. With an environmental lens, sustainability is about managing and protecting Earth's natural resources, ecosystems, climate, and atmosphere, so that current generations and future generations will have the things they need to live a decent life. In doing so, the millions of other species with whom we share the planet will also benefit. The lens she was looking through pertained to the Earth as a whole, and while you can't control what happens to the whole planet, you do have some control locally. To satisfy protections, as was described, it would be my hope that you would find a way to acquire conservation land locally. There are multiple reasons for this, such as trees absorb CO2, which will help offset a warming atmosphere, and wildlife depend on habitat. Without it, they're doomed. Please also monitor more of our waterways. We know nutrients are there, but we need to know where they originate. Are they for septic tanks or runoffs? Blue-green algae typically is found in fresh water, while red tide is found in salt water. Both are fed by nutrients. Our water eventually makes its way to the Gulf while carrying man's pollution. If we know where nutrients originate, then efforts to stop the leaks can begin. That is,
Thank you. City Manager, would you like to introduce Mr. Thomas?
She keeps raising her finger.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see it.
That's okay. I just wanted to ask a question or a favor or whatever. All of this stuff that Mr. Thomas is using today is not in the backup materials for our citizens to review. And I want to make sure that this is going to be put onto the backup materials for today and yesterday's meetings so that they can review it. We're here for the citizens, and a lot of their public comments aren't being mentioned or talked about because they don't know what we're talking about because this was not made available prior to this workshop. So I just want to make sure that this is going to be put on the backup materials when we're done.
I believe you said that yesterday, that when we concluded today with summarizing everything, I thought I heard him say that it would be available at that point.
Right, but the answer is yes, Commissioner McDowell. We will make sure this information is publicly available.
Yeah, I'll admit I was a little disappointed it wasn't made ahead of time because we're making some serious decisions in such a short amount of time, to absorb things, to really think about it. It would have been helpful to have it ahead of time, but it is what it is, and I'm grateful it'll be put on the backup. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
City Manager?
Oh, sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So today is the second day of our two-day retreat. We have Mr. Doug Thomas from SDR. Yesterday was a day where we went over the vision and mission, and I think 4 of the 6 pillars. And today we have the remaining 2 of the 6 pillars: infrastructure and definitely environment. And the goal here is, again, to ensure that we are agreeing on the priorities that we're trying to accomplish, as well as to introduce the new performance indicators that we are trying to decide upon so that we can show you the progress. The bigger picture here is going to be something I think that when we get to its full form, you will all enjoy, and not only the commissioners here for information and decision-making purposes, but the public for transparency and accountability as we put things in a visible format that will allow everyone to know where we are, what we're doing, how we're doing. And in some of my conversation with Doug before we came into here, the strength of being able to come to you towards the end of our budgeting session to say, look at where we are and how we're doing, and use that to make some decisions on why are we doing in the position that we are. Is it staff? Is it resources? Is it public? Whatever it is that we have to do in order to make sure we continue a valid partnership to get to where we're all trying to go is only going to benefit us all. So, Mr. Thomas, I'll turn it over to you, and we're excited about this second day. Thank you for the first day. I thought it went very well, and the input and discussion was very helpful for myself and others I've heard from outside of this table. So we appreciate it and look forward to the day.
Great, thank you, thank you. Well, it's as I always say, as a consultant, when we do these back-to-back sessions, I'm always pleased that people were back the second day. It generally means, okay, things went pretty well on the first day, so I appreciate that as well. In response to your comment, Commissioner, certainly, obviously, we've been presenting material here. We'll talk today at the end. Certainly, we've got all the PowerPoint presentations that are with the city, so if they want to post those or do those in conjunction with whatever information you got. But at the end of this process, before you ultimately will be adopting this, your plan and that effort, there will be a formal document that will be prepared, that will be distributed to you. I'm sure it'll be identified in a draft form for your public review. So they'll see the results of not only just these 2-day sessions, but the information that came out of the 27th. There'll be a formal report that will encapsulate all of this. And as we talked yesterday, that would also incorporate your ranking of your priorities as well. So that'll all be available. And so I assume, since that will ultimately be an agenda item, that will also be a complete, comprehensive document that you may receive some additional feedback and comment on before you endorse it as well. So, yep, fully understood.
Appreciate that.
Yep. Our goal here.
I have many citizens who contacted me and said that they would have liked to have seen beforehand what we were talking about, so that they really could participate. So
sure, understood. Hopefully, the fact that you've got people that are tuning in and watching this, they're seeing it, having a chance to react to it. I know I spoke to the mayor. I guess you've got a couple sessions for public feedback today as well, so you may very well have some comments as things are being addressed as well.
And their public participation is built into the process. It was not designed for them to publicly participate before you publicly gave your information on how you wanted to give direction to us. So it was not designed for it to happen in that manner.
It was not designed for the public to participate in this workshop?
No, this is your workshop. This is your workshop for you to receive this information and you to give guidance to staff. Before anything is adopted or a resolution or anything is formalized, they should have a voice at the table as to say, even if you say, well, these are our priorities that we have decided in the next phase, they should have a chance to say how they feel about those priorities. They should have a chance to say how they feel about the other outcomes that we're trying to accomplish. But it should not precede what we hear from you as a body over these 2 days. For them to review that information the same way you could have reviewed it, so you could have had different questions that you would have asked as an elected official board would have asked prior to we making our decisions is valid. But this is your moment right now for you to see this information. You haven't even seen it before. So to have someone else say that they should have seen it before and weighed in it while you're weighing in on it, this board comes first. They will have the opportunity to weigh in on it. They are seeing it almost as you're seeing it in real time. And you are giving real-time feedback to us. And then their moment will come for their input, whether that's public comment, whether we have another workshop that we say, you know what, this is what an elected board has decided upon. These are our directions to staff. Let's hear from the community to see how they feel about the direction we're giving to staff. They should have a voice, but the first voice that needs to be heard on this process and information is yours.
If I can maybe just expand upon that, I think where Jerome's saying, and as we normally do these processes, as it really is as a policy-making board, as the 5 of you as elected officials, it's the chance for you to talk amongst yourself. And in Florida, as you know, you can't do this privately. It's got to be done in public, and so that process is there. But it's a sense of setting the tone and direction. But as I said, before you ultimately adopt this document, there will be an opportunity for additional public feedback and comment. But the goal here is to really, as policymakers, for you to kind of get your arms around this as well. To the extent, now I'll highlight, there are other things that we do. We work with, as we do these planning sessions, many communities also do visioning sessions, which are a variety of citizen stakeholders that chime in on directions and programs. Those often then get mirrored with a plan. As I said, we started with an existing document, so we kind of used that as the foundation and then wanted to have, especially since 2 of you had not participated in this process before, have a chance as board members to talk through it. It's certainly done in public, but there will be an opportunity for public comment. And if you want at some point to do a community visioning session, which since this is a couple-year plan, there's an opportunity to even further tweak this as you go further. And as your board changes, there may be opportunities to change that as well. So it's not uncommon to do what you're doing here today. There, certainly in Florida, it's always done in public. And even in those sessions where we have public in attendance, other than some public comment section, it really is generally intended to be designed for you as a group to talk as policymakers, first and foremost. Yeah.
And one more thing is just, we could have town halls about this as we go out publicly to discuss where we're going with this. One of the most important factors I think that we'll have to discuss these actions are, during the budget inclusion process. These are going to be directly tied into budget conversations we're going to have with the community where we say, now we're looking at our fiscal year 23 budget. This is what this board has decided on what the priorities are and the resources that we want to look at dedicating it towards them. They will have a front row seat into making sure that these indicators, these priorities are included in the most important process, which is our budget process every year.
Okay. Well, let me talk through what we're going to try to do today. So last night, you gave me a couple things that I was supposed to work on in terms of revising and tweaking and addressing, and we put some things in the parking lot that we wanted to bring back for you today. I'm pleased to say I finished all that work last night and sent it to the staff. It was a little later than I thought by the time we got it wrapped up, but nonetheless, it's there. So what I thought we'd do is just walk through those at a high level again, your vision statement, your mission statement, your values, all those things, just to give you another, we said, let's just incorporate them, give you another chance to look at them, make sure you're comfortable that I've reflected those appropriately. And then I've updated all the slides, any of the adjustments we've had on the 4 different pillar areas, as well as their priorities and any adjustments we've made in the key indicators. And we'll just give you one more chance to look at that, and then as we'll finally get down to the last two, the infrastructure and facilities and the good governance, which we did not do yesterday, we'll kind of pick up where we're at there. I've also made some changes in the formatting to make it a little easier. I know we got concerned with second bullet, third bullet, so I've used Roman numerals and numbers so that it makes it a little easier. I apologize I didn't pick that up until, but obviously recognize that was a challenge for everybody yesterday. So I think we've made it a little more legible for you in that regard. And then at the end, I know we've got some public comment sections the mayor says built into the effort, so we'll react to those at whatever the times and the issues we need to do. And then we'll talk a little bit at the end about the prioritization process that I introduced yesterday, make sure everybody understands what that looks like and feels like, and how that can be incorporated into the overall report that will be prepared for you as well. So with that, back to the plan documents that we went through. So the vision statement, as we worked through this yesterday, this is what I thought I heard you all say as I went through my notes yesterday: an innovative, friendly, engaging, and sustainable community where residents, businesses, and visitors can flourish. Does that sound right?
What's that?
We kept friendly in there?
Yes.
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 Yes. It's extended to the 4 adjectives, but because I love sustainability so much,
Oh, yeah.
I'm not gonna protest at all. To me, it looks good.
And as mentioned, the sustainability component was, it could mean a lot of different things to a lot of folks, so it was
Definitely.
comprehensive to be able to address that. Good, okay. So let's take that as a positive. On your mission statement, we tweaked this a little bit. Provide exceptional service to our entire community for the continuous enrichment of quality of life through transparency and respect. Sound like it?
I want to throw out something that kept coming up yesterday was the word engagement. So even with, we were talking about putting engagement in place where transparency was. So whether it reads transparency or engagement, or even if engagement is added to it, I don't mind that. I actually like it being in there.
Well, you can go through transparency, comma, engagement, comma, and respect.
Yeah.
I like that.
Let me just do
I
this.
think the concept of engagement is important,
Me too.
and it really extends way beyond. Transparency is kind of passive in my mind, and I think engagement communicates a proactive seeking out of people's input.
And it's an extension of what we just have as our vision, because we have engaging.
Right.
Reiterates again, that that's really important.
Yeah.
So, yeah, good idea.
That work? Do this in real time here. All right? Okay. All right. On the values, we had a lot of discussion about the individual values and trying to figure out the internal, the external. Do we incorporate things? How do we address that? So at about 9:30, I think it was last night when I came up with this, I said this overarching statement that could be accompany your values, that you've adopted the following organizational values that guide our engagement with the public, community, stakeholders, and city employees. And then from there, that way you don't feel like in each value you've got to articulate something, but it's just an overarching approach. So that
I like it.
capture what you were trying to get to?
Yeah.
I like the
Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
I like the arching thought.
Okay.
So the organizational values that guide the engagement of the public, the community, and city employees. So the organizational values, when we get to those bulleted points, those are internal. Here we go again, sorry, but
No, what I was trying to do with this statement is, regardless if you are an employee, or you are a citizen, or you are a consultant, or you are a sister city, or you are an elected official, these are the ways in which we expect as an organization you're going to interact. And so it's really meant to be inclusive, that this is our model, this is our culture, and this is the way we're going to conduct business, regardless of who you are. from there. And I think we struggle with each of the, as we get into the teamworks and all that, is this internal, is this external? I just thought it would be better, and I think collectively you thought as well, if we just say, this is what we stand for. And then from there, the rest of the values kind of are self-evident. Does that make sense?
Like the whole overarching thing.
Okay.
It's
I
pretty
like
cool.
the
Good job.
overarching thing, but I'm having a little bit of problem with adopted.
Will be
You can
adopted.
say endorsed, adopt, yeah, whatever, yeah, I assumed you're gonna be adopting this plan, and as part of the plan, you will be adopted, values are part of the plan. But if you wanna do some different word, I'm okay with that, certainly, by all means.
Embraced, implemented.
Exactly, that's what I'm looking for, is more of the current continuous action rather than we adopted these.
How about endorsed?
Well, again, it's past tense, I think, is what you're getting at. It's ongoing.
It's so that it's ongoing. It's not that we adopted them, but we.
How about embraces the following organizational values?
Or we could say, how about Northport, Northport, I had something, I just lost it.
I did the same thing.
Yeah, how about Northport's value, the following Northport's values will guide our, does that make sense? To make
I
it
like
more
that, I like that. too.
Northport's,
Yeah,
let me just write that down quickly so I don't lose it. Northport's values will guide our engagement. Does that make sense? Is that better? That way it's not passive, it's an ongoing statement.
yeah.
Let me just put that up here. I'm thinking.
I think it shows a little more enforcement than just stating, we adopted these.
Are we going to say Northport's organizational values, or are we taking
Yeah.
the organizational?
No, I would say organizational values, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Okay.
I would too.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Organizational values will guide. Is that what I said there?
Yep, will guide our-
Can't see what I wrote.
Well, just to throw this out there, I really kind of liked that they has adopted, because that infers how it came about. Just a thought, because when you say that these values will guide, we're involved in the process, but somebody reading that would say, who?
Why don't we take the will out?
That's what I was just gonna
Yeah.
ask the
See, I
will.
like the will because it's demanding. We will do this.
It's
Well, it's
also
also
future, like,
If
Well,
you-
it is future because nobody's calling me now. Nobody, they're approaching you in the future. This is what we're going to do. We will do this. It's kind of like a shall.
I don't mind the will being removed.
Well-
Organizational values guide our engagement with the public community stakeholders.
Yeah,
That sounds fine.
it's a little cleaner.
Yeah, saying that you adopted it isn't, I mean, all it's doing is showing that one action. We adopted them. This is showing that we implement that.
Yeah.
So,
right. I like that.
That
X
work?
the will.
What's that? Axe the will?
That doesn't make
Please.
sense. Northport's organizational values guide our engagement.
yep.
We've set our organizational values. They're the ones that guide our engagement.
Those values will follow.
Yeah, and then the
Correct?
values, then they'll be listed afterwards. This is just the overarching
So that's our
statement.
playbook,
Yep,
so to
yep,
speak.
yep.
Okay. Yeah.
I like that.
That work?
Shall, will thing in there because it's defining. Now it becomes, we might do it. Northport's values guide our engagement.
Yep.
And that's,
That's
you're
a-
using it as a guide. You're not saying, yes, we will do this.
Well, saying will guide is still guiding.
Will guide,
Will
though.
guide. I mean, what you're having an issue with is more guide than will. But
It's
You gotta have a guide, and these values are great ones to lead us forward, because that's what you're looking for, is the way to step out and walk.
Okay,
Is that a wrap?
yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Oh,
Bring
I'm
up
sorry. You
one
want to go
thing.
back? Yep.
I just saw it.
Go ahead.
So over in that red area,
Or it says Northport's values?
okay, and the only reason why I'm bringing this up is if you're carrying like that red into the final document, will it say Northport's organization
Yes,
values?
yeah, this
Okay,
is just for the
just wanna
slide.
make
Yeah,
sure.
yeah,
Thank
we'll
you.
make sure everything's consistent in the document, absolutely.
you.
Yep, yep. All right. So this was a result of the changes we made yesterday.
You did a lot of work last night, Doug.
No, most of it
I'm
actually
sure once he
flowed.
got going, he pretty much.
Yeah, once I got the flow, you're absolutely right, Debbie, as well. So let me try to highlight where we made changes. Let's see, I know we made changes in cultural diversity. We changed life's experiential to life experiences or something of that nature. That was changed in the bottom. Under customer service, that was redone. Provide outstanding customer relations through compassion, professionalism, and purpose by building connections with our residents, businesses, and internal staff, and strive to make a positive difference. We wanted to stop it at that point. There was some other stuff after that.
Sounds good.
Under innovation, we took out the reward component. We encourage an environment that stimulates new and innovative approaches to achieve efficiencies and exceptional outcomes. Now recognize, when we were talking about this, we were in this debate about do we add external, internal, so I didn't incorporate all that since we did the overarching statement about organizational values. So that reflects what I think I heard yesterday in terms of comments.
Looks good to me, all of them do.
Right? Need a break yet? Sorry, that was from before.
You said break.
Yeah, I didn't clean that slide up yet. Okay. So we talked about the pillars. Don't worry about that because we're going to go through it. There was no change to the pillar there. All right, so this you'll get. So what I've done is, as I've walked through this, just to set the tone for today. Number one, I've added Roman numerals as it relates to your priorities. So you can say 1, 3, 4 as opposed to the third bullet, things of that nature. My bad on that yesterday, and I don't think there were any changes in there. I've also incorporated. If you may remember on the priorities, if they were in red font, it was something staff did, but if you endorse them, everything's been moved into black font as well. But there's some things that I need to talk about that'll be in different fonts as well. And then the same thing as it relates to the indicators, so you know if you're dealing with the pillars, the indicators, I put those as numbers 1, 2, 3, 4 for ease of it. Also put bullet or periods because a couple of you were having trouble realizing that. So I said, all right, well, you go through nothing like a live test to make some changes there. So there was nothing that was changed, I believe, in Safe Community.
1 second before we move
sure.
on, Commissioner McDowell.
Yes, I'm sorry. You want to go back to the built indicators or the?
Number 2 says reduce the number of violent crimes from the 2019 3-year average rate by 5% per year.
Uh-huh.
I did catch this yesterday. Why are we using 2019's 3-year average instead of 20 or 21's 3-year average?
Is somebody that was something came from your staff. I'm assuming that's a data point that you have
Okay.
in place, but I don't. That's my
I'm
gut
just
feeling.
curious,
Anybody here?
why is already 2 years old?
I would imagine because there wasn't as much activity in 2020 because people stayed home so much.
No clue.
A lot of the organizations that I deal with base off of 2019 instead of 2020.
So the 2019 would have been 3 years before, too, 17, 18, 19. But it probably is, my sense is it's probably a data point that you have captured.
Deputy Chief is back
Deputy Chief's
there.
here, all right?
He wasn't paying attention.
It's like, you're saying, the Chief, you told me I didn't have to speak today, right?
I'm just supposed to sit here.
Right, and if he doesn't know that.
Tell you what, we can come back, yeah.
Right, we can get. we'll
I'll
get-
tell you what, let me just let's flag that, and then we'll come back to it somewhere
Right.
we'll have a chance to
Yeah, we'll-
get a reaction to under.
Well, we can,
2021 and 22, that metric wouldn't exist yet.
Right.
So we need a historical point in time.
Asking
It
why we're
makes
not
sense to
using
me.
20 or 21, 21's almost over. I'm just asking the question. I understand that.
Right.
But 3-year average would be 19, 18, and 17.
you can, instead of 2019, you can always put most current. Right, I'm just saying, instead of the date, most current
We'll,
3-year average.
we'll get you that answer.
Okay,
Well,
fair enough.
We'll get it.
That might be tighter. It should be,
Yeah, there's a microphone. Yeah.
Deputy Chief Morales, Northport PD. That's a great question. We're gonna have to look at that. I'm not sure why it's 2019, but it should be 2020, because we're into 2021, and we should have the results of 2020 of the year following, so.
Is that a rolling average or?
Yes, we do a 3-year average, so by using 19 probably would be the latest of into 2021, and we do year to date as we stand each month. So I just want to confirm that with why it's saying 2019, because
Right.
we're in 21. So they use 19, 20, and 21 year to date,
Yeah.
but where are we at with the 3-year average? And we look at that current as we stand, and then the 3-year average.
I like what the mayor stated, instead of putting the date in, just put in the most current average rate.
Current average rate?
Average
not?
3-year?
Yeah,
Mhm.
current 3-year average rate.
Yeah.
Then you don't have to keep updating.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Commissioner McDowell?
I was going to ask, could we, instead of giving that benchmark of a year, say, like what you suggested, the most current 3-year average rate?
That would
And I
make
don't know
sense.
if they can do that, and that's what I was going to ask him while he's checking with the 19, if he can change it to the most current 3-year rate.
He's got his magic eraser up there. I'm
Yeah,
sure he
we
can plug it
I'll
in.
flag it, and we'll, let's do it that way.
Thank you for
Yep.
going back.
That's the
Appreciate
purpose.
that.
Yeah. I will tell you, believe me, as much as I've looked at this, your staff looked at this, every time you look at it, there's something else. It's really hard to kind of capture a lot of that stuff. So, yeah, it's fair game.
Well, if this is a 3-year plan, are we always gonna go back to the 2019, 2019?
Right, you will
know,
update it
So
from
we
there,
we wanna keep it updated,
And,
so.
and I will also tell you, Jerome and I were talking about this yesterday, recognizing this is you're putting a foundation of a plan together. So there's a lot of stuff here. I guarantee this will get tweaked and adjusted, and you'll get better as a board. Your staff will get better going forward, and you'll be tighter in some of the things that you've addressed. So don't beat yourself up. I always say at some point you got to land a plane, otherwise you're going to run out of fuel up in the air. You got to bring it down to the. But there is always an opportunity to come back and revisit this and clean things up as you go further. But it really at some point you got to say, all right, this is what we got. We're going to run with it.
This is exciting to me.
Cool,
I
good.
mean, when you and I sat down, this was one of the main things that, in my opinion, needed to be done. So it's exciting to me to see this all come together. And as you said, it's that benchmark that's being set right now.
Mhm.
Yep, definitely. Okay. And so obviously these were the balance of those. Last comments on any of that? Good. Okay. Quality of life. You were good with this. We didn't make any changes in the language on that. Priorities have now all been adopted. I did make a change in, Alice, you had talked about on number 5, promote the natural character and enhance the identity of our neighborhoods to build community consensus and a better sense of place for Northport. That's what
I
I
like
think I
that.
heard you say.
I like that.
That get you where you, I think
Yep.
that was the change we made there.
Well, aren't you a clever one?
That was after his second cocktail.
Northport Punch gets you every time.
You got to watch that Northport Punch, exactly. So, okay. Now, I do want to say, once again, as I said, when you look at this stuff after multiple times, we found there were a couple I found a couple pieces that were remnants of Parks and Rec that were in good governance, both in the priority as well as in the key indicators, and I put them all under quality of life, but that's not how, so you didn't see this yesterday because this would have been something under good governance, but I wanted to have a home for all of your Parks and Rec as opposed to being kind of bipolar in a couple of different areas. So that is a proposed statement that is under was previously under your quality, under your good governance, but I think it belongs under quality of life. So I wanted to give you a chance to react to that because you haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
Oh,
Go-
yeah.
This was staff suggestion. Yeah. Okay.
Commissioner McDowell.
So when I read that, I immediately think of like the Poinsettia Parade. I think of the parks events that we have, the community centers, those kind of things. And it's not only providing the robust active system of the parks programs and increasing the wellness and enrich life experience, it's also giving people an opportunity to come together and meet new people, try new things, do new things. And I think what's missing in my mind is the community gathering and coming together and creating that sense of, not sense of place, but sense of Northport as one.
I think that falls under events, though.
But they're describing what happens with these programs, events, and services. It increases the wellness and enriched life experience. It's missing that community component, that community gathering in my mind. And if I'm the only one that
Yeah, I
sees
like
that
the way it
missing,
is. Because to me, where you're going with the community is found in the community needs.
Yeah, but, yes, I think the words gathering place should be somewhere in there. What are in the first few things, Doug? Can we go back to the
Use the word cohesiveness.
I'm sorry, where?
beginning? Like,
The,
starting with number
the
one?
previous slide?
Yeah, sorry. Oh. it's
The,
in-
the,
it's
the
in
co-
four.
cohesiveness was specifically
Yeah.
related to the neighborhood
Yeah.
component. Let me.
Okay, but number 4 is kind of
Sorry, go back.
implying the
talked about public
availability,
gatherings there.
athletic tournaments. Again, that's kind of, I guess, could work both ways, meaning outside entities can be providing those, or Parks and Rec. Whereas the last one, I don't know if you want to combine those two, but the
That was
last
the
one
other
is specifically Parks and Rec doing that.
yeah, because Road and Drainage has their road EO every year, and
Yeah.
that's their event, and that's a huge gathering of the public.
You want to try to merge number 9, or number 8, or, no, I'm sorry, 12, and
I actually like them separate.
like them separate?
Because one is
Number-
definitely speaking to Parks and Rec. And then the other one
Is-
is definitely speaking to the neighborhoods.
it's a broader.
And
yeah.
the components underneath, you're gonna be speaking to them in different ways. What are those?
So I guess the question, Debbie, the fact that we've talked about public gatherings under number 4, does that cover your concern versus putting it in number 12?
Can we put them in both?
That's true. I was going to say, I didn't realize that was the exact language I used, that we could put something that provides public gathering opportunities or something like that if you wanted to do it that way.
I think events cover public gathering in this one. Where I'm stuck at is demonstrate or responsive. I don't know if it should be incorporated, incorporate.
Or
a
provide,
response. Provide, something like that, demonstrate.
or responsive, as a,
I like the word responsiveness because it means you're listening to people.
Yes, no, it's the first word that I'm stuck
Oh,
on.
yeah.
Either incorporate, I know demonstrate is just a little weird.
Why don't we just say respond to community
That's,
needs?
I was trying to get to, if you,
Yeah.
if that, it's not quite
Yeah.
responsiveness, but that get you there? Respond to?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, if you take out demonstrate, respond to. Why, it's just weird,
Let me.
to me, reading.
Put it up there so you can see it, and see if it looks right to you after that then. That get you there?
It's more of a definitive action.
I'm good with it.
Yeah. Commissioner McDowell?
The active system of Parks and Rec programs. Active system. Active Parks and Rec programs, that kind of sound, active system of Parks and Rec programs. It's saying the same thing if you take system out, active Parks and Rec programs.
Well,
I
programs can be, you can have, I mean, I don't want parks directors here as well. You can have playgrounds that aren't really a program, but it's it's a system. It's part of your system as a whole, yeah. But I'll, you've got your expert here. I'll let her.
Well, that makes sense when you're doing the stuff that's permanently out there and not something like
Versus
an
a special
event,
program,
that
swim
kind of stuff.
lessons, Zumba,
It's
whatever, whatever it may
incorporating
be.
everything of their being,
Huge system.
in my opinion.
Andy Feinholler, Parks and Recreation Director. He said it well. It is to encompass everything that we do. So it's
Right.
not just the programs, it's the
The
passive
assets.
parks, the playgrounds, the pavilions, things like that
Your
don't fall
kayak
into that.
launches.
Yeah, fall
you
into
know.
those program and event areas. That we have a comprehensive offering to the community.
Right. So why not just then take out programs, events, and services, because then it's active system of Parks and Rec that increases wellness and enrich life experiences. Because you're not including those passive parks, those playgrounds and stuff, that's not in there.
We could add in
Services,
facilities or,
services are there.
I think in our mind, we're just trying to make sure that we are covering all facets of what we do.
I think it's worded very well.
I like the word active, because that means it's
Yep.
continually
Active
evolving.
Parks and Rec,
Well, it's providing a robust, active system of park and rec programs, events, and services.
And it does have the definition in there, so I
Yeah.
mean, I'm good
Do
with
you
it.
want, I mean, if you wanted to clarify, you could say Parks and Recreation, facilities, programs, events, and services. That way, facilities would incorporate, it could be a park, it could be a trail, it could be whatever. If that kind of gets you there. I think that clarifies it. You're good?
because Parks and Rec is the Little League fields, soccer fields, and that I don't see
Let me try that.
part in there.
Does that get you there?
Yeah.
That address, Debbie? You better with that?
Understand it ain't all about me.
Okay. Okay.
Perfect.
Good. All right. Okay. This is one I left in orange font because this is one of those we left as to be determined. So there's not you wanted to leave those two priorities that develop strategic partnerships and programs to educate residents and visitors of Northport's heritage, historical buildings, archives, and also encourage the availability of comprehensive access to acute health care. I made that change, health care and social well-being.
Oh, yeah.
That was a change we made yesterday as well. So I just flagged these two priorities are in, but staff's going to have to develop some sort of indicator to go with those. So but we did make that change. in those sessions.
I thought we talked about putting to be determined after some of those that.
Yeah, well, that's,
But
we're on the same page. This is, we just don't have any key indicators for it yet. And so I think what I've said, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, there's no key indicators. Oh, yeah, I'll go back here then. All right. So yeah, that's the point. I don't have anything to put under the indicators yet, so I wanted to flag them as we need to address that if we're going to adopt these two priorities. So, and how that's done is to be determined. Make sense?
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Okay. These. I don't think I changed anything. I'm looking at these. No, these weren't changed. The 3, 8, 9, and 10 were quality of life indicators that formally were put into the good governance section that, as I said, moved them all over. So you have not seen these yet. So I just wanted to flag them to make sure you were comfortable or if you had questions of your Parks and Rec director. So all the park stuff is now under quality of life, both priorities and indicators.
Question on number 10. I thought our model was a cost recovery goal of 50%.
Here she comes.
Tricia Wisner, Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation. Within the master plan, the approved master plan did state to start at a 20%. This would include the ball fields and everything. So we're just now getting to the point where we're going to have a year so we can see where those numbers are at. Truly, we're probably around 24 to 30% on average for parks departments of our size. It's between 20 and 35%.
I might be thinking of the community centers.
Okay. Yes, this would be the
that's what
whole
I'm
system.
thinking of. That would be the whole system. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any questions there? Okay. Okay, economic development. These are now reflected as all the ones. I'm trying to think if we change here. No, it was all the same. Oh, this is the one that Debbie had brought up. I don't think there are any changes up to the last one. The annexation, the opportunity zone acreage located out in the city of Northport. So what I did, Mel was kind enough to send me this slide, and maybe Mel, this is an opportunity. I know. Oh, you want to come up and talk a little bit about? I know this was a conversation you wanted to talk about annexation, and there was some confusion about what was in the city corporate boundaries versus outside. But nobody knew what the map looked like and all that. So as I said, I thought it'd be helpful. It's related specifically to number 13, and it was dealing with the Northport Opportunity Zone. And Commissioner McDowell had raised a question about, with stuff that's maybe outside of the corporate boundaries and what your philosophy was there. So with that was the slide that nobody had in front of them yesterday. So I'll turn it over to Mel, and she can kind of talk through whatever questions and issues you may have on that point. So if we've got to revise that statement by any means.
Mel Thomas, Economic Development. I'll take your questions, or if you guys want to start yes, ma'am.
this is a different map than what I saw when opportunity zones first rolled out. This is far more extensive of property. I don't know when it was changed.
Was not changed. It's never, this is the original map, and probably what you have seen has just been within the boundary of the city.
Yeah.
So anytime anybody showed it to you, it was just, this is the census map that's provided by the federal government. It's what came down when the opportunity zones were announced 4 years ago or 3.5 years ago. So this is original. It's never been changed. Just been in my files like this for 3 years.
That is so particular, so odd, because I sat even in Florida League of Cities, and they only showed around the Warm Meadow Springs. That is Biscayne. That is all the old town of Northport. There's, what, 3 different neighborhoods in there or so that is in that opportunity zone. Never knew it was.
Do you see the 27.21 there?
Yes.
That is the census map number. All those
Oh, I thought
numbers
that
are
was
census
acreage.
maps, okay?
The zone is
So-
just what's exploded, right?
Yes.
Yes.
The zoning is what's in blue, and of course, the highlighted map there, so.
Right, and, because there was 2 properties in the unincorporated that I was trying to help a gentleman who wanted to purchase, and it was the only 2 that the map being given to us showed was in opportunity zones. So I mean, I'm glad that it's this way. It's not all the way over to River Road, but it goes to the Mayaca. But again, we were talking yesterday that this is a topic that is probably going to have to come before us to talk about the joint planning agreements and things like that. I'm just going to leave it. I'm just going to leave it there. And I'm trusting you that that map is correct.
All I can tell you is that when this first came out, I was at the EDC then. So this is,
Right.
this was what we were looking at in addition to 4 other maps within the county. So there are 5 total within Sarasota County. This is the information we were provided by the federal government regarding opportunity zones. So when we were looking at the one for Northport, when I first came here, at the time, previous city manager Jason and I received training from Jamie Miller, who was at the EDC and was working in that regard. One of the problems we have is that part of this census backs up to or includes very high-end individuals. The area that goes all the way up to, which is unincorporated Sarasota County, has people who have homes in the $1 million range, right? $500,000 to $1 million range. That's a problem in this kind of census zone. So when you're looking at opportunity zones, they are about areas that need redevelopment,
Right.
need a boost. And we had a problem going, wait a minute, we got a bit of a problem here. No wonder we're running into some issues when we have discussions here. So the federal government wouldn't give us clear guidelines on how to change that or what we needed to do so that they were not included and confused the issue. So there's been a lot of discussion around it, but nobody can get anywhere with it because it resides in the world of the federal government.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So now that I understand that 27.21 is not acreage.
Right.
It's actually a map of opportunity zones that were identified by the federal government.
That map you're
It's
looking
like
at,
a sequence number or something?
yeah, that map you're looking at is the
Okay.
Census.
census.
Okay.
It's the census overlay.
So now that we have the 2020 census that came out, will this possibly change now that we have new census demographics?
I could not tell you that. I'm sorry, I do not know the answer to that.
Okay. Does that mean that where you see the 27.22, is that also an opportunity zone, or is that not an opportunity? If 27.21 is an opportunity zone, 27.22, does that make that also an opportunity zone?
I think a clarification. 27.21 and 27.22 are census maps.
I get that.
Within 27.21, the defined boundaries of the established opportunity zone is there. I don't know if there's another opportunity zone in an adjoining census tract, Mel.
So if 27.21 is the census tract, is that whole outline, is that entire thing an opportunity zone?
I think it's just the exploded area. That's my understanding of how it was presented.
But I know that. They don't know.
Well, if it's the exploded area, then it's going back to what Commissioner Lick was saying.
So Jason is saying perhaps you're thinking 2722 is part of the opportunity zone?
Is it?
It is not.
Okay.
2721, do you see the little tiny square of the GIS map right there?
Okay.
The little tiny one?
That's War Mineral Springs.
That's War Mineral Springs.
Here.
Yep.
Okay. that is inside the census map of 2721. The big square you're looking at, that's outside over there. It's just a highlighted, blown up
It's blown
version.
up version.
Right. So inside 2721, that's your census map wherein the opportunity zone resides.
Okay, so we're narrowing it down because I think we're going to the same thing that we were talking about yesterday. Where you have the, can I go up to the map?
We need a pointer. It'd be nice
The
to
shaded
point.
green is the opportunity
Right.
zone.
No,
Is
only-
the census track.
So is this-
with the opportunity
This is the
zone.
census map. Is this area here the only area that's opportunity zone?
No.
Is this whole thing, I can't reach that, is that whole area here the opportunity zone?
Theoretically, yes.
HUD sees
That-
it as a
that-
qualified opportunity zone.
Yes, it would be, it's a HUD thing. So it's
Yes.
IRS and the HUD. IRS runs the program, HUD determines the census boundaries.
So the opportunity zone does extend out here to the Biscayne.
Yeah,
And then here,
yes.
and then what's gonna be Legacy Trail at some point.
Yes, the back
That's an
end of
entire
Legacy.
preserve.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah,
This
up
is
at the
why I
top.
said this
Yes.
probably
So it
needs to
has
be
a lot of
discussion
forest,
for
has a
another
lot of
point in
forest
time.
land in it,
Absolutely, I
obviously.
just wanted to get clarification on this for what he was working on. But yeah, this is definitely a topic for
Yeah.
another
So
meeting.
clearly, it has a lot of forest land, protected environment, that kind of thing.
Right.
But as you move closer to River Road, you move closer to these high-end census maps, which in our estimation should not be in there because they are not supposed to be in a high-poverty area census map.
So,
Somebody got the numbers wrong. I don't know. How do you fix that? We don't know.
so when I posed this question, I was posing the question to focus along 41, the business, commercial area along 41. You had brought up about Ortiz. That is in this map for opportunity zone, but it's not commercial, it's residential. I was also curious about annexing in west of the Mayaca River to River Road to see about getting in those four corners into the city at River Road and 41. That's where I was also going with it. I was looking at more the commercial, I don't know, whatever,
To add to the commercial.
to
base,
add
yeah.
to the commercial right along 41. That's where I was going with it. But the wording in the slide that Doug had made up said annexing Northport Opportunity Zone areas. I am looking along 41, all the way to River Road, which is outside of the Opportunity Zone.
So we need an agenda topic at some point to
Right.
discuss this.
So
Of
the-
course, but if this is something that we want to make as a priority and put on the radar, we need to change some of that wording to incorporate out to River Road, which is outside the opportunity zone of that one map number.
I'd rather have the discussion to see where we're going before we put the horse before the cart. Or put the cart before the horse, excuse me.
Well, it's,
If you put that goal up there before we've had a discussion, where are we going?
well,
I
and
mean,
by where I'm looking at, by putting that up there on just looking at the annexation of the opportunity zone in our further discussion doesn't mean that we can't go further than that possibility. This is just a starting leg here,
Right.
you know, is what I'm saying. So I
Sure.
mean, I'm good with the way the wordage is now. And,
Me too.
you know, it could be changed down the road if we want to expand on that annexation at
Correct.
that time, but, you know,
Correct.
we're not here to discuss that now.
Let me.
But if I may, though,
May.
thank you. What I'm hearing, and I think it's important that we need to evaluate annexation opportunities that increase the city's commercial industrial base. And that's different from 13.
That may be an entire, yeah. And that may be the way to go, because if I understand what Mel said, the Northport Opportunity Zone already does go beyond your boundaries. So you don't have to be specific on that issue. But the bigger question is, if I hear what you're saying, Commissioner, that you're looking at the opportunity of capturing corners and development that can go back to your other goal of increasing or changing the dynamics of residential, commercial, industrial tax base, maybe there's a separate priority that deals with, commission evaluating strategic annexation opportunities in the future, or something like that, if that's where you're getting at. And that way, it's not just about your opportunity zone, it may incorporate a broader discussion.
All right, time out for a second. Mel.
Looking back in time, over the last couple of years, when we've had people have an interest in this particular opportunity zone, what is confusing for them when they don't really see a way around it without doubling their workload or time, the time factor in developing something of this nature, is because it does belong to the county. Part of it does belong to the county. Therefore, if you develop something sitting on the opportunity zone and it bleeds one direction or the other, you have two government agencies to work with, which means an interlocal of some sort, or some sort of craziness that we all know can take you into depths you don't want to go. So that has been an absolute reason why investors walk away.
Can we add a number 14 that says annexation along the 41 corridor from corporate boundaries to River Road? Because if we're looking to expand our commercial base, that would be a great place to go. And that way too, if we have to put it in there as a priority to be able to have that conversation. If we leave it off, that conversation kind of sits out there and it's not a priority. To me, this is a priority to expand the commercial base. And if that means annexing in the land along 41, not just in the opportunity zone, it has to be done. Look at, if we had those four corners in our city, look at the potential.
I would make it broad the way that Commissioner Langdon stated it, seeking opportunities to annex for commercial and business growth. Then under your indicators, you can hone in on those specific areas.
Because there might be
But I'd leave
others.
it broad to
Yeah,
start with.
yeah.
It's not on our strategic plan. It may never happen, and it desperately needs to happen. In my opinion.
You have assistant city manager standing.
So is the goal, I'm reading into this, but I want to verify, is the goal is to try to capitalize on commercial and economic development opportunities, right? So rather than send a message of annexation in general, I'm wondering, do you want to qualify to say, seek opportunities for strategic annexation to, or in support, or maybe in support of
Growing
economic
tax
development.
diversification or something like that, right?
expansion of commercial.
Support of commercial development.
Yeah.
Or commercial tax base.
Well, that happens with the development. Yeah.
Make sense?
Yep.
So we'd add that, new.
Jason, go
Yes.
ahead.
Jason Yarborough, Assistant City Manager. Just a reminder, we have people wanting utilities outside the city limits all the time. We make them, or per policy, per direction from commission, we make them sign a utility agreement that basically says that at sometime in the future when they become contiguous to the city, they will have to annex in. However, because we're in a charter county that has an interesting charter provision that says anything in the unincorporated area has to run the gauntlet twice. They have to go through the county's rezoning and comp plan change, and then it has to go through the city's rezoning and comp plan change. So a way to make that less painful is something that we've had in the past, but is now no longer available, or no longer in existence, it is available, is a joint planning agreement between the city and the county. Venice has one. I believe the city of Sarasota may have one. I know Venice has one. So just giving you information, let you know.
Yeah.
That's one of the items we need as an indicator.
The other part of the annexation, and I think we had talked about it when we were talking about the utilities going out by Talon Bay, was having along Talon Bay Boulevard, having that be annexed into the city. And it was my understanding, like the storage facility was supposed to get annexed in, and it still hasn't. And I'm just wondering about like along Talon Bay, because that is also a commercial area. So,
Again, that's that big conversation
Yeah.
for later.
There's a lot of-
Back to what we're working on.
Yeah.
Okay, so everybody good with that? Seek opportunities for strategic annexations in support of commercial development. And we'll add that as number 14 under economic development. Good, okay. Okay.
thank you, Mel, for clarifying the opportunity zone.
Okay, economic development key indicators. A lot of discussion on this. We made point on number 3, realize, and that was a change that we want to do, out-of-town shopping. I thought of this morning as well. Instead of calling it shopping, you want to say out-of-town spending, because shopping implies some things that we didn't really,
Yeah,
you know, I
that's
think
true.
if that makes sense. Pardon? Make sense? You good with that, Mel? Spending versus shopping? Because we talked about whether that was services and. Oh, reductions. Reductions. Out of town spending reduction. Yes. Good point. By 1%, right? Gotcha. You're right. When we said decrease, we lost it. Right. That get us there, folks? Okay. And I just left that 731 million, so you knew that, what that number was. Talked through yesterday. There were no other changes there. Okay. And, all right. That was it. Any other comments on economic development? I think those are the ones we captured.
Beautiful.
Okay. Environmental resiliency and sustainability. We didn't make any changes there in the statement. And we didn't make any changes in the priorities. I did highlight, though, that as it related to the priority of support, where was it here? The number 5, support the protection of native species and habitats versus public education, land acquisition, and conservation, that we're going to need a KSI on that, because that was something that we talked through. So that's one of those to be determined. Sense? Okay, good. All right. Well, that was a recap of yesterday. So we got through that pretty well. You know, what is it going on? Going a little after 10 o'clock. Good. All right. Okay. So.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you want to go back?
Just a second. These are your indicators, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. We don't have an indicator as it relates to number 5.
Right. Go back.
Go back.
Number 3. You're referring to increase the percentage, but you're not going to say by how much?
I'll let that to staff in terms of the goal was to try to increase it, but I don't know. There was not an actual number there other than just that you want to see an improvement.
Because that could be, 1%.
It could be 1%, could be, yeah, whatever.
Is
but
that
I'll-
acceptable?
That's,
Is that
I'll defer this back to
okay?
the team.
Well, we'll bring you a baseline when we present that.
Yeah,
indicator.
because mostly everything
Yeah,
else has,
correct.
all the economic development things have a specific
Right,
target
exactly.
number.
And
So,
some of them are missing the baseline, but when we have it, we'll have it in a way that shows the historical process and that the goal is in alignment. So example, if it's increased 10% every year for the last 10 years, we're not going to come back and say, well, let's increase it 5%.
right.
You know, we want to be, again,
Okay.
aggressive but realistic, smart, you know, in that way, that line, absolutely.
Thank you.
Some of those are lacking
And
context.
at some point, what you're going to find as well, it's like no matter where you go with efficiencies, the low-hanging fruit, you get some significant ones. Every level after you get to some higher level gets more and more expensive to get there, and that becomes a policy question, right? Whatever we want to do.
Point of diminishing return.
There you go.
Exactly. Mary, you've got a question? A question?
Yeah, go ahead.
On number 1, the target of 35%, is that on the parcel of land or citywide? It's kind of like hanging there, 35% of what?
think that's
Northport
35%
land.
of your land. Where's your plant? You have somebody in planning here
Increase the
today?
percentage of
No.
Northport land covered by the tree canopy in support of achieving the ULDC target of 35%.
To me, that says the broad Northport land is
Right.
covered by tree. To me, it's the entire city, which
Right.
that's the direction our commission has gone.
And that's how it's written. Now, if we need to evaluate or change that, then we can look at it. But I believe that's how it's written, what it's intended to mean.
It could be interpreted as individual parcels of land. And that's what I'm trying to avoid is misinterpretation. That's all I'm trying to point out.
I don't see that at all.
I think the only time that would come up is somebody who knew the past of the city. I think they read it best.
35% parcel. Okay, we'll get a clarification of that. Okay.
And Doug, our commission has stated it's citywide instead of lot.
Okay, all right, well, but that's, I just want to make sure we capture it, make sure we clarify it if need be. Okay? So that was the only other thing. We do need to do a KSI there. So is this one of the spots we need public comment? Because this is everything we did yesterday, so this is kind of a landing spot before we roll into what we're doing today.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you was, because both of these topics are lengthy today. I know at least one of them was.
They both have some meat in the bone,
Right.
absolutely.
And that's fine, and I don't want to get started and then take a
Okay,
break. So-
gotcha.
So we'll take a little break, I'll confer with them, but I believe we need to be done with these before. we
Okay,
do
gotcha.
the
I just
public
wanted,
comment.
this was a good, as I said, this was all recap from yesterday for clarification, so.
No, that would be right in here, so.
All right.
So
Then,
we will, it's 10, 11, 15 minutes, so let's just meet back at 10:30.
Okay. All right.
All right, it's
Righty.
10:30 and we are back at it.
Crack that whip.
Okay. All right, as we move into the next phase, infrastructure and facilities integrity pillar. You had a previous pillar or goal area called infrastructure. We incorporated both facilities as well as the sewer, water, and wastewater, and streets and things of that nature into this area. So you've got what was in your previous plan as well as what we've proposed. We had a chance to look at the statement that would accompany infrastructure and facilities integrity pillar first. Comfortable with that, or if we need to ask any questions or concerns?
I like the meet current and future needs. I like that.
Yeah, that was an added,
Yeah.
recognizing you had some gaps, but you
Mhm.
also wanted to, you're a growing community.
Right.
I like it.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Mr. Thomas. I think your mic is off.
Oh, I'm sorry. I turned it back on. Okay, we're back.
Why not just say reclaimed systems instead of treatment? What, treatment systems, why not just say reclaimed systems?
We went back and forth. That's a great, and you're going to see sewer and wastewater and reclamation. And I don't know if you have your utilities person here or not. I know in
He's
talking
behind
with
you.
Julie and others, the new concept is reclaimed, but there's still, most people in, it's kind of like inside baseball. Most people in the business know what that means, but to other people, it's reclaimed. They think about reuse of water and for irrigation. So we're kind of in this window of reclamation really takes into account treatment and collection and that, but because of that, there was a sense of putting some parentheticals in there.
But treatment sounds more like it pertains to water treatment or
No,
wastewater.
potable water should be your
I-
water.
I get it.
The
I get
treatment
it.
is the treatment of your wastewater,
Wastewater is
you
reclamation.
collect it through your sewer systems, and then you treat it, and then it gets discharged. So there's two different processes in wastewater. The collection is one component, the treatment is another. And now the nomenclature is they're calling all that just reclamation. But most people haven't kind of caught on to that term.
Yeah, the treatment is there as a common ground, reclamation is the professional standard.
Exactly. So we're just, that's
why
the
it's in
point.
parentheses.
Yeah, and you're going to see that come up a couple times, and wherever you land is okay. But we had gone back and forth with staff saying most residents, if you think reclamation, they're not going to understand it, or they're going to think reuse, which can be a product of it, but it's a little different.
Right.
But you got your expert here.
I like it.
I like it with both.
I like it like that, too.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Mike Willow, Interim Utilities Director. The reclamation part of it is the new initiative, statewide, federal, is One Water. So they're changing from wastewater to reclamation facility, and it's a One Water initiative is why the reclamation is put in there. That's a new initiative coming down. That's going to be all the new terminology, reclamation.
And that incorporates the collection of it as well.
Correct.
It's the entirety of the
collection-
system
Yes,
for
you
wastewater.
explained that well, but it's a One Water initiative is where the reclamation is going to be coming into that.
So why not just say reclamation system? That way then we can start educating the citizens as to what it means now.
Well, I think that's the
I'm
start
just-
right there. It says treatment,
Right.
parentheses, reclamation,
Reclamation.
and then we go forward with that,
Right.
with the education.
Right.
No, I like it the way it's written.
I do too.
Me too.
All right.
And in the future, you may just call it that, but as I
Absolutely.
say, quite frankly, it's kind of a new, it's an emerging discussion. So we want to make sure you are clear to your residents what that meant. And it means different things to different people. So, and we incorporated broadband opportunities there, and you'll see some discussions about what that looked like as well.
I think it's
We're good? Okay. All right. These, same sort of, don't bring you back, anything in black font is stuff that I've captured from your discussions. We've gone back and forth on this, so as I said, we knew this conversation, water, we call it water reclamation, wastewater, I want to be consistent wherever we do, and so wherever you land, we'll clean this up. So if you like the language we used on the right there, if you want to call it wastewater collection or treatment / reclamation, I'll I'll clean that up with you as well, but it shows up in a couple different ways.
Well,
Yeah,
again,
the
you're
wastewater again,
defining
yeah.
the reclamation with the parentheses of wastewater. It's just, yeah, you're introducing it and defining it, so.
I actually like it being a little versatile like that, so
Right.
that the training isn't just that one captured phrase. This is reusing, reiterating that,
Right.
you know, the system is changing,
Yeah,
or the
this looks like
terminology.
part of the educational process.
I got no problem with it being like that.
As I said, these were from you directly. Capture anything else that some of these are a little bit of a tweak from your previous language, but. Okay, I won't hit go till I get a green light.
I made it about halfway through and then we started talking. Did you have a question? Commissioner McDowell?
Number 5,
Number 5?
why not just say rehabilitate Northport roadways, bridges to ensure integrity and safety and reliable transportation network?
The reason we put in jurisdiction is that not all your roadways are under your jurisdiction. Some are under state jurisdiction. And so we
Right.
wanted to define for your public, you know, if
Right.
it's a state highway and it's a bridge, you're not responsible for it.
Right.
And therefore, if they're upset, they're not upset at you. They're, you know, they got to, so that was the reason we defined it as under your jurisdiction.
We also have private roads. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
is
You're going to
there
have private
another
roads
set
and
of-
roads and cul-de-sacs and you know, whatever that looks like.
We got partnership roads too, like Hillsborough and Chancellor, which is
Right.
dual
Yep.
jurisdiction.
So we
And
just,
don't have total control, but we have partial.
that's why we wanted to say under your jurisdiction, so it was clear what your responsibilities were versus somebody else's.
Good.
Yep, I'm good with that.
Make sense?
Mhm.
Good. Okay, some other priorities. The 6, 7, 8, 9 were all yours, coming from the discussions of the 27th of October. Hopefully we've captured those appropriately.
We don't have anything in here about water testing. Is that
That's true.
assumed
Yeah, I
under
don't.
anything?
There's nothing, I will tell you in your utility, your expert is here. You do have to do, by water testing, you mean your public water system? There is an annual,
Also our canals.
oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
well,
It's
I'll defer to your
more
folks then, because there is an
comprehensive than
annual
that.
water report in your potable system
Right.
you have to publish under federal and state guidelines.
Good morning, Chuck Speak, Interim Public Works Director. We do not, I'm certain we could add something in there related to the waterways
Yeah.
as far as baseline testing and monitoring.
Yeah.
And that's something that we've just gotten into this year.
Right.
You do have MPDES discharge standards, but is that off your canals or just off your,
That's not what.
it's not off your
Commissioners
stormwater?
directed us
Okay.
To check. Basically, we're taking a baseline at the north of the city and then testing sites throughout to see the impact the city has on the water as it comes through and then leaves.
It's a pretty big determinant of our neighborhood expansion program and that whole conversation. So I think we need something.
So what is I want to make sure we're clear then. So if you're talking about a possible priority, which would be so make sure we have an understanding what testing, what you're implying and what water sources you're implying.
1 second, Commissioner McDowell, this may add to the conversation.
We're already doing the testing, so maybe this is one of those key indicators as opposed to the priority. It's how, because it's something we're already doing. Do we want to keep it as a priority? I would agree, yes, but I don't know if that's more of a key indicator for the water and canal system.
Everything you
don't
have on your water and canal are rehabilitation. You don't have any, there's nothing here on testing. You're absolutely right. There's nothing as a priority that deals with testing of what I'm assuming is stormwater that you're discussing from your canals?
Yeah, runoff.
Or you're talking
Yeah,
runoff
runoff,
into,
yeah.
oh, the runoff into your canals that are
Right.
going
And
into.
Water
then
quality,
baseline down in
basically.
the sludge, you know,
Yeah.
everything on where we're drawing water from as well. You know, what contaminants are actually in our
Gotcha.
waterways.
Because I'm kind of looking, do we have anything that really mentions water quality.
No, I can tell you don't, in any of your priorities.
Water and canals. See, when I think of water, I think drinking water, but the canals is the storm water.
Yeah.
So obviously they have to test the water for DEP.
Trying to think big, and then we can sort of.
Right.
All right,
I think putting a priority, just a large canopy about water quality, and then your indicator would be the testing.
Yeah, yeah.
you guys want to?
And I would leave it broad by saying
yeah,
water and not just storm water.
Right, Mike Bulow, Interim Utilities Director. We have been testing the canal, and Elizabeth presented some data on that. However, Commissioner Langdon, to your aspect of the neighborhood expansion, we went back and revised the sampling plan to include surfactants and direct indicators from septic systems as part of the new sampling plan going forward.
Right.
So we have some of those samples. We didn't have the direct indicators at the time for the septic systems and their impact on the canals.
Right.
So
Your
the new
point,
plan
it goes beyond stormwater, it is just groundwater and stormwater, it's
Correct.
water in total.
Correct.
But again, we wouldn't have water quality indicators without a priority.
Exactly,
So,
exactly.
yeah, I think,
So under, if I could jump in, under resiliency and sustainability, we have a point that says Northport's programs, facilities, and operations should visibly encourage conservation, sustainability, and recycling practices. Maybe we could drop the water quality into that section.
for quality of life.
It's under environmental resiliency, I think, is what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Those are your priorities, if you want to look up and see it. Those are the ones we have now under.
I didn't get the new one printed out this morning, sorry.
No, that's right. No, you haven't seen the new one yet.
That's right.
It evolved last night, so.
Actually, I like that, Chuck, putting in under the resiliency and sustainability. I guess water quality fits in there very well. for
With
the
conservation, I think you can tie that, kind of tie that
Right.
together.
Yeah.
So, and this gets back to that art of where you want to put it. It's okay if you want to have departments in a couple different buckets. So they're clearly going to be in the infrastructure arena by their very nature, but if you want to put it here, that's okay as well. I mean, as it relates to water quality, this probably makes some sense, even though it's going to be related to their treatment facilities and monitoring. So, all right, so then instead of putting it under infrastructure, you want to do it under environmental resiliency, and what's the priority? Let's talk about what that
Something
should
like
work.
ensure quality water for Northport residents today and into the future. So it's a combination of quality and sufficiency.
All right, so give me something to work from. Ensure. Again, Barbara?
A sufficient and high-quality supply of, do we want to limit it to drinking water or keep
No,
it
just
more
water,
general?
Just water, yeah.
Quality supply of water.
High quality water resources
Yeah.
instead of supply. Supply implies our
Water
potable,
resources.
high quality water resources. Ensure sufficient. Well, sufficient also implies a demand, so we
Right.
just so sufficient may not be the right one. Maybe you should.
Ensure high-quality water
Ensure
resources.
high-quality water resources, period.
Well, it's just that some communities in Florida and in other areas are struggling with sufficiency, never mind quality. So we're not there yet. But I think some of our potable water initiatives are all thinking to the future and making sure we have a sufficient supply.
Okay. Oh, so
a
you are dealing with
sufficient
potable
supply
water.
of high-quality water resources.
Well, I agree there is a sufficiency issue that you need to look in, but I believe that would be an indicator. If you leave the priority high, you know, the 30,000 level, you can put the indicator then measuring the sufficiency or something.
Let me ask the utility folks, would you assume that? If we're just talking about quality, would you assume sufficiency in that, or should we spell it out?
Again, understand that the water system in Northport, the waterways, we've got 80 miles of those waterways that maintain water. That was designed to sustain the city at build-out. So everything working as it should, we should have enough water to sustain the city at build-out. Now, how they based that back then on how many gallons per household may have been different, but we have that ability within our system to hold the water.
But when I think of the creek is impacted by what happens above it.
Correct, to the north, absolutely.
So we're not self-sufficient when it comes to having enough.
In the dry times, it becomes difficult.
And
I
I
don't-
feel
I
a
don't know
little
that
more
there's-
comfortable with a sufficiency
Now I understand the
metric.
nature of what you're saying.
Yeah.
I was thinking just potable water, but you're talking about entirety of your
Right.
canals are part of your other.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah.
the difficult part is Chuck takes care of the canal systems and all the control structures.
You
We
take care.
take care of the treatment
Right.
end of it.
Right, right.
We're pulling what's in the canals out. Yes, so we do work together very closely to maintain the canal system and also maintain the ability to treat water.
Do you want to define it as saying both potable and, because I'm not sure if I'm not inside baseball and looking at that, I don't know what that statement means.
Exactly.
And so I'm wondering if you wanted to define both potable and retaining, or stormwater and retention or something like that.
Let me ask
Yeah.
a question here on, where you got number 3 up there, I believe that's the one that Chuck was talking about with conservation sustainability. Couldn't you just put in, water quality testing
In there.
and recycling practices, and that incorporates every ounce of water being treated or not treated, it's all in there, and those are our programs. I mean, just adding it in there, wouldn't that do the trick?
Water quality testing is a key indicator, not the higher level priority.
Well, the
But it's-
testing isn't an indicator, the results are the indicator.
Right, but this is a priority, we want water quality testing as a priority, and then the indicator would be.
The results of your test.
Right. I'm just saying,
I'm
if
good
it,
with
if it
that.
was put in there,
So conservation, sustainability, testing, and recycling
Clean
practices.
practices.
well,
Does that get
water
you there?
quality.
Quality
Water
test-
quality testing, I'm
testing.
sorry, yeah.
Yes.
And
That
recycling
would do it
practices.
for
Does
me.
that get you there?
Yeah.
Everybody, is that good?
I'm fine, just so that the water quality testing is under this category.
And it incorporates everything. You're
'Cause
gonna
it's-
test
Yep.
this,
Yeah.
the stormwater, you're gonna test potable, regardless.
Right.
Let me just change this here. then.
Would we,
I guess.
Go ahead.
would we still add like a number 6 to ensure the sufficient high-quality water resources? Or are you looking to remove a potential number 6?
Yeah, I was trying to cut off the 6, put it in here in the
Mm-hmm.
priorities.
They're two different kind of things.
Does that get you? That section there?
But we have conservation and sustainability.
To me, whether it's 3 or whether it's 6, it's
Six.
bringing forth the
Yeah.
same indicators. So
Right.
wherever you want to put it, just so that it's in this category and we can put the indicators underneath.
That's the way I was looking at it.
Yeah.
Is plugging it in and then we'll define it.
Mm.
Well, will of the board, where do we want it?
Less is more. I'd like to have it in 3,
Okay.
but I could go either way.
I'm
Just as long as we
good.
have it.
I'm good with 3.
Commissioner White,
Sure.
3, okay?
I just don't
3's
see,
good.
going to the sufficiency part, I don't see that covering sufficiency that Commissioner Langdon was bringing up.
Unless sustainability could cover sufficiency,
Conserva-
because
yeah.
obviously that means a balance.
Right, right. That's where I see it, under conservation and sustainability.
Make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so then we want to do, we're going to have to add, so we'll do that. Then we're going to need to also here add testing key indicator. Under, because that's not part of what we've got right now under the, yeah, okay, I'm sorry.
Water and
Water
canal
quality, sure.
testing? I don't know, just so that when you go back, you'll
Right, I
know what
understand.
that is.
Yep, got it, okay. Okay. All right. So let's go back to infrastructure again here. We were in,
Now backwards.
You're in good.
oh, I'm good governance, sorry, my bad. All right. I think we were there, I think, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so the next one out, that's where we're at, okay, gotcha, all right.
Yep. Yeah, we
Slideshow
were
here.
there.
Ever forward. Thanks. Try to keep moving the ball down the field, right? Okay. And obviously, staff added these transfer station, which was something you identified in your things you wanted to have accomplished, but didn't come up during the nature of the conversation. So staff's got your back. They were trying to address that as well.
And that's for the Raintree and Yorkshire. The I-75 interchange says at Raintree Boulevard and Yorkshire.
I was under the impression that was the intersection that you described it, but if I captured that wrong, I'll.
It's two
Well, it
different
should be four.
intersections.
Oh, okay.
Unless we want both.
I don't think FDOT's going to.
My,
I don't think we're gonna get.
my confusion was I thought it was all one the way it was described, so that's my bad. So I can clean that up.
It's just a change.
Okay, so it's
I would
and,
delete Braintree.
I was just going
I'm
to bring that
consistent,
up.
right?
After our last discussions, we have been putting Yorkshire.
you want and or just or? You're probably going to get one, but it's up to you.
I would put or.
Or?
Definitely.
Okay, gotcha.
But we were talking about putting,
We have a heavy preference.
we have the preference for Yorkshire, so just switching Yorkshire.
Oh, you want to go the other way around? Okay.
Just switch them around, one before the other.
Gotcha.
Yeah, then again, that's all gonna come down to negotiation.
I wanted to put something out there.
No. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Throw your bone.
Got to show some love there, Mayor.
Something about green infrastructure. It's something that is really, it's one of the initiatives that's out there a lot, green initiatives, and incorporating green infrastructure into things like that are kind of hardcore. When you think of infrastructure, you think of cement and pipes and everything, but green infrastructure includes, when you talked about the waterways, yes, people have had concerns about the right-of-ways and the waterways being cleared, but that does aid in stormwater control and absorption and water quality. Yeah, erosion, what we're talking about. And I've always felt, we put in sidewalks, it should come with trees. That because, and I know we're going to have that conversation, Mr. Speak, but sidewalks are for people to walk on, and if you really want people to walk on those sidewalks, it has to be comfortable. And we all see the sidewalk on 41 where there's very rarely anybody on there because it's horrendous. Yeah. So I don't, I'd like to see that. What you think about that, but just to get that thought out there so that it becomes part of the discussion when we are doing these kinds of projects, especially when I'm looking at number 6. You want to have connectivity, and I'm assuming that multi-use means you're talking about biking and walking and being able to get to these places, such as people coming off the Legacy Trail. You want them to be able to keep biking and get to Warm Mineral Springs or get to other points of our city, yes, but it's going to have to be comfortable. Otherwise, they're just going to turn around and go back again. So that is what triggered that idea back to me, that when we really want to connect our neighborhoods and our greenways, we need to be thinking about green to make that happen.
So you want to put in develop, and is the appropriate term in Pren's green or?
It's green
both, or
infrastructure.
just green
Green
infrastructure?
infrastructure is a term
multimodal
that's been
connectivity?
used.
Well, I think it goes even further than that, if we go into like littoral zones. before
Yes,
the
you talked
canal,
about that
the
too.
runoff and
Yes.
everything, you know, that's
So that would be part of the discussions
whole package.
when they're
I
talking
just
about.
want everything
Right.
included with what you're saying. It's not just about sidewalks, multimodal.
Yes.
There's
That's
other
part of the
areas that can
infrastructure.
be.
So when you're talking about a retention pond, you're not just talking about digging the pond, putting down sod and letting it go. That you're talking about, no, there's a second step now involved to really make it functioning and performing like it's supposed to. And at the same time, adding green spaces into our area. Because a lot of our retention ponds, you know, and when you go to planned communities, they call that retention pond their lake. But it's retention ponds, you know? But they have those, like you said, littoral zones, and they've put trees and they've made it into a green space. So it's like doing double duty, and I'd like to see that done more with our retention ponds.
So let me throw this out. Does it fall under infrastructure, or does it fall under resiliency and the other category?
I see it
If it's a
under
broader
resiliency.
area that it could take into account, it maybe not be under infrastructure, so maybe let's go back to the resiliency and environmental sustainability, right? And see what that looks like.
That'd be fine, but I'd like to see it, be sure it comes into those conversations when we're having these infrastructure projects come before us, that is a component that's included in that conversation then.
And that's where I'm.
And I don't know how that fits in when we come up with
I'm
these.
agreeing with you on that because it's at the beginning of when this stuff is going in, it needs to be incorporated
Into
in
the
there.
plan.
Right.
That's why I was feeling the infrastructure was right
Right.
place. It can fit in both,
Right,
but you want to make sure that it's done
at the very
at
beginning.
the very beginning.
Right.
So when we put in that sidewalk, we're already looking at either trees. or
What's involved,
trees or
yes.
whatever the case may
Because
be.
what I've witnessed so far is when projects come before the commission, it's kind of already figured out, and if you want to put in something like, you know, trees or something, it's like, well, we've already figured the budget based on, you know, without it, so it's almost like a done deal.
That's why I was leaning towards infrastructure at the beginning of the process.
These aren't isolated towers or pillars. I mean, these intertwine. So even by putting it under the resiliency and sustainability, when the infrastructure is going in, they have to pay attention to that pillar. But to me, that pursuing the green infrastructure or development is definitely a sustainability and resilient topic.
Well, I like having it here because it really encourages the handshake between those two areas.
That's going
So
to
I do
happen.
like
So in other words,
yeah.
whenever anything is being considered with those other priority areas, this is going to be part of those discussions? Is it going to be?
If that is what we're putting in as a priority, they have to. I mean, they don't look at just one category and ignore all the others.
These two, they will always interplay. I'm just trying to find a home for it, and it's,
Exactly.
as I hear what Alice is saying, it seems to fall under this category because it's not just about, you know, infrastructure, it's about
Right.
kind of the way in which you're trying to be resilient and sustain
right.
your community. I want to make sure I've captured it appropriately, though. We talked about sidewalks, talked about stormwater retention. Are there other things that need to be referenced there?
Well, yes, canals
Canals,
and
okay.
also the creek. The creek has been a big, you know, anything. I don't know how you want to, without having to list every little thing, but, what do you think?
What do you think about pursue green infrastructure and development standards?
Yes, I think infrastructure, green infrastructure should be in there, just like we're doing waste treatment, reclamation, like that's the new way to, the terminology, that green infrastructure, like I said, that we went to all those seminars that they were talking about that all the time.
And what you're talking about here is sort of changing a culture of how we have done things.
Right.
And I know we're not where we want to be on this particular priority. I do agree that it should be in there. And just so you know, as we strive to put the indicator in there that will measure it, there have been multiple projects that have come before me since I've been here where they've said, you know, this will please Commissioner White as our chief environmental advocate. So you are thought of in our process. Right.
Very much
Right.
that.
Yeah.
But it has to
I agree. I'm just saying, we're not where we want to be yet, but
Yep.
people are listening to what you
Right.
have said over the time. You've been here.
Right, but I do, I know, I mean, yeah, you and I, like, I tear up so easily, I'm sorry, that's why I tend to not say things, but, yes, I want to be sure that, as the mayor said, that it is in that conversation, it is in those plans initially, because when you attack something after everything's
Right.
discussed, people are like, wait a minute, we're done
Right.
with this. So I don't want it to be like that, like an afterthought. I want this to be part of the process.
Absolutely, and as the culture, grows, the inclusion, because once you've sort of done the deal, the opportunity or the desire for those to change it is very low.
Right.
You have to come to the table with it. It's and I'll use affordable housing in that same category. In my past, affordable housing is something, when you come to the table, you have to say what you want. Then you don't get to wait until sort of the math is done and,
Right.
and then try to fit it in at the end. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
You really have to have some of those priorities at the table at the beginning, and we're happy to make sure that this was one of those.
I'm wondering with this, rather than trying to anticipate the types of projects, what if we simply said, pursue green infrastructure and development standards for infrastructure development and maintenance projects or something like that?
I think it just end after development standards. And that makes them all.
Okay, so
Instead of trying to name them all out.
I'll ask,
Yeah, because the only
do
thing I
that.
was gonna add, I was gonna put for sidewalk, stormwater, runoff, canals and waterways. But yeah, if you shorten it up, that's
It
even better,
encompasses everything.
because we
Yeah.
can come up with different areas that may need.
It could also be in like an IE and mentioned, just so that it's clear, you don't like the, IE, okay?
We're using
Would
parentheses.
fall.
We're using parentheses for definitions.
so I'm going to ask the question, is this a standard that you're adopting as for city projects? Or is this a standard that you might be looking at for a potential ordinance as it relates to development?
Everything.
I'm just,
Yeah.
I want to make sure you're clear about what that means, because when I look at this, is that a new ordinance? Is that just a mindset? And I just want to make sure you have that dialogue. Whatever it is, it is. We just want to make sure that you've got a common understanding of that, because right now that implies, a standard is typically embodied in some sort of code and some sort of policy.
I mean, the city of Orlando is already doing that
I know.
in their development.
Tampa has a green initiative in place.
Pursue.
Right.
So we'll go over all those
Right.
hurdles
Mhm.
as we
Right.
get to that point.
That's fine. As I say, I just don't want you to, I don't want you to overreach what you're not comfortable with. That's all the point of raising the question.
Well, we are working on the ULDC, where
Right.
those
Right.
ordinances and stuff will come into play, and that can definitely be one of the indicators is, updating the ULDC in these areas.
To incorporate these areas. yes.
Exactly
Yep.
right, exactly right. As you guys know, I travel outside of the city quite a bit, and what city manager has stated about Commissioner White, the city as a whole is known as being environmentally friendly. Not only business friendly, we're changing the culture for that, but also environmentally friendly. I hear it from people all the time, North Fork, North Fork, North Fork, when it's discussing those things.
Okay, does that get you there?
Yep.
All right, we've got the right area. We got to add the indicator there. So we're going to go back here again to infrastructure.
Perfect.
And we're there, right?
Yeah.
And then these were the next things. Okay. All right.
So this is what staff has added?
These were priorities, right? And there's indicators that go with these then if ultimately you adopt them.
They look good to me.
I'm not quite sure what number 11 means.
Yeah, the city assets, I was
Um,
wondering, what are you?
Let me hold that thought, if you will, when you get to the key indicators that might make some more sense for you. All
Okay.
right, does that make sense? If you want to go there, because there are some metrics involved there. Mayor Debbie Scott.
Yeah, go ahead. I was still reading.
Number 12, I'm kind of like with Commissioner Langdon. Of course, we're going to maintain our public buildings in good condition. That to me is not a priority. That is an absolute unspoken given.
They're
We
building,
better be-
they're building indicators though, so they're accountable.
Yes.
So in order to have the duty or the indicator, the performance, even the budget for it, you need it as a priority.
I went and saw a building last week where the children's closet is over there in that area. Those are city buildings, and they clearly
have
got
not been
missed
maintained.
on this page. So we definitely, right, we definitely, well, they're either coming down or they're being developed, or what are we doing? But
Right.
how, the goal is to ensure that, everything is sort of included and that those don't slip through the cracks. And even if they do, for whatever reason, that we have a plan and we're able to communicate that so people just don't know that, or think that we don't care about a particular location. And not pointing the finger at anyone for that specific location, it's just one that I'm mentioning as an example.
Yeah, I like it because it forces us to make sure that we don't have another Dallas White kind
There you
of situation. So I like having it. And it also encourages us and gives us a priority around making sure we have sufficient maintenance budgets for our assets. And we haven't always done that as well as we should in the past.
And that's not just this government,
Right.
it's almost every government has
Right.
sort of kicked that
To
can.
that point, Barbara, when you get to the indicators, you're going to see some things that specifically address what you just mentioned.
Right.
Yeah, does the indicator for number 12 have anything to do with the police department? Just asking.
It didn't, not specifically, but
Well,
there is some
capacity
maintenance
is-
standards and
Mhm.
preventative maintenance
Right.
plans. And,
Capacity issues, though.
okay.
Yep.
You want to go to the next one and then come back to make sure you've captured it appropriately? Does that make sense? All right, so let's talk about the priorities.
Priorities or indicators?
I'm sorry, indicators. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. So as it relates to the items for like number 3, routine building maintenance completed within 5 days. There's number 6, a city facility preventive maintenance program. And then certainly
Chuck's
number
name all
9
over
gets
it.
to satisfaction of the facilities. And then I'm just
Six
gonna,
is
I'll come
Chuck.
back here, but I want to, no, those are both stormwater numbers. So those are the ones that specifically deal with, I'm sorry, we've got some under good governance, I think, who we might want to move under here that deal specifically with number of preventative maintenance. We may want to shift a few of those, but that's all right. We'll clean those up as we go forward. I know under good governance, there's some additional metrics that are specifically related to facility
Right.
maintenances and processes.
What's with the 7, clean and televise 4 miles of gravity sewer mains? Who the hell's gonna
You
wanna
ever
watch
watch what we
that?
call dirty movies in the business?
I-
Where you see the sewer lines go through? Yeah.
I was like, what?
I'm shocked.
So they do
I-
televise.
That is one of our indicators. We invested in a new vac truck and a new television equipment in 2017. So we're utilizing that equipment. And I don't know if you met my new best friend Val over here. Has been actively and aggressively going after grants. We've actually received 1.2, I believe, for I&I and lift station rehabilitation for the grant funding with utilizing this equipment. So that's part of our indicators in maintaining some of our aging infrastructure, that we keep those benchmarks going.
Right.
Because we're growing quickly, but we can't forget about what's here. We have to maintain that as well, and we have to set a goal to complete so much.
Right, but in the televised, what are you doing in televised?
We
Is there a video out there that everybody
Absolutely.
can see and inspect?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. I'm
Yeah.
trying to figure out what you were doing here.
You can see the dirty pipe, and then you can see it after it's jetted and cleaned.
Okay, so, but that's open to the public to see as well?
Well, it doesn't say publicly
It's
televised,
not
it
going to
just
score
says
high
televised.
on your
I'm
Nielsen
just
ratings.
saying. You have individuals out there that would like to check up to make sure things are done. You know, that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
So it's not
No.
publicly televised.
No.
No.
No,
Okay.
No.
But
So,
there, But
Yeah, so let me help, yeah, that's why I joke about dirty movies, because sometimes when I've done some, and we've had a project that was controversial, we've shown them, it basically has a camera that's going through a pipe. But what it is, it will show you where there's sewer line, or where there's root infiltration activities, where there's breaks in the pipes, or where maybe when it was constructed and there was a pipe that shifted. It basically shows you that, and what you're trying to do is clean your system up and make it as tight as possible to reduce the impact of water that flows into your sanitary sewer system that then has an impact on their treatment processes and the capacities you've got. So it's not what I consider, as I say, they won't score high on Nielsen ratings, but in what these guys are doing, it is definitely a way to say, at some point at this section of the pipe, we need to either do a repair, a sleeve, a reconnection, or whatever, and then from there, they can do it afterwards to verify how it's working smoothly. So it's not really something the public typically watches, but it's certainly important, especially in your CMON standards and maintenance operations.
Well, with what I'm hearing they're finding in lift stations, I'm sure there's gold out there in that pipeline somewhere.
Treasure.
Commissioner McDowell?
So if you're gonna do 16 miles of cleaning those gravity mains a year, how many miles total of?
We have 174 miles of gravity sewer main now.
174. Of that 174, and I know you're not prepared to answer this, how many of them were, how many miles of that is like between 50 and 60 years old?
I don't know that answer right now.
Because where I'm going with this, are you starting with the oldest first and moving towards the
Absolutely.
newest? Okay.
Absolutely, yes. We know where the type of pipe is in the ground, the clay pipe, the older stuff that was put in the 50s and 60s. We know those areas, and that's where we are starting. We're not up in Welland Park televised. It's all PVC brand new pipe. So yes, we know our older sections, and that's where and we also can tell by our lift stations. We could tell by the run times. We could tell by the condition of the stations as well of what areas we need to look at.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
That is just for maintenance. That doesn't mean if you have a break and you have to go in and televise something, checking it out, if there's been something wrong. This is strictly maintenance, correct?
Correct.
Preventative.
Thank you.
Preventative maintenance.
I'd like to have the word preventative in there. Clean and televise the 4 miles as part of the utility preventative infiltration program. Because I think that is a very important part. Just my opinion.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
And Chuck and
There you
Michael,
go.
does that make sense
That
to
work?
you guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
That get you there?
Preventative.
So
I
he's got
did, right here, preventative inflow and infiltration maintenance
Okay.
program.
Question.
Yep.
Okay.
Make sense?
Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, I don't know what's on page 2, but I am looking for, because this is infrastructure and we're talking about drainage and stuff, the culvert pipes under people's driveways getting clogged and hindering drainage more effectively. Is there some kind of an indicator of how many that you guys blow out? I don't know if that's the right term, but you blow them out and clean them out so that it helps with the flow. How many of those are you trying to do a year? How does that work? Because I don't.
And remember that the reason that's not a priority in there is that is the resident's responsibility. Now, we do that as part of our program, our drainage.
What program?
Our DSI program, the Drainage System Improvement Program, CIP project. We do go in and blow them out when we rehabilitate the neighborhood, the ones that can be, the ones that the driveways aren't showing cracks or the pipe looks to be in good shape. But those pipes are the property of the homeowner. So until we decide that we're going to take control of that pipe and the city is going to take ownership and say, we now own these pipes from here on out, which would be very expensive for us to have to go and replace the ones that are already in the ground that are 30 years old and rotted. I don't think that can be a priority because technically it's not our property.
But if it's blocking the stormwater conveyance, how is that then not a priority? If you have blockage of those driveway pipes that's preventing the flow of the water, which then causes flooding on the roads, causes the other unintended problems. How is that not a priority?
Yes, ma'am, and that is a priority, but I wouldn't identify it all the way down to the pipe. I would say that to reduce flooding, to keep the system clean, which I think we've already kind of hit.
Do we send a bill to the property owner when you have to blow it out?
We do not when it's part of our, when we go in to rehabilitate that neighborhood, we do not. And we do track how many of those we do. Problem if we start sending bills when we go through there, at some point, we're gonna have liens on a lot of houses. People just aren't gonna, they're not gonna pay these bills.
I'm looking at the things that I have seen
Sure.
that are just absolutely completely blocked, and it's causing problems in neighborhoods because the drainage is not flowing correctly, and that is our problem, to ensure that it is a priority too.
Well, let me ask a question though. If we get to that point on what she's talking about, wouldn't code enforcement be notified to go out there to tell the homeowner that they need to clean their pipe out?
And we do communicate with code enforcement, especially on pipes that we feel have failed. Driveways got cracks, because if I put my machine in there and I jet it, potential is I'm gonna blow the pipe apart,
And the
we
driveway
will.
collapses and then we gotta replace it.
Then you do pay for it.
Right.
So-
So I'm just saying, if there is a process and code enforcement's on board, then it would still be up to the homeowner. And then again, not a priority for you to fix that drainage.
Right, the problem that I have with that is the time frame.
I know, but I'm just looking at the process. I'm not
Yes.
saying everything's gonna happen overnight. But that would be the process.
That is the process.
Now, if there was something emergency involved, then that gets looked at in a different way. I
Correct,
understand.
if we're backing up water and putting it in the
Correct.
street, then we're gonna clean the pipe.
Yes, absolutely. So
But as part of
that's
our
a common
program-
sense issue when it comes down to it, in my opinion.
Right, but as part of that DSI program, there was a decision made at Public Works that we're gonna clean those pipes just because most residents don't have a way to do it. And when we go through there, we rehabilitate the entire system, so we want everything cleared out.
Well, yeah, that's part of your process of renewing areas, so you want everything clean. You don't wanna clean out the ditches, then come to a clogged driveway and then, oh, let's clean out this ditch over there and it's gonna look pretty.
Right.
No, you want it flowing, I understand that, so.
Well, that's why they pay
Right. So
on their
you, so you
taxes
have,
to have that
Right.
stuff done.
yeah, so you have the process. and-
We do have
and
a
I
process for both sides of that.
Yeah.
And we do track monthly how many driveway pipes we blow out.
So
I
with
have
that,
those
to that point, if you look at key indicator number 11, that would be reflected in that report?
Correct.
Okay, so to your point, Commissioner, the number of, not just linear feet, but as they do that work, it would articulate blocked
Driveway.
If we're interested,
driveways.
we
yeah.
can add in, because that's for our open stormwater conveyances, we can add in pipes as well. Because this is basically what we track here, the numbers that I was throwing out for this are for your swales, your open R ditches, your outfalls that we rehabilitate. But we can certainly put pipe, linear feet of pipe. We track all of that.
Conveyances.
I was just curious how that all worked, and I appreciate the conversation.
Is that better? Stormwater conveyances and pipes rehabilitated?
I think you should put in their pipe blowout.
You just like the term,
Such a
right?
technical term.
We can have rehabilitated or cleaned.
I think it's fine as it is.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to get too specific and have people think we're in the business of blowing out their driveway pipes.
Well, and the thing
So-
about it is that you're talking about the stormwater conveyances. Are you gonna just clean the ditch? No, you're gonna dig it out and rehabilitate.
Right, rehabilitate, correct.
Can we go back to the previous page for a second?
If we must.
This is pick on Alan
why I
today.
told you,
Yeah.
these next two categories have a lot of
Yeah,
meat on the bone.
Yeah, the mayor rotates
Yeah.
that honor, yeah.
I mean, she got everything she wanted yesterday. Today would have been easy.
Oh, okay.
It's full, all right.
Runneth over.
I was just wondering, number two, satisfaction and there's another one. Oh, increased percentage, are they going to be assigned measurable
Yes.
numbers or?
Yes, ma'am. And
Okay.
when I see satisfaction, the first thing I think of is our citizen survey and the numbers.
Okay.
But it'll have to come from like a baseline of what we have, and then we'll put a percentage there, and then when you
Right.
see it as a measurement,
Yes.
let's just say if it's 25%, you can be like, wait a minute, no one's satisfied with 25%, that's way too low, and then we'll talk about whatever the actual number is and where we're going.
And that's the same thing for increased percentage, you're going to have a number, like, 'cause
Right.
the other things we had, increased by 5% or something. So
Correct.
you're going to have,
And,
okay.
and part of us getting you this information for us to be ready today, we were under a tight timeline that we tried to stick to based on the holiday week. So we had to go with what we had instead of saying we're not ready or pushing it out
Mhm.
any further than it is. So there are some things and some gaps.
Okay, they're going to be
in there.
inserted, though, okay.
Yes,
that's
there will
fine.
be numbers in there when you see the
Right.
next version.
Okay.
If I can speak to that,
Mhm.
sir. Just for number 3, understand that I'm skeptical of adding a percentage of an increase per year. We're already very high on the percentage. Eventually, we're going to be at 100%, and we're not going to be, which probably never be there, but I can't guarantee you're going to do 5% a year when I'm already at 87%. It's just not feasible.
Correct. You're right. And it's not a guarantee, but we will put a percentage in there that will be a goal for us to reach. Whether it's 2%, 3%, it
Okay, I
needs to
would-
be, it
All
has
right.
to be something
Yes.
realistic, but it doesn't have to get to 100.
But I wasn't concerned about 3, because
Yeah,
3
if
already
everybody-
has within
yeah.
5 days. You already
Yeah.
established
She said.
a goal.
Oh,
It
four,
was,
I'm
it was
sorry.
number
Yeah, it was
2,
four.
set the word satisfaction to define how do you know your people are satisfied.
Correct.
So, okay.
And I think I asked that, I think it depends on how dissatisfied,
Mhm.
slightly satisfied,
Correct.
very pleased, or I think that's my recollection of talking through it, that that was one of your standards on your survey.
Right.
So if you hit the satisfaction, then you know that you've
Okay.
got the majority of your folks that are there.
And when, oh, go ahead.
And as he was saying, it's not always an increase to that, or it doesn't have to be an
Right.
increase to that percentage, but you state
Overall.
Right.
what
Okay.
that goal is to
Mhm.
maintain. Exactly.
Well, maybe that should be, I don't know, overall satisfaction? Because that's what you're talking about, as long as those surveys stay in the
top.
satisfactory.
Or above.
Oh, above,
Satisfaction
we're going to be
right.
happy
Something
with
like
that.
Correct.
Okay.
And you'll see as we go through this process, which is, why I'm going to love to see it evolve. Some of these, when we put these out there, you're going to have questions just like that. And we're going to have footnotes and asterisks so that people can understand where it came from, why that measure is that, what Chuck just said. I don't expect it to increase because we're already at a great number, and anything more just might be unrealistic. So it could be a maintain issue. There's going to be some education that we're going to have to provide in the context of what we're measuring to, for all of us to understand what we're doing.
I like the way he slid in that
You happy now?
bragging, of where they were so high.
Right. Or above.
All right.
What's better?
And number 2.
Oh, okay.
I just added or above.
He slid it in there.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
You're probably right. Yep. Guess there.
Well, we're gonna miss number 2 until price gets wide.
Yeah, you may see a significant jump at that point, in
Right.
terms of your level of
Exactly.
satisfaction.
Looks good,
Yeah.
guys.
Mhm.
And then obviously,
Yeah.
solid waste metrics, and we've made the changes to the open stormwater conveyance. I'm going to suggest when we get there, we get to good governance, there's some other stuff I want to slide under this bucket if we're going to largely put facility maintenance under that, under infrastructure, which I think makes more sense. So they've got kind of a home. Good?
It's I have to say, it's very impressive. You have 11, indicators, which to me shows a lot of work and thinking. So thank you so much for doing
He's an
that.
overachiever.
My kind of person.
Okay.
Thank you.
I I just put slides and breaks, not knowing where we're going to take them, so, gotcha. All right.
Thanks,
Good
guys.
governance.
Good
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Obviously, we had a little wordier on this one because we had a lot of, as you'll see, there's a lot under this bucket. Now, we've been moving some things around, so that may not and ultimately be as big as it is at the front end. But transparent governance, policy decisions considered by the commission, trust, community engagement, talking about your expertise in your departments and the innovation that we've been talking about over the last several days.
That sounds like a Jerome state.
I knew that was coming.
Well,
I saw it and I was like, oh, this word.
It's a J.
That was good.
Right.
That innovative.
You guys, I am leaving the wordsmith in. I have to knock yourself out.
And it does encompass everything. I mean, I like it, actually.
Yeah. It's using our same verbiage, which I like,
Yeah.
because that's repeating what we're focusing on, engagement, innovative.
You really see our values in
We're not
that.
just saying it once as,
Good
because it
point.
sounds good.
Good point. I like it.
There's a clarifying word in there, major policy decisions are considered by a commission. Why major? We also make minor policy decisions. I'm just kind of,
You can strike the major where policy decisions are
Right.
considered.
policy decisions are considered.
Better?
I was good with it
Yep.
either way. Because we do the major, I mean, there are some things that are policy decisions that are under the city manager too. So I'm good either way.
I drop the sold gavel.
I like it.
Moving on.
Okay, all right. Go into. Thank you. All right, so then
Just
we go
remember, we did
into
have to correct it.
your priorities. Same efforts, those in black came from you. Give you a snapshot. We've got a bunch of priorities in this area. So, as I said, good governance became a pretty big bucket, and we may move some of those things around. So just
This is our last pillar, correct?
this is your
Yeah.
last pillar. That's correct. Yep. Anything on that page that anybody got concerns with, comfortable with?
That was all good.
Everybody good? Oh, the high sign when you want me to switch.
On number 5, I'm channeling Commissioner White. You know, we've talked in the past about some education in terms of there are Florida lawns and then there are true green lawns and the way our utilities work, you know, and that kind of thing. So I think we need some type of environmental piece to that.
The fertilizer laws are so different down here compared to
Yeah.
up north. I mean, even right down to people gardening. How many times do I see people on Facebook that are going, I tried to grow my garden like I do up north. Well, you're not up north.
How's your
And everybody,
tomatoes doing?
huh?
How's your tomatoes?
Very good. We're almost getting ready to have some. But that is part of, you know, and I know everybody has those first year, welcome to Florida, holy kind of moments. But the fertilizer is
Right.
one of those.
The nomenclature of that is kind of like Florida-friendly landscaping is kind of the nomenclature you use, but I don't know if that gets you to everything you're trying to get.
That goes.
But like you were talking about fertilizer, there are fertilizer restrictions.
Things about the environment, so however to
Ours, I
word
think,
that.
is a little bit stronger than states even. I think ours is even stronger than what the state is for the fertilizer.
So do you want to say, what do you want me to do?
It's fine, she was just elaborating.
Oh,
on
okay, I
what
didn't know if you were
it
asking me to
came
add something there or not.
Yeah.
All right, next page.
I thought we were talking about adding something, that's why.
I wrote
Something
down to add in the
environmental.
environmental piece, so
Yeah.
that makes sure it's included in that welcome package, just like there's.
Something
utilities
about
and-
the uniqueness
Yes.
of Florida.
Right.
I don't know, that Florida's unique environment, or, I always
Yeah.
call it unique but challenging environment.
Okay.
But we don't want to put that in there.
Right.
I mean, if
I
it
see
looks
all of
green
that.
from the street, be happy.
But the fact that, yes, they're in Florida now. It's different.
And to me, all of that falls under et cetera. Because then you have your indicators, that pull that sort of
Right.
stuff out.
Landscape standards.
I was trying to be broader as opposed to landscaping, because it could be fertilizers, it could be
Right.
other,
Well, fertilizer's
Do we
part of
want to say
landscaping.
environmental standards?
No.
No.
Yeah, just
Environmental
Florida friendly is
standards.
fine.
No, I don't like
And
standards.
I know there's an et cetera, I get you, Commissioner Luke, but one of the other things that we had even spoke about is our recycling and how proud we are of our recycling efforts. And that is something that I feel that should be in there. I mean,
So is it incorporated here by city service offerings,
Yeah.
or do you want to
Yeah.
articulate
I
it?
think so, yeah.
Or city services?
maybe just city services. I don't know.
I'm still stuck on that Florida friendly standard. It's like, how y'all doing? I mean, Florida friendly, could we put environmental standards or something?
Why don't we
in
put
there
landscaping?
pertaining? I mean, I know it's fertilizer.
Because that
it's-
gets to
it's
planting
Florida,
and
it's
runoffs.
planting, it's, it's
There's-
Florida friendly standards just didn't cut it.
All right, does that get you there, Pete?
And I
Of putting
think
landscaping?
there's a whole lot more to it, but again, this is sort of a welcome package.
Right.
So you just want to hit the high
I-
notes.
Instead of narrowing it to the landscaping, what you guys said about environmental
Environmental.
standards.
That's why I said
think
environmental and he typed landscape.
Exactly.
You'll put environmental?
I tried,
saw that.
I tried.
Environmental is best.
Yeah,
Instead of standards.
Yeah,
I know. Give me a chance
here.
How's that sound?
Okay, does
Florida
that get you
friendly
better?
environmental practices.
Instead of
Practices?
standards.
Sure.
Instead of like this is this is a code, and it's not a code.
Good point.
Because again, that gets the thought out there, like Commissioner McDowell was saying, you're in Florida now. Just throw everything out the window.
Embrace
Yes,
Leave it at
embrace
the
it
Florida-Georgia line.
instead of battling it, yes.
That get you?
Yes.
Yep.
Good. Pete, you happy? You got that? All right, okay, I knew
I'll
that.
Thank you, that's good.
Okay, all right. Go back to next slide. Okay. All right, a bit of clarification, Customer Care Center, we talked about a 311, we were here before. Your team has called that Customer Care, so we're trying to have the same nomenclature. I don't think it's exactly the same, but that's what is in play, and you'll see a standard coming in, or a key indicator addressing that as well. Mhm.
I love 7. Love it, love it, love it.
And that addresses, there were some questions about trying to get people plugged into boards and commissions. How do you do
Yep.
that? You get them engaged by understanding your
Yeah.
operation. Jerome, you want to talk about number 8? Because obviously that's a summary of a lot of stuff that we're talking about here that is not in place. Part of it, you've got some resources, but maybe this is a good point to talk through that since this is new to the commission.
Sure, thanks. I could talk about this one all day, and
Yeah, we know.
with,
We will have to fit in a lunch sooner or later.
So keep it short. Myself and, the finance director, Kimberly Williams have probably talked about this the most out of anybody. And, the identification of the performance management analyst who will sort of be our go-to person on this. That position is being advertised now. We'll get that person in here in January. And then by the time, they get on board, they'll fit right into this strategic planning exercise where we start to put things out, put the measurables out there, and it should just roll again right into the budget process. So there's a cycle there that this system is going to fit into. But when you start to see this information that is coming out of it, the value is going to be sort of very evident. Now, it'll still evolve, we'll still tweak it, you'll still tweak it. You know, it's not going to be in stone from day one. Like Mr. Thomas said earlier, it is a fluid system. So
Yeah.
we do look forward to it. We're very excited about it, and I think it's a growth opportunity for all of us, internally and externally.
That's great.
And the staff has embraced it as well. I do got to give credit to a lot of them who have looked at it and said, even during this exercise, you know, how can we make sure this system is the best system for all of us?
Right. Excellent.
I have to say thank you to the city manager for even bringing that forward.
Yeah.
That puts our city to
Right.
the next level, and really appreciate what he's brought to us to the table, so the team can fall in line right under you.
My pleasure.
And Debbie, you raised a question yesterday when we were going through the indicators. You said, how much of this is going to, you know, if I adopt these indicators, is it going to cost me anything? I think Jerome's got some good news as it relates to the automation of this system. You want to highlight that? Give you a chance to.
Absolutely. We actually use currently right now OpenGov for a reporting platform, but included in what we've already purchased is other different components that allow us for performance measures and metrics, and all we have to do is scrub the data with them in order to make sure that it's accurate, and then we're able to post it online. Now, I don't believe a lot of people have seen this, but if you were to go to tampa.gov, they have a model already in place where they have their goals, their pillars. You click on it. It links to a lot of their metrics, and some of them are output metrics, and some of them are going to be sort of performances we have with, you know, percentages of increase, maintain, up and down. But the goal is to put it all there in a very easily digestible and easily ability to find on our website. We're not going to bury this somewhere. And I've spoken already to our PIO, and you know, there's a transparency page that we have, and this should be a flagship on that page. And I'm not even sure how many people know about the transparency page. I didn't know about it until like a week ago. And I'm like, well, this is great. This is where this will go. And he's also looking at refreshing our website so that it's not so busy with words, but maybe more of the bar that's in the middle that allows you to search, pull down the footer that looks like it's at the end of the page, because if you can actually scroll up and down on that home page, but the footer just makes it look like you're at the end of it when you enter it. But, you know, he's working on that. And, you know, the page will also have like bar charts and graphs and different things that people can gravitate towards, so they don't have to sort of dig and figure it out. You know, it should be simple. It should be very easily digestible. So I think that when you see that, we're going to make it in a way that everyone's going to be able to say, oh, I understand it. You know, I may not agree with it, but I at least understand it.
Right.
And then we can talk about the disagreements as we move forward.
And just as an added issue, navigation on the site.
Correct.
That's the complaints that I get. It's
Yes.
very hard to get information or find where it's at. So when you're revamping, just keep that in mind as well.
Absolutely. And we have had a couple of meetings about it already, and I know he's had a couple of meetings with his team about it. The goal there is for a refresh. If we were to like really redo it, looking like some of the other ones that we've seen that are like very simple, there's a cost to it that we don't want to sort of bite off this year without having gone through the budget process to include it. So we're doing what we can within the money that we have, but improvement immediately is the goal.
Good.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right, and Deb's got one too. Listening to what you were saying and looking at number 9 up here too, I believe the majority of us were contacted by some personnel in the fire department pertaining to that transparency page where it tells how much they have made. And the firefighters work more hours than what a normal worker works. So they were wondering whether those transparency pages need to reflect the number of hours that are put into certain categories of employees.
I had that same conversation because they're working approximately 800 hours more per year due to their shift orientations. And it's just not fair because normal hours are 2,080. for a 40-hour work week
Right.
for the year, and they're actually doing a lot more and getting compensated for it, but it's not for a regular work week.
Exactly.
And so as we talked about that issue that came up a week or so ago, there's pros and cons to changing the model that's on there right now. The model on there right now just takes the name and salary. If you were to put the number of hours of the normal, year, and then you add the overtime to it, if I were to read that, the first thing I'm going to say is, why are you paying someone $800 overnight? That is a problem. The fire chief and other people who understand the model would say, no, that's the structure of how that public safety department operates. Is built into our model. And then you have to go down the explanation of explaining to someone who doesn't
Right,
necessarily understand that, well, why are you doing that? And to me, that is a harder explain than saying to someone, hey, their hours are based on, especially when you look at a fire person, it's based on the structure that we have implemented. Because they may come back and say, well, why don't you hire one new person for every 2.5 amount of overtime that you have in order to cut down on that? And there's pros and cons of that. But I think universal practice, or I should say maybe a nationally accepted practice, especially other places I have seen, is to have an overtime model.
Right.
The overtime model itself, though, is not one that I take very lightly, because there is built-in overtime and then there's overtime. And I am like, wait a minute. My goal is always to reduce that gap to make sure that we're in a position where we're not sort of just accepting overtime as an unlimited pot of time. That's what you don't want. And I can tell you right now, and I haven't even told this to the chief yet, I haven't even looked at all of his current overtime figures, but I can guarantee I'm almost going to recommend that we need to bring it down. And that's just how I think. And I might be wrong, I might be right, but that's a conversation we'll have with him and the finance director during the budget time. But it will always be something we look at. And the people who are looking at that number, who actually made that sort of, not complaint, but, brought it to our attention, they should know that we're always going to continue to look at overtime. But that's a much harder and longer conversation to have if we expand the current model that we actually have out there, where we just say, this is the person, this is their salary.
Well, what some people might be more familiar with is the concept of base salary and bonus. And what a lot of companies say is they have sort of a goal of what they want to pay people, but there's a base salary and then there's a performance component.
Correct.
So what I hear you saying is that to a certain level, the overtime compensates perhaps for a lower base salary in firefighters. Is that what I'm hearing?
I would say that maybe not compensate, but I will say that if you were to change your model and remove the overtime from the benefit that those workers are receiving, we would have a problem. Because other jurisdictions would be doing that, and then we would be left out of it, and we would lose more, or it would hinder the ability to recruit the staff that we need.
Right, we wouldn't be competing.
Correct. And there are places around us who are having a serious struggle with staffing in that area right now. And I can be honest to tell you, we do not want to lose any of our people right now. It is a tough time out there to hire people. And I see the fire chief coming down here to clarify anything I may have misspoke on. I apologize, chief, but I hope I said it correctly.
You did. Scott Titus, Fire Chief for the Fire Rescue District. Somehow this filtered through a firefighter to you also. My apologies, because I had this discussion with the city manager. Some of the things people don't see is the way, and some of this is set up by our collective bargaining agreement. When we have overtime, overtime goes kind of on a rolling schedule. So if it's called and you say no, and you say no, and then it goes to the next person and they say yes. Well, there's no limit on how many times to say yes if the position is needed. Much like I spoke with the city manager the other day, there are times we purposefully do not fill positions for a period of time because we're trying to go to a twice-a-year hiring schedule. So if we can absorb that, and we do that because we save overtime on the training side, and then also sometimes it doesn't make sense to do a hiring group. It's very difficult to do a hiring group of 15. It's also doesn't make a lot of sense to do a hiring group of 1 if you know you have other vacancies coming up. So we try and balance that. So we're trying to go to a January and July hiring model to do that. So I say that because some of those vacancies that we're going to fill this year, those positions are open now, or they were open. We're starting positions in January for the current vacancies that we have. Those have been open. So again, on that rotating schedule, some people are base salary, and when you look at that transparency page, that has their built-in overtime, because FSLA, anything they work over 53 hours is automatic overtime. And so on the weeks where they work Sunday, Wednesday, Saturday, it's a 72-hour work week, so that's built into their salary. But there's a firefighter on the transparency page. I think he's number 5 overall in the city. He's a firefighter paramedic. He takes every bit of overtime he can get. I think the city manager said to me, "Wasn't that tough on his home life?" And I said, "Yes, it is." But he elected does that. So anyway, that just adds a little bit more. But everything that the city manager said is absolutely correct.
When I brought this up, I just want to state that it was brought to us because a citizen got on that page, looked at it, then started griping on Facebook about the amount of money our firefighters pay. We're used to being attacked all the time in the positions that we're in. They're not. So it was kind of hard to swallow, I'm sure, on their part. So I just wanted to bring it up as long as this was being discussed when we're thinking of revamping that type of system, that we maybe take in mind what Doug had done, giving that overall capture, for both internal and external. We might want to state, these salaries take into, into case by case, depending upon the system of the department.
Thank you.
And you don't
Any
have
other
to explain it
questions?
because, as he said, people aren't
yet.
going to understand when you say this
Right,
much,
right.
and then over time, they're not going to get it.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
Was your question on this same item? Because I have one on this same item. Okay, let me ask my question real quick, and then you can, before we deviate from this. On where it says we're doing the 10-year financial sufficiency, is that Stantec? Is that? Okay, have we thought about doing that citywide? Or like our general fund and everything going forward? I know I've had this discussion with you about that, to where we can plan, keep our millage rate constant this way as we're going, everything, budget is here
Right.
throughout the whole process. But going forward, it could be more streamlined, saying, this is what we're planning on doing, and having a consultant like that on board might be able to ease those umps and valleys.
And I will definitely ask our finance director to, see if he has the desire to chime in on this. But from what I have seen, the consultant and their use in like a long range plan like that is normally to a very specific and targeted area. To use it for us overall for a 10-year period would be quite challenging, and I could be wrong. But what we want to do is to better plan overall, so that we have a longer outlook than just the year that we're in. Because the fluctuations for a budget of our size and our needs, and what we see now versus what we might see in 18 or 24 months could change sort of drastically. And when I say drastically, I mean you're going to be now asked to make decisions on our millage rate compared to maybe some of our peer jurisdictions that may not be in the best light for us. But we as a city have got to make some decisions on how we fund things such as infrastructure that maybe we have not funded in the past, maybe they did in the past. We can't and shouldn't compare everything to what someone else does, but we are going to have to make some tough decisions in the next 12 months that, even regardless of those decisions, a 10-year plan in the city overall could be pretty difficult to stick to, or pretty difficult to sort of give someone an impression that it may not change but so much. But what I don't want is for someone to come back and say, well, you have a 10-year plan right here, so in year 6, I don't want to see an increase of more than, that just sets a false expectation.
And I understand that. And the reason I'm asking is I've got a list of about 15 to 20 comparable cities in Florida that utilize these plans
Right.
going forward. And what it would do is I think it would just mellow out the diversity. Instead of going through every year going, we need this, we need this, we need this, we plan for the future, and we can worry about the price boulevards. We can worry about the stormwater weirs. We can have all this stuff planned out, and it's through a consultant that helps us get there, rather than picking and choosing every year on what expenditures we're going to do. Because like you just said, things are going to change. We may have to take from this to this to get it done, but yet we still have all these other things that we
Right.
need to manage to get done as well, or we're gonna be holding the bag when they fall apart.
Absolutely, and I think that that is so important, and we can include the CIP conversation in there, the surtax conversation, all of that. But this is my consultant, Director Williams. Please chime in.
All right, good morning. We're still Kim Williams. So I think the problem we're looking at, describing the up and down of our millage rate, that has not been data-driven. So I think that this whole focus of data-driven decision-making, tying it to the strategic plan, all of that is going to solve that issue.
Right.
So we already do 5-year budgeting for capital improvement items. The projects that you mentioned would be in that 5-year budgeting. Or we do some limited operating fund 5-year projections. But I caution on that because it is very difficult for us to project expenditures for a 5-year period. There's always fluctuations in any one year that make a big difference to gas prices, to construction prices, to everything. As an example, again, this was COVID year, but for 2020, state revenue projections were off by 35%. So that's a drastic example, but that's just an example of what I'm saying. So if you're off in year one by 35% on something, and then you multiply that for another 4 years after that, you end up way off. So I'm cautionary about putting that on paper, and then people think, oh, this is real, this is what's going to happen. This is because it's very difficult to do that for operating funds. For capital funds, absolutely, we already do that, and we'll continue. I don't know if that.
No, I understand what you're saying.
Yes.
But with our whole financial package as a city going out there and trying to accomplish goals, I love having multiple tools in the shed. And it's not anything to do with our financial department or what's going on. Having another voice guiding us as well is just like having another tool in the shed. It's a consultant. Yes, it's an added expense, but it also streamlines things. Just like we're blessed with the fire department each year, we're going through, they already know where they need to be and what they're looking at. And we go, okay, yeah, that sounds feasible. They need to go up like 5% or whatever the case may be. We're there. But we're picking and choosing every single budget year. I've been through 3 of them, and it's like we got to pick and choose what's good, we got to wait on this, but we really wanted to do it 2 years ago. It turns into a mess each year. It's very, very, it's very convoluted.
But we'll have priorities. What the
Exactly.
challenge has been in the past is how do you decide one project versus the other? Because we haven't agreed on what's most important, what's second, et cetera, et cetera.
And that is an annual chore that
Right.
I don't know how to not have, because there will never be enough money to do everything.
Right.
So
Right.
there's always, and I hate when people say, well, you're picking winners or losers. Well, to a point, yeah,
Yeah, you
you
have
are, because that's the job and that's the challenge. You referenced earlier some comparable cities who have done the 10-year plan. I would love to see, or know who they are so we can look at them and then see if that's a model that we correct, that we would
Right.
want to go to, because it could be, very valuable. But from a standpoint that I think what we're saying is that, based on the amount of money that we have, based on the priorities that we will sort of rank, have, and ultimately have to decide upon, it would be challenging to go to a 10-year model without having to change it so much that someone would say, well, why are you doing this if you're changing 30-40% of it every year, then, why are we doing it? But either way, I think that being open to new ideas and innovative approaches is something we should not close the door on. So we're happy to look at those cities and what they do.
And I'll be glad
how
to
we
talk to you about it in the future too,
Yeah.
sir.
You're
I
not
would-
shy, so I'm sure.
Yeah, I would hate to throw in a consultant for the overall thing, especially at this point. We're finally getting it where it needs to be within the city, and it needs some few years in order to work all those cogs out so that it does run smoothly. We already, the fire department has their consultant, but that's a defined entity. We bring consultants in for others because it's that defined entity that we're looking at. So we do that. She's mentioned CIP, the 5-year. We've even brought in consultants for that. So as we need the consultants, we're not shy to bring them in, but to have somebody come in who's going to know all of everything that goes on, no. Use the consultant when you need to. Some of the past that's been done that I think is wrong toward the fire department coming from the general fund, not going to happen under this man's watch. So I think we definitely, before we start looking at something as drastic as somebody else handling our finances, I think we need to let this work through.
And I'll just say this, thank you, Commissioner. You know, the budget process is so much more of an art than a science. And, you know, I even said this again to the director this morning. I cannot wait to spend more time with her to go over all those little nooks and crannies and figure out what we're going to do. And ideally, we would like to tie our budget to an outcome-based model. Looking at each dollar, what are we getting for it? Are we getting the value that we want for it? Are we still even prioritizing that anymore? Do we need to go in a different direction? How are we including these in there? There are going to be so many conversations that are going to be extremely valuable, but what did I call it this morning? I say battles or wars or whatever I said. There's going to be a lot of that internally, but, you know, and with yourselves as well, it's going to be a collaborative process, and we're probably not going to be happy for a while, but at the end of it, I think that we'll realize that we've done more good than not, and you'll be proud of the product we produce.
Did you have something, Commissioner Rendell?
I just wanted to go back to the website.
Well, we're done with this, so go to the website.
If I can just jump in, just to kind of help land the plane on this one. Recognize that you do have on number 10, it's an internal effort, but a multi-year budget snapshot. This is getting a little bit of, I think, what you're talking about, but I think it's more internal. But the sense is that as you're making budgetary decisions, you're not just casting the stone the year in which it's adopted, you have a shadow that goes into outlying years. And so I think what, as Jerome said, you're obviously got a lot of moving parts right now. Number 10 is intended to give you some of that insights to say, all right, if I'm going to add 3 new people, you know, that's staffing, that's equipment, that's uniforms, but there are costs that will occur in outer years. And if it's general fund, it's going to have an implication in your millage. But as Kim has said, you got a lot of assumptions. How much are you going to grow your tax base? Nobody knew about COVID.
Right.
Nobody certainly knew about the supply chain issues. Those get to be really hard. So what I think, it's not exactly what you've suggested, Mayor, but I think the concept of what you're trying to get to, of this snapshot of understanding the implications and the decisions of what you're making now, what that means to your millage rates with some reasonable assumptions going forward. And then also to Barbara's comment, you've had a strategic plan, but I think it's been totally disjointed relative to your budgeting process. At this point, you're going to have some established priorities, which, as I said at the beginning, ought to be the lens in which you evaluate those budgetary decisions. If this is a priority and I'm not spending money on it, if I'm Jerome, I'm asking the commission, is this really a priority? And do you want to spend money? And if you don't want to spend money on it for whatever reason, maybe it ought to be eliminated or lowered in terms of the immediacy of it. And you've not had that benefit because of the nature of where you're at versus where you're going with this effort. So once again, it's a journey. You're not going to get there in one given year, but I think the tools that we're putting into place through this process will give you a better lens in which to evaluate those decisions so it doesn't feel as messy, and you can go back to say, okay, to your community, the reason we're investing X number of dollars in FY22 is we did our strategic planning process, here's our priorities, and these help us advance those priorities that are important. That's an entirely different conversation of, I kind of like this project better than this project. And it gives you some structure to have that conversation amongst yourselves and also amongst your constituents as to why you're doing something. So if that gives you some background, that's the foundational work that you're doing now.
And I appreciate you bringing that up for conversation.
I just wanted to have a conversation. I'll have more.
But I think a big component is education for residents to realize that the budget every year is fluid. I mean, like we said, there are things that get thrown in there that we can't figure on, whereas the fire department, like you said, they know their constants and
Right.
variables. They know what they have to work with, and that's why they can do something like that. But,
And let's be clear, the 10-year piece of the fire one, which I know I'm just getting into this year, that's not an easy process. We believe the benefits outweigh the cons, but there is definitely a interaction with our overall finance philosophy and process that is not as easy as it may look like up there. I think the fire chief would tell you he's glad that that's up there and we support that being there, but you know, it is a intricate piece of the process that goes through to get to the outcome annually for our finance and our other leadership.
Do you do a power assessment fee here? Or do you cover it out of general fund? Yeah, so that helps you justify your cost as well in that regard, that you've done a snapshot of that. Yep.
All right, moving back to the website.
Okay.
Thank you.
City manager had mentioned a few things that would be changed on the website, maybe not minor changes now and then maybe bigger changes coming down the pipeline, is what
Right.
I'm hearing. One of the biggest frustrations, even when I go on the website, is links that are dead.
Mhm.
It is so frustrating when you go to a link and it's either dead or it takes you someplace else.
Mhm.
And it's like, wait a minute, why? So hopefully that will be on the radar to kind of clean up a little bit.
Absolutely. And I would say, oh, I see our PIO on the move, but unless
Josh, we finally get you to the podium.
Well, I would say yes. As far as dead links, and again, that is always a problem. And I hope he's probably going to say that's part of our continuing our maintenance of our website,
Right.
so that they are removed, and because that is so frustrating. My issues and challenges with the website I've expressed to Mr. Taylor before I got here. I was like, what in the world? It felt like you guys were doing like so many plans and so many things, but I couldn't find any results, any action items, any updates. And, so overall, to me, the transfer of information from us to the viewer was not good. And that includes, dead sites or links that took you somewhere that you didn't want to go, and then finding information. It was very wordy on that front page. But anyway, so the dead links is definitely something we're going to speak to, and I hope he will tell you more about it. But yeah, I wasn't happy either.
Sure. Well, thank you. Overall, we have
Feedback is a gift,
Yeah,
right?
we had 5.5 million visits to the page views last year. Every time you guys, when I talk to you, you all say that you hear concerns with the website. I can count on this many hands how many people have reported to us this past year how many issues they have. So typically that's kind of a red alert for me, like, oh my gosh, we're getting a significant amount of people. That just doesn't happen. But we always want to improve and do it. We actually have approved in the budget a program that monitors our site for when it goes down, when it goes up. Do we have broken links? Do we have misspellings? So all of that takes place. We monitor that weekly. Right now we have a quality assurance rating of almost 97% on the website. Typically, what we find when there's broken links is that it's a link to somebody else's page, maybe the county or something, and they've gone through a process of changing their hyperlinks, and then it breaks on our end. So then we get an alert, we go in and we change it. Certainly, if you see some of these things on a consistent basis, we can tackle those immediately because we're constantly working on it. We have met as a team to go through what can we do affordably this year quickly, just to kind of refresh it, give it a look, maybe simplify it. One thing I think people forget is, basically our website is like 10 websites in one. I mean, some cities have, the police department has their own page in different branches. So to be able to jam all of that information, we have 75 users that contribute to the website. So keeping them educated and trained is certainly a challenge at times. But again, that program helps us. We know that you approved a significant amount of funds for economic development this year to create a separate website that will give that a clean look too. So it's a constant challenge.
I go to the search bar whenever I want to find something, go to the search bar. So I don't have an issue. The search bar brings up,
It really
brings up
does.
what I
and,
need.
and part of it, when sometimes people just don't notice it, or like, I don't know, they think maybe it takes you out to Google or something. So we actually had to change the lettering inside the box to say, like, what do you want?
Yeah.
Kind of, so to speak. So I think one of our goals with the relooking at it is to make sure that search bar is highlighted, because that's where I go.
Yeah, I
'Cause
always go
there's a
there.
bunch of drop downs and this and that and this and that, but
But it's-
really, if you just type it in.
But as far as the material, the content, the usability, it is so much better than it was when I first came into office. And
By
I
far.
have to state that.
The program that
Um,
we've got to monitor it has really, really helped.
The issues that our city manager found when he went onto the website, because they don't exist. I mean, and that is why he's the man of the hour to set the city on the course that it needs to go, because couldn't find them because they weren't there. And that's why we're doing this process right now. It's one of the things that's going to take us to that future. So I can't blame the website for not producing something that didn't exist.
And part of our stuff, we have, if you go look at other sites, we probably have, I don't even remember the number, but I think we almost have too much information, but that's not necessarily a popular thing. But we have stuff that dates back to like 2009. And part of our challenge is everything needs to be ADA compliant. So some of the processes just 2 years ago really weren't compliant with that. So it's a heavy lift, but we'll continue to work on it. And when you see stuff, please let us know. I mean, and some of you do, so that's good.
And when I'm digging for something, the only issue that I have is it's not what I'm looking for. So then I have to put in a public record request or get in touch with that, because it hasn't, the latest and greatest material wasn't put in. And I don't know if that's your job, the department's job, I don't know. But then I make that request to get the latest and greatest or more if it's there. Oftentimes, the more isn't there, doesn't exist.
And also I'll just say, thanks to Josh and his team, when someone like me comes in and says, I don't like something, it's easy to get sensitive about it because you put your time into it and now someone's coming in and saying, well, we want to change it. He has not been that way. His staff has not been that way. And many other of our directors, based on input that I have given, have not been that way. So I thank them for not being overly sensitive. And just like when people come to me and say, well, things need to be differently, we don't take it personally. We are like, let's figure out how to get to the outcome that we all want. So I thank them for their effort in listening and his action on trying to, move something, down the road, knowing that we're trying to move it without money that's in the budget to move it as far and as fast as I would like. So we're always trying to find that balance. So I appreciate the effort so far.
And I appreciate that too. Obviously, having a perspective that's not normal or hasn't been here, you notice things. When you live in your house and you live with the crack, and then somebody comes in and goes, "What's going on with that crack?"
Yeah, you stop seeing it.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and one thing that we always try and keep in mind is just the affordability and trying to keep things low. If we don't have a huge problem per se, just trying to work with it, because these improvements to the site, they're not cheap. You guys gave us, just as an example, you guys wanted a button that now comes up on the website. It's actually really nice that says meeting in progress. So when people go to our website and this just only comes up when we have a meeting like today, it's thousands of dollars for that button. So we don't have a programmer here who can work with the site. Everybody's kind of, some cities have like a webmaster, and so we don't really have some of those things. So it's a part of our job to do. So we've been given a focus, so we'll focus on it.
Thank you.
Okay, where are we at here now, Mr. Thomas?
I just brought that one back up because that was under a priority of 24/7 access to the website portal. These were the priorities. Those are the last piece of the priorities here. Yeah, just go back there. We've had that one up, so I assumed, I know we talked about the snapshot when the mayor was raising it. So this was the last of the priority. I'm thinking as we finish up priorities, before we go to indicators, it's 10 after 12, I think lunch is here, so we probably want to land when we're done with priorities, and then we'll pick up after lunch.
Move you
Yep.
towards, sir.
Yep. So this is the last piece you've not really looked at yet?
Yes.
I love number 11.
I like 12.
I love 11. I think so often we build something without considering what are the maintenance costs of that asset's going to be into the future. And that's why we wind up with Algol centers and those
I
kinds of
will.
things.
Also, on number 13, as we were working with staff, a number of the pillars all talked about leveraging grants and financial resources. We decided to just put it all under good governance, saying regardless if it's a project, a grant, an assistance, just put it here, and it cut across your entirety of your operations.
And I believe I've spoken to most of you, if not all of you, regarding the vision for our grants, program. We currently have one person who does a phenomenal job, and that is great, but we really need to expand the opportunity for us to find more grants that sort of benefit the city. And there are, whether it's in fire, there's a few other places that have grant writing abilities or, resources and staff, but we really need sort of that one-stop, one-shop grant ownership. And we have the right person over it overall, but she needs help and support. So we are exploring a model to add resources under her behalf.
Yes.
I'm looking at 14 and 15, and I view them more as an indicator, especially when you're talking about the welcome packets, because over in that other area, we talked about giving information to the new people. So I would think that would be an indicator that goes, not the previous.
No, yeah, I'm trying to recall if we had something on that. That's what I was just going here.
Yeah, it was under another category.
It was the welcome pack.
Because we added the information.
We added, I know that under, and this is the indicator, under the annual employee wellness fair, number 14, there was a effort to increase the number of participants.
You have it under a priority.
Right.
They're slightly different. If you go to the priority, was to develop relationships, and then the tracking was to increase the number of participants. So there was a distinction there. I know it's subtle, but that was what was.
But the
I'm looking at
welcome
14.
packet is
The
a
wel- okay.
number
14
previous.
looks like an indicator.
Yeah, you're right. That should be, you're 14, you're right. That should be an indicator. Yep.
Yeah.
Get that. 14 is an indicator. I'm just going to put it down here for now. Okay. So let's go back here to here. Okay, so this one that you were raising, Jill, develop relationships with their partnership, that related back to a slightly different indicator, which was to this one here, increase the number of vendors. So one was to develop relationships as a goal to try to get more participation or to have that relationship with area vendors and programs, and the metric was to increase the number of that. So, there was a slight distinction. I realized there's a shade of gray, but
It was the one above it that bothered me most.
okay. I'm sorry, go back to here.
I'm good with it.
Good spot.
Yes, ma'am.
Number 14, why are we just focusing on wellness and safety fair? There's many other employee events that we have. It's not just the wellness fair. We have our lunch
Summers.
this is employee stuff. We have our employee appreciation lunch, the picnic lunch, and if we can get vendors to participate in those employee events as opposed to one singular event.
Are those events do they already have vendors there? And you're saying we need more, or are you trying to introduce them into that event?
You got your staff.
We
your
had
director come.
just recently an employee appreciation lunch, and they had all the food trucks and stuff like that. There was a couple vendors that were there. So I'm concerned with focusing on one employee annual event.
Well, I
as
think the
opposed to
reason they
all.
had the vendors there was to give us a different choice of food venues.
I just know that there's various employee things that we do, whether it's lunch and learns, whether it's, after work kind of events for wellness programs.
Be everything.
It-
What you're
it-
saying.
it- I'm looking at totality in events for employees.
I'll let her respond before I respond.
Sure. Christine
Yeah,
McDade,
thank you.
Human Resources Director. I think we selected this one because this is the one where we have multiple vendors who come, and we've developed the relationships over the last few years. And every year we've been able to increase that. With COVID, some of the local vendors, like all over the country, there were staffing issues and they didn't have people to man their office and then come to an employee-sponsored event. But you're right, there are other events on a smaller scale, a much smaller scale, like and it was the first year we did it this way, we had the food trucks come, and we had just a handful. But we did focus on that. We can reword that, but that is one way that HR can increase our outreach. But most of our events are just that. They're for employees, so that's the only difference. So
But
if
I'm
we want to
also-
reword that,
But lunch and learn can be expanded.
yeah, those
Through
can be
various
included
vendors,
to our
and that's
wellness.
what I was
So I don't
looking
know
at.
if we want to reword
Yeah, let's
it.
just say, how about something like this?
Wait a minute.
Hold on,
Wait a minute.
before you do that,
Right.
though. See, what I'm looking at too is this is their priority. You can have funneling off going down into other events from this. This is what their goal is to make this more grandioso. This is where our pot is that we're picking all the vendors from. Invite them from this one to other ones. So I'm good with the way it is, but I know you wanted to say something.
No, I agree. Before we start expanding that one, I took to what you said, the same thing as I would say is as the overall event that we're talking about has the different vendors so the employees can be exposed to them. The other ones are fine. And if she were to say that, yes, we need to have more participation in food trucks and that to give them more options, great. But like this one, when we went to this one, I don't know how many vendors you had there, but as we were going through, and there wasn't it's just my opinion, I'm sorry, the volume of people in there at the time that I went, and the mayor was with me, I wanted more people in there. And based on the different schedules of our staff, it may just not be realistic. But part of what I want to get with you on is how do we do that? And one thing I thought of, you're bringing back your in-person orientations. So who's to say we can't get that same group of vendors to come back on a quarterly basis with all the new employees from that same quarter and then sort of introduce them? Because we're talking about, financial services that our people need to hear about, the 457 plans and how they're saving for their future. I think one of them might have been insurance. We had banking there. We had a great amount of vendors there that people may just not have been exposed to. So us thinking outside of the traditional box to figure out how we can better engage that audience is going to be great if we can, figure that out. And to me, that's how you develop the relationships with the more vendor relationships you develop and the more exposure you can get them to our employees, new or otherwise, is going to be where the value is.
Right, and part of employee wellness includes the more, you always have smoking cessation and nutritional, but financial wellness is so
Suicide,
important.
yes.
Mental health is so important.
Yes.
So we are trying to expand. And the one thing I think we've missed that we've been doing a little bit of a better job is planning for retirement and pension and savings. We had FRS there last week, December 1st. It seems like a long time ago, but yeah, there's a lot of discussion. But that is one way that human resources can do a little more. And we have developed a lot of really good relationships that we have repeat people coming back, repeat vendors too. So however I guess my point is, however you want to structure that, we're willing. Obviously.
Do we also
Hold
need,
on, she had poked me first. I mean,
because he's facing away from me, so I poke him. Do we also need to have a metric in terms of increasing employee participation in these events?
Sure. Yeah. I can get the number very quickly, but we had a great number of folks participate. They measure that by the number of the bags they give out, and the meal tickets and such, and they can actually tell you how many they had. Oh my gosh, I will get that by the end of the day. I can't remember what it was, but it was very impressive. And what we've done in the last 2 years because of COVID, we tried to do like an internal outdoor intern. What am I trying to say? Indoor, outdoor. Sorry, I'm hungry, I think, or something. But, have it just, and then people, they look, they're like, oh, where's the smoothie person? And people get used, it's a nice event.
Right.
And I'm always happy to see all of you there as well. That's my question. Hey, did you see our commissioners were able to come and see what we're doing? Because it's a good way to engage our employees, to offer healthy and wellness opportunities. And it just makes for an overall great workplace when we can do that for our employees. So.
Jerome and I were there like in the last hour of it. So if we would have been there at 11, we probably would have seen, because that's mostly where the workers' lunchtime is. We might have seen more participation, but our schedules didn't permit us to get there early.
Well, and some people get there earlier, like people are at the beginning.
Right.
But do we have it? Thank you. Nearly 250 people.
Good.
So.
Did you have something, Commissioner Luke?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
I just don't want it to focus on just the fair. That's why I was bringing it up. I'm looking at increasing the vendor and employee participation in all employee benefit and wellness programs. That's why I was bringing it up. I just was concerned with focusing on one when there's so many wonderful things your department does for the employees to help get the word out. That's why I brought it up, to see if maybe we could just kind of tweak the wording.
My part was just going to be to ask Christine if that would fit, if we remove just the annual employee wellness and safety fair and open it up to city events.
City employee events, the employee program.
With local vendors, right? Because the thing says about local vendors, so we're talking about relationships, and I don't know how many local vendors we have at each of our employee events.
Is it just vendors instead of local?
Well, it's always been our goal to utilize our local businesses when it comes to catering, our employee luncheon. In the past, we just had one, person or one company catering. We always were, our push was to certainly use someone locally. We would like to do that. This last time we had several food trucks, and I believe they were from the region. I mean, we couldn't get everybody. Sometimes there's just not availability, or they don't have we don't have the business for that. But we certainly try, and we work with our procurement folks to make sure we're going through the right process.
I like that, Doug.
Does that get to?
Yeah.
That get you there? I think it is a primary event, but it can branch off. You good with that? That worked?
Yeah.
That's
I
good.
mean, you added to it, so, yeah.
Okay.
Anything else?
All right, the
I think
next
we're-
things are all into key indicators, so this is probably a good
Yep,
breaking point. We'll come back
we will
after
break.
lunch and pick up good governance key indicators.
Yep, we
Makes
will
sense?
break for lunch. It's 12:22, let's be back at 1:30.
Oh my gosh, this is gonna be great!
This is George, your city arborist for the city of Northport. Today, we're going to discuss the tree permit. I get a lot of calls about the tree permit. A lot of people are confused on how to fill it out. So I'm just going to do a quick overview of the tree permit. People ask me, why do we need a tree permit? We are 21 years in a row tree city. We try to maintain our tree canopy. We have a 35% canopy requirement that is in the ULDC code. Tree permit is $18.75. If you're caught cutting down a tree and do not obtain a permit, you will be fined $250. The tree permit is good for a year. At the top left-hand corner of the permit, it says inspections. There's a phone number. Please call that number. It's an automated system that will set up a final inspection for the inspector to come out and close out the permit. Please have the permit posted somewhere when the tree work is being done and at the final inspection. If the paperwork is not where the inspector can find it, they will fail the inspection. You can drop off your permit at City Hall. Well, it must be dropped off. You cannot email it in. There's a drop box for small permits or the drive-through window. Okay, this has been another video of Ask the Arborist. If you have any questions, please visit the city website at cityofnorthport.com.
If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, you really ought to show it. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings.
When you're following behind large trucks, you want to make sure that you're following at a safe distance. And if you don't know that safe distance, just remember, if you can't see their mirrors, they can't see you.
We stop at about 1,000 houses a day. In order for us to complete that, and be safe, we try not to rush in between the houses. It takes us a little time. We're not trying to slow you down. We're just trying to get things up in an orderly fashion. How our trucks work, we have two different types of trucks that pick up residential garbage and recycle. We have one that's a side loader, and we have one that's a front loader. When that bucket comes out of the top of the truck and is positioned to pick up cans up front, you have probably 8-9 feet in front of you that the people behind you passing may not know about.
On a large truck, construction vehicles, etc., there's a lot of flashing lights. So just make sure their brake lights, you're paying attention to their brake lights and their blinkers so you know what they're intending to do. So you want to make sure that you're not on a double yellow line or a curve and you have good visibility for oncoming traffic so you can pass safely.
If you're too close and you go to pass, you never know what's around the corner.
When coming up to an intersection behind a large vehicle, realize that you can't pass within 100 foot of an intersection. Go through that intersection safely, following at a safe distance, and then once your lines allow you to pass, do so safely when there's not oncoming traffic.
Safety first. Don't risk your life to get somewhere sooner. All right? You're gonna hurt yourself or somebody else. Let's just keep it safe.
Hello, I'm David, and today we're doing another episode of Ask the Arborist. We've had a lot of questions come in about gopher tortoises in the city of Northport. We certainly have a lot of them, and today we're going to answer some of those questions that have been coming in. The first one is, what happens when there's a gopher tortoise on a vacant lot and a builder puts in a land clearing permit and wants to build or develop that lot? Well, when they submit a land clearing permit, myself or George Murphy, the other arborist, we go out to the land and we walk the lot for gopher tortoise burrows. This is what they look like. The gopher tortoise is a keystone species, and up to 350 different animals depend on this burrow. So the state, or the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, has protected the animal and its burrows. So we do our very best to make sure that these do not get disturbed. By doing so, we walk vacant lots when land clear permits get issued to ensure that there are not any burrows. If there are burrows or gopher tortoises on that lot, we do not issue a land clear permit. What we do instead is contact the builder and let them know that they have to hire an authorized gopher tortoise agent who is certified through the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to relocate the tortoise that may or may not be inside that burrow. This process is a permitted process through the state or Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, and we won't issue the permit until we've got permission from the state that that burrow has been excavated and that tortoise has been relocated. So another question we had is, where do the tortoises go once they've been relocated? The tortoises go to a permanent conservation land, which is deemed a recipient site for tortoises. It's a very happy place for them to go, and they can live out their days. Tortoises live up to 60 years, so we want to protect them and continue their species on for further generations.
Hi, I'm Josh Taylor. I'm the Public Information Officer and Communications Manager for the City of Northport, and we're joined now by our Emergency Manager, Mike Ryan.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here. I'm looking forward to another, hopefully not as exciting hurricane season.
Mike is somewhat new to the city. How long have you been here?
I've been here since the end of February, so this would be my first hurricane season with the City of Northport, but come down from Hillsborough County, where I spent the last 8 years. So hurricanes are not an unfamiliar occurrence.
Lots of experience,
Yes.
for sure.
Yes.
But we're going to try and make this as succinct and as valuable for folks as possible.
Absolutely.
Not quick, but get bang for our buck here.
Absolutely. So what is the city currently doing to prepare for hurricane season? Much like individuals, we are going through our preparedness checklist. Basically what that means is we're making sure that all our supplies are in place, all of our personnel, all our staff are ready in case they need to come back to work. They have their plans in place for what they need to bring, what they need for their families. We're testing our power equipment to make sure everything is up and running, performing as it should. Making sure that we have enough supplies on hand, such as fuel, and that everybody's going through the proper training. Everybody's understanding what roles they need to play during a disaster and after the disaster. So we're doing everything that a family and individual would do to prepare, just like anybody else, to be ready for the worst case scenario.
So I think it's important that the community knows that we're getting ready. I'm confident that we'll be ready.
Absolutely, we will be ready.
Yeah. So that's kind of our role.
Yes.
What do individuals need to be doing out there?
What they're looking for from an individual viewpoint is be prepared to be self-sustaining. The general rule has always been for 72 hours. We'd like to push it out, especially with the occurrence of Michael and such of the larger storms, to be prepared for 4 or 5 days. You're looking at making sure you have enough food to carry you, yourself, and your family for 4 or 5 days. A gallon of water per person per day is always a good thing. Have your medications with you. You want to stay in touch, so you want to have a battery-powered radio so you can stay in communications, making sure that you understand what's going on, if there's anything action you need to take, so that if you do lose power, you can maintain communications. Flashlights for when it gets dark. If you have children, bring games, and for yourself, bring something to read, because it might be a while.
Yeah, and I think we've noticed more recently with COVID that people start hoarding some supplies.
Yes,
That can
yes.
certainly happen. So
Yes.
now is a good time to get some of this stuff together.
Now's a good time to go out and get what you need. Now's a good time to do the planning because you don't want to plan in the middle of a crisis because eventually you're going to forget something. You don't have kind of checklist to go by. So do it now when there's no stress. And you go out and take your time and get what you need. You don't have to get everything all at once. So you can kind of separate out the items that you need to get over a period of time. So it's a good thing to start doing it now.
And we know that there'll be a tax day coming up. With
Absolutely.
some breaks there too.
Absolutely. So take advantage of those.
Tax
They
week.
can be
Maybe
very-
it's a whole week. Is
a
it?
whole week.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's one of the things that you really take advantage of. You get some really a lot of good materials for a very, very good price.
So what, for maybe, we have a lot of new residents constantly here in Northport. What can all residents expect leading up to, if a storm is threatening our area, what will that, I know they're all different, but what will that kind of be like?
Basically what you're going to see is, of course, watching your local newscast, your favorite newscast, your weather person. They're going to kind of lay out what's going to happen in broad general terms. Kind of give you an idea of what to expect in terms of the storm intensity, in terms of timing, et cetera, et cetera. From the city's viewpoint, what we're going to do is provide additional information, some detailed information. If we're opening evacuation centers, where are those going to be located? We're going to close down any government operations. When is that going to occur? We'll provide you information for non-emergency information. If you want to report a tree down or something going on in your neighborhood, it's not an emergency, but you want to call it in so it can be addressed, we'll provide you with numbers for that. So we'll keep you informed on the details of what's going on, but also let you know what's going to happen, what you can expect.
Yeah, and we're in a much different world these days. The city, not necessarily as reliant on other third parties to get that information out. All of our social media, all of these channels, very powerful tools. Our city app, the North Report, you can download that in your app store. It's a great way we can send push notifications. We also have the emergency alert Sarasota County.
Yes.
There's plenty of it. You just need to get connected a little bit.
Yes, and one of the things that we always tell our residents is a lot of times there's going to be a period of time where we may not have any communications for an extended period of time. It may happen. This is why it's always good to let others know what your plan is. If you have a plan, share it. Let them know where you're going to be, what you plan on doing, so at least they have some idea. So there's not a frantic call. They know you're safe. They know you're okay. You told them ahead of time what you're going to be doing, what they can expect, especially if they lose communications, where you're going to be. So again, planning out ahead of time and letting them know if you do lose communications, this is what we're going to be doing at that time.
That's a good tip.
Yeah.
Evacuation centers.
Yes.
What is that going to be like?
Evacuation centers are not some place that you would make reservations for. In other words, it's going to be very austere. It's going to be very basic. It is, just like the term sounds, it's an evacuation center. This is where we bring people in to get them out of harm's way. That's the sole purpose. It's going to be very austere, very bare bones. There's going to be sheltering and protection from the elements, basic food, water, but not much more than that.
Yeah, so you need to bring some of those items. Don't just show up.
Don't show up and don't plan on making dinner reservations. You're not going to be served anything, and so whatever you could bring with you, just like your emergency kit, bring that with you.
And it's important. Sarasota County operates those for us.
Yes.
A lot of those locations are here in Northport because we're away from the coast.
Correct. Yes.
And most of them have now, if not all of them, have become pet friendly.
Yes.
And that's a big deal for folks.
Absolutely. And for our family, our pets are our family.
Sure.
We treat them just like any other member of the family. We make sure we have their papers, we make sure we have their food, make sure we have a place for them to stay, because they're going to be separate. They're not going to be with the families within the shelter themselves. They're going to put in another safe area. Just because within the shelter itself, we might have people who might have allergies to pets. So we want to keep them safe, but be prepared to take care of them. Be prepared to go take a look on them every now and then, but be prepared with them just like you would any other member of the family.
Yeah. And in years past, it used to be only certain ones were pet friendly, but now pretty much, and they knew that that was keeping people from going and getting out of harm's way.
Yes, and we understand that, like I said, pets are a very, very important part, and so we want to make sure that we're accommodating them as well.
As far as COVID's changed a lot of things in our lives, I can imagine in a evacuation center, it's, how do you balance that?
Yeah, one of the things that we've had to do over the last year is kind of provide more spacing between groups. In other words, you come in with a family, you're kind of be generally located with your family, but you'll be a little bit more distance separated from other families. The difference is a lot of times now there's not a lot of mingling. In other words, you don't see people walking around talking to each other. They kind of stay within their groups just to maintain that social distancing, just to make sure that everybody's safe, staying healthy, but they're out of harm's way. But again, it's a little bit more limited in terms of the actual social interaction.
Lots of options for shelters here in Northport. How do people know where to go?
Basically, what we will do is we will let you know what shelters are open. And as you stated before, we have several options. However, when a storm comes along, that doesn't necessarily mean that all the shelters are open. We will let our residents know what shelters are open, when they are going to open, and when they can report to those shelters. So pay very, very close attention to the shelters that are going to be open, because even though we have shelters available, doesn't necessarily mean that they're all open for every storm.
And again, we'll have a lot of that information. What we've done in Northport is anytime there's an event, whether it's COVID or a storm, we have our alerts page. It's a button that's on our city app, North Report. I'm going to keep plugging that. Or if you just go to cityofnorthport.com/alerts, we'll have all the latest info. We're sitting there 24/7, when these types of events happen, to make sure that that's all in one spot. Everybody can find it every time. It's not some new website.
Yeah, it's a great resource. It's updated real time, so you get the latest information that you need to know.
A lot of people want to know, storm happens, I'm in a shelter, when can I leave?
A lot of times, of course, you're not being held within the shelter, but what we'll do is we'll advise you, or the shelter staff will let you know when it's safe to go back outside. Just because a storm has passed does not necessarily mean that it's safe to venture outdoors, depending on how much damage the storm has done to the area. A lot of times what we'll do, we'll have crews in the area. If there's unsafe areas, we'll let you know what those are. Like you might have power downs or roads blocked or flooding. But we will let you know, let the residents of the shelter evacuation center know when it's safe to go back out and venture back to their homes or in their general area.
And I'm sure that we've made this mistake already a couple times in this interview, because it's just old habits. Shelter, center, center, shelter. Why? It was a change that was made maybe 2 years ago.
Yes.
Why?
Basically, it's actually more literal in terms of terminology. The evacuation center is literally that, an evacuation center. It's only supposed to be open for 1, 2, maybe 3 days, and then go back to its original purpose, as compared to a shelter, which is more long-term for those individuals who cannot return home, maybe to damage or whatever the case may be. Sheltering is more of a long-term. Evacuation center is short-term.
Yeah. So we apologize for just old habits, years and years of reporting and working in government. I mean, it's just it's hard to get over, but we're doing the best we can. Unfortunately, a storm hits our area. Various ranges of damage. What can we expect here in Northport?
What we're going to do is we have teams ready. As soon as the storm passes, we have teams strategically located throughout the city that as soon as the storm passes, they go out into the community. They start looking what we call a damage assessment. They start going out through the different neighborhoods, going down the major roadways, the secondary roadways. They start seeing where the damage has occurred, how much damage has occurred, what type of actions will we need to take in terms of how long, if there's a power outage, how long do we think it's going to be. Just kind of getting a big picture of what's going on and making sure that when we relay that information to our community, that we're giving the most accurate information at that time to let them know what areas they can go into, what areas they should stay away from. But we're going to try to make it as safe as possible so that our community can get back to their homes.
And probably the most difficult part with that, we've been fortunate with many storms that we haven't completely lost communication, but it's certainly possible. Cell towers down, internet's out, no power. How would we get the message out? What do you envision there?
A lot of times it's going to be a mix of whatever's working at that time. Sometimes you might have a social media platform up there, or sometimes very barely a cell, sometimes a text. There's always a weather radio that we can do in terms of getting notifications out through the weather service itself. They kind of help us out. There's different ways to try to access different communication types. It's just a matter of what's available for us internally. A lot of times we'll use a ham radio. For when all other communications are gone, we're able to communicate amongst ourselves, and then if need be, do face-to-face communications and let them know, do the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, we might even have to go to neighborhoods to post information.
Yes.
Or create a place where people can come physically get more info.
Absolutely.
And I know in some recent storms, cell phone companies have been able to bring in some mobile units.
Yes.
Some more successful than others in that realm.
Yes, and they're called cows, for lack of a better term. That's what they use, but they will bring them in. We've had pretty good success when they're able to get, but it's also dependent upon where the storm is, how big it is, how much damage it's done, and how much geographical area it has covered, and our accessibility to those units to bring them in.
So cows, I'm gonna put you on the spot here. Cell.
Communications on wheels.
Oh, I didn't even have the first letter right. Okay, great. And I mean, some good news is that Northport, we have our own emergency manager. We have our own operations center that will kind of man in here in City Hall.
Yes.
But we're not alone. No. How does our relationship work with other nearby agencies?
We work very, very well, especially with the county. We have constant communications between the county emergency operations center, our emergency operations center, and also municipalities also have their emergency operations center. We're in constant contact before, during, and after the event. What we do is we all like to be on the same page. We all like to know what kind of experiences are going on in other areas outside of us that may impact us, and we also let them know what's going on here that may impact them. We share resources constantly, whether it's before the storm or after the storm. We're constantly communicating, providing equipment and supplies, materials, and personnel to wherever the case may be. Understanding that no single jurisdiction can handle this all by themselves. So we have a really good working relationship amongst the cities and amongst the county, and we're constantly sharing information and resources and making sure that we're able to address all of our community needs, no matter where they are.
And I think that's the beauty of being in a municipality and a city, is that you can get some more of this individualized treatment. We have experts who know when the Myakkahatchee gets to a certain level, when we need to start being concerned, what we can do, raise the levies, do some of those things. I mean, I think Northport is in some very good hands.
We're very, very fortunate to have some very, very skilled staff that know their job extremely well and have a history and understand that when they start to see things, they can take proactive. They like to stay ahead of the event. Instead of reacting to the event, they stay a step ahead of the event. So they're in a proactive posture all the time, which is really great benefit for the community itself.
Yeah. Overall, just a reminder to we're getting ready, you get ready, be safe.
Absolutely, be prepared, stay safe, and stay communicating with everybody to let them know what you're going to do, where you're going to be, and how you're going to handle it, and we'll be ready.
Expected to be another pretty active season.
Probably going to be, yes.
It only takes one.
Yes, only one.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, Mike.
Great.
Appreciate your time. Thanks for tuning in, and get ready.
This is the first 1,000 Days mural. I'm a figurative artist. That's what I like to do the most, is people. And to me, any age is wonderful to do, but something about a baby. It's about nurturing, love for the pregnant woman. For the new infant, and then as the baby grows and develops and the mother's caring for the baby. This is actually closer to 3 stories.
It's beautiful. It's so joyous, it's so fun. There is so much development that goes on in that period of time that, yes, it's vitally important that we get this out to everybody
those first 1,000 days sets the lifetime for the child. We have such a young community, so many families within 12,000 school children. It's perfect within our community.
Being able to, have everyone come by and see it and everything, it's an honor to be able to do it, and I'm just glad we were chosen. A lot of positive, a lot of people stopping by, really seeing how it's coming along and what a great job the artist has done, more than what anyone would expect. It just looks awesome.
We hope families will enjoy the mural in Northport, its vibrant colors and the sense of possibility that it inspires. At Gulf Coast, we are so proud to sponsor the mural in Northport and to use the Haddon Memorial Endowment Fund, knowing that it is dedicated to improving the quality of life for residents in Northport.
It literally takes a whole community to raise a baby. It can be tough for families with many resources. The first 1,000 days is working to ensure equal opportunity of support and resources for all young families in our community. Really want to give a big shout out. Without the foresight of Charles and Marjorie Barancic Foundation, this wouldn't have been possible to launch First 1,000 Days. We have had robust support from other philanthropy organizations, including Sarasota Memorial Hospital Foundation, the Gulf Coast Community Foundation, the Selby Foundation, as well as Flanzer Trust and many individual donors.
All of the other businesses and organizations donating paint and supplies is just heartwarming.
We invite everyone who goes to see the mural to go home and create a sidewalk chalk mural of your own. Get out that chalk and enjoy coloring our community with the images of healthy child development.
It's a great message. That's the number one thing, is that that's what people always keep remarking, is it is so upbeat, and it's it's easy to just feel the well-being and the joy, which is what they want to bring to everybody. I'm just really happy it's turned out really well.
Let's kiss.
with an old invention. Whenever your pet goes number 2, it's your job to scoop the poop. Will it ever stop? Yo, I don't think so. Poop shouldn't be left to decompose. To the extreme, bag it up like a champ. Throw it away, use your part, get amped. Damn! Rush your baggie to the trash. Keep the water clean, do your part in a flash. Deadly! When bacteria grows steadily. Anything less than scooping is a felony. Love it or leave it, you better gang way. You better hit the bullseye, the dogs don't play. This can be a problem, but yo, we'll solve it. Check out the hook while my DJ revolves it. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop. Yo, man, let's get out of here. Word to your pupper. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop.
Hello everyone, I'm Josh Taylor with the City of Northport, and we want to tell you about some big improvements to our North Report app. It's a great tool to get a lot of information from the city, but also a great tool to give some. For instance, we're right here, we have this tree that's overhanging the roadway here, blocking this street sign. If you have our app, all you have to do is take a quick picture, it'll map it for us and send it right to the right person who will fix it. We're going to report an issue. Look for the type of incident that it is. Tree vegetation, road obstruction. Take a photo. You can see that the tree is right in front of that sign. Click on it. Use the photo. Put a little note. Tree in front of sign. You can post anonymously or as yourself, submit, complete. That's simple. Goes right to all the right people. You don't have to call, figure out who you need to deal with. And then there's a list. You can come back and check. Everybody else can see that it's been submitted so they know that their neighbor's already done it. And it goes right to them. Swimming in the pool.
This is George, your city arborist for the city of Northport. Today, we're going to discuss the tree permit. I get a lot of calls about the tree permit. A lot of people are confused on how to fill it out. So I'm just going to do a quick overview of the tree permit. People ask me, why do we need a tree permit? We are 21 years in a row tree city. We try to maintain our tree canopy. We have a 35% canopy requirement that is in the ULDC code. Tree permit is $18.75. If you're caught cutting down a tree and do not obtain a permit, you will be fined $250. The tree permit is good for a year. At the top left-hand corner of the permit, it says inspections. There's a phone number. Please call that number. It's an automated system that will set up a final inspection for the inspector to come out and close out the permit. Please have the permit posted somewhere when the tree work is being done and at the final inspection. If the paperwork is not where the inspector can find it, they will fail the inspection. You can drop off your permit at City Hall. Well, it must be dropped off. You cannot email it in. There's a drop box for small permits or the drive-through window. Okay, this has been another video of Ask the Arborist. If you have any questions, please visit the city website at cityofnorthport.com.
If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, you really ought to show it. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings.
When you're following behind large trucks, you want to make sure that you're following at a safe distance. And if you don't know that safe distance, just remember, if you can't see their mirrors, they can't see you.
We stop at about 1,000 houses a day. In order for us to complete that, and be safe, we try not to rush in between the houses. It takes us a little time. We're not trying to slow you down. We're just trying to get things up in an orderly fashion. How our trucks work, we have two different types of trucks that pick up residential garbage and recycle. We have one that's a side loader, and we have one that's a front loader. When that bucket comes out of the top of the truck and is positioned to pick up cans up front, you have probably 8-9 feet in front of you that the people behind you passing may not know about.
On a large truck, construction vehicles, etc., there's a lot of flashing lights. So just make sure their brake lights, you're paying attention to their brake lights and their blinkers so you know what they're intending to do. So you want to make sure that you're not on a double yellow line or a curve and you have good visibility for oncoming traffic so you can pass safely.
If you're too close and you go to pass, you never know what's around the corner.
When coming up to an intersection behind a large vehicle, realize that you can't pass within 100 foot of an intersection. Go through that intersection safely, following at a safe distance, and then once your lines allow you to pass, do so safely when there's not oncoming traffic.
Safety first. Don't risk your life to get somewhere sooner. All right? You're going to hurt yourself or somebody else. Let's just keep it safe.
Hello, I'm David, and today we're doing another episode of Ask the Arborist. We've had a lot of questions come in about gopher tortoises in the city of Northport. We certainly have a lot of them, and today we're going to answer some of those questions that have been coming in. The first one is, what happens when there's a gopher tortoise on a vacant lot and a builder puts in a land clearing permit and wants to build or develop that lot? Well, when they submit a land clearing permit, myself or George Murphy, the other arborist, we go out to the land and we walk the lot for gopher tortoise burrows. This is what they look like. The gopher tortoise is a keystone species, and up to 350 different animals depend on this burrow. So the state, or the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, has protected the animal and its burrows. So we do our very best to make sure that these do not get disturbed. By doing so, we walk vacant lots when land clear permits get issued to ensure that there are not any burrows. If there are burrows or gopher tortoises on that lot, we do not issue a land clear permit. What we do instead is contact the builder and let them know that they have to hire an authorized gopher tortoise agent who is certified through the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to relocate the tortoise that may or may not be inside that burrow. This process is a permitted process through the state or Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, and we won't issue the permit until we've got permission from the state that that burrow has been excavated and that tortoise has been relocated. So another question we had is, where do the tortoises go once they've been relocated? The tortoises go to a permanent conservation land, which is deemed a recipient site for tortoises. It's a very happy place for them to go, and they can live out their days. Tortoises live up to 60 years, so we want to protect them and continue their species on for further generations.
Hi, I'm Josh Taylor. I'm the Public Information Officer and Communications Manager for the City of Northport, and we're joined now by our Emergency Manager, Mike Ryan.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here. I'm looking forward to another, hopefully not as exciting hurricane season.
Mike is somewhat new to the city. How long have you been here?
I've been here since the end of February, so this would be my first hurricane season with the City of Northport, but come down from Hillsborough County, where I spent the last 8 years. So hurricanes are not an unfamiliar occurrence.
Lots of experience, for sure.
Yes.
But we're going to try and make this as succinct and as valuable for folks as possible.
Absolutely.
Not quick, but get bang for our buck here.
Absolutely.
So what is the city currently doing to prepare for hurricane season?
Much like individuals, we are going through our preparedness checklist. Basically what that means is we're making sure that all our supplies are in place, all of our personnel, all our staff are ready in case they need to come back to work. They have their plans in place for what they need to bring, what they need for their families. We're testing our power equipment to make sure everything is up and running, performing as it should. Making sure that we have enough supplies on hand, such as fuel, and that everybody's going through the proper training. Everybody's understanding what roles they need to play during a disaster and after the disaster. So we're doing everything that a family and individual would do to prepare just like anybody else to be ready for the worst case scenario.
So I think it's important that the community knows that we're getting ready. I'm confident that we'll be ready.
Absolutely, we will be ready.
Yeah. So that's kind of our role.
Yes.
What do individuals need to be doing out there?
What they're looking for from an individual viewpoint is be prepared to be self-sustaining. The general rule has always been for 72 hours. We'd like to push it out, especially with the occurrence of Michael and such of the larger storms, to be prepared for 4 or 5 days. You're looking at making sure you have enough food to carry you, yourself, and your family for 4 or 5 days. A gallon of water per person per day is always a good thing. Have your medications with you. You want to stay in touch, so you want to have a battery-powered radio so you can stay in communications, making sure that you understand what's going on, if there's anything action you need to take, so that if you do lose power, you can maintain communications. Flashlights for when it gets dark. If you have children, bring games, and for yourself, bring something to read, because it might be a while.
Yeah, and I think we've noticed more recently with COVID that people start hoarding some supplies.
Yes,
That
yes.
can certainly happen. So now is a good time to get some of this stuff together.
Now is a good time to go out and get what you need. Now is a good time to do the planning because you don't want to plan in the middle of a crisis because eventually you're going to forget something. You don't have kind of checklist to go by. So do it now when there's no stress. And you can go out and take your time and get what you need. You don't have to get everything all at once. So you can kind of separate out the items that you need to get over a period of time. So it's a good thing to start doing it now.
And we know that there'll be a tax day coming up. With some breaks there too.
Absolutely. So take advantage of those.
Tax week. Maybe it's a whole week. Is
a
it?
whole week.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's one of the things that you really take advantage of. You get some really a lot of good materials for a very, very good price.
So what? For maybe, we have a lot of new residents constantly here in Northport. What can all residents expect leading up to, if a storm is threatening our area, what will that, I know they're all different, but what will that kind of be like?
Basically what you're going to see is, of course, watching your local newscast, your favorite newscast, your weather person. They're going to kind of lay out what's going to happen in broad general terms, kind of give you an idea of what to expect in terms of the storm intensity, in terms of timing, et cetera, et cetera. From the city's viewpoint, what we're going to do is provide additional information, some detailed information. If we're opening evacuation centers, where are those going to be located? We're going to close down any government operations. When is that going to occur? We'll provide you information for non-emergency information. If you want to report a tree down or something going on in your neighborhood, it's not an emergency, but you want to call it in so it can be addressed, we'll provide you with numbers for that. So we'll keep you informed on the details of what's going on, but also let you know what's going to happen, what you can expect.
Yeah, and we're in a much different world these days. The city, not necessarily as reliant on other third parties to get that information out. All of our social media, all of these channels, very powerful tools. Our city app, the North Report, you can download that in your app store. It's a great way we can send push notifications. We also have the emergency alert Sarasota County.
Yes.
So, there's plenty of it. You just need to get connected a little bit.
Yes, and one of the things that we always tell our residents is a lot of times there's going to be a period of time where we may not have any communications for an extended period of time. It may happen. This is why it's always good to let others know what your plan is. If you have a plan, share it. Let them know where you're going to be, what you plan on doing, so at least they have some idea. So there's not a frantic call. They know you're safe. They know you're okay. You told them ahead of time what you're going to be doing, what they can expect, especially if they lose communications, where you're going to be. So again, planning out ahead of time and letting them know if you do lose communications, this is what we're going to be doing at that time.
That's a good tip.
Yeah.
Evacuation centers.
Yes.
What is that going to be like?
Evacuation centers are not some place that you would make reservations for. In other words, it's going to be very austere. It's going to be very basic. It is, just like the term sounds, it's an evacuation center. This is where we bring people in to get them out of harm's way. That's the sole purpose. It's going to be very austere, very bare bones. There's going to be sheltering and protection from the elements, basic food, water, but not much more than that.
Yeah, so you need to bring some of those items. Don't just show up.
Don't show up and don't plan on making dinner reservations. You're not going to be served anything, and so whatever you could bring with you, just like in your emergency kit, bring that with you.
And it's important. Sarasota County operates those for us.
Yes.
A lot of those locations are here in Northport because we're away from the coast.
Correct. Yes.
And most of them have now, if not all of them, have become pet friendly.
Yes.
And that's a big deal for folks.
Absolutely. And for our family, our pets are our family.
Sure.
We treat them just like any other member of the family. We make sure we have their papers, we make sure we have their food, make sure we have a place for them to stay, because they're going to be separate. They're not going to be with the families within the shelter themselves. They're going to put in another safe area. Just because within the shelter itself, we might have people who might have allergies to pets. So we want to keep them safe, but be prepared to take care of them. Be prepared to go take a look on them every now and then, but be prepared with them just like you would any other member of the family.
Yeah. And in years past, it used to be only certain ones were pet friendly, but now pretty much, and they knew that that was keeping people from going and getting out of harm's way.
Yes, so. And we understand that, like I said, pets are a very, very important part, and so we want to make sure that we're accommodating them as well.
As far as COVID's changed a lot of things in our lives, I can imagine in evacuation center, it's, you know, how do you balance that?
Yeah, one of the things that we've had to do over the last year is kind of provide more spacing between groups. In other words, you come in with a family, you're kind of be generally located with your family, but you'll be a little bit more distance separated from other families. The difference is a lot of times now there's not a lot of mingling. In other words, you don't see people walking around talking to each other. They kind of stay within their groups just to maintain that social distancing, just to make sure that everybody's safe, staying healthy, but they're out of harm's way. But again, it's a little bit more limited in terms of the actual social interaction.
Lots of options for shelters here in Northport. How do people know where to go?
Basically, what we will do is we will let you know what shelters are open. And as you stated before, we have several options. However, when a storm comes along, that doesn't necessarily mean that all the shelters are open. We will let our residents know what shelters are open, when they are going to open, and when they can report to those shelters. So pay very, very close attention to the shelters that are going to be open, because even though we have shelters available, doesn't necessarily mean that they're all open for every storm.
And again, we'll have a lot of that information. What we've done in Northport is anytime there's an event, whether it's COVID or a storm, we have our alerts page. It's a button that's on our city app, North Report. I'm going to keep plugging that. Or if you just go to cityofnorthport.com/alerts, we'll have all the latest info. We're sitting there 24/7, you know, when these types of events happen, to make sure that that's all in one spot. Everybody can find it every time. It's not some new website.
Yeah, it's a great resource. It's updated real time, so you get the latest information that you need to know.
A lot of people want to know, storm happens, I'm in a shelter, when can I leave?
A lot of times, of course, you're not being held within the shelter, but what we'll do is we'll advise you, or the shelter staff will let you know when it's safe to go back outside. Just because the storm has passed does not necessarily mean that it's safe to venture outdoors, depending on how much damage the storm has done to the area. A lot of times what we'll do, we'll have crews in the area. If there's unsafe areas, we'll let you know what those are. Like you might have power downs or roads blocked or flooding. But we will let you know, let the residents of the shelter evacuation center know when it's safe to go back out and venture back to their homes or in their general area.
And I'm sure that we've made this mistake already a couple times in this interview, because it's just old habits. Shelter, center, center, shelter. Why? It was a change that was made maybe 2 years ago.
Yes.
Why?
Basically, it's actually more literal in terms of terminology. The evacuation center is literally that, an evacuation center. It's only supposed to be open for 1, 2, maybe 3 days, and then go back to its original purpose, as compared to a shelter, which is more long-term for those individuals who cannot return home, maybe to damage or whatever the case may be. Sheltering is more of a long-term. Evacuation center is short-term.
Yeah. So we apologize for just old habits, years and years of reporting and working in government. I mean, it's just it's hard to get over, but we're doing the best we can. Unfortunately, a storm hits our area. You know, various ranges of damage. What can we expect here in Northport?
What we're going to do is we have teams ready. As soon as the storm passes, we have teams strategically located throughout the city that as soon as the storm passes, they go out into the community. They start looking what we call a damage assessment. They start going out through the different neighborhoods, going down the major roadways, the secondary roadways. They start seeing where the damage has occurred, how much damage has occurred, what type of actions will we need to take in terms of how long, if there's a power outage, how long do we think it's going to be. Just kind of getting a big picture of what's going on and making sure that when we relay that information to our community, that we're giving the most accurate information at that time to let them know what areas they can go into, what areas they should stay away from. But we're going to try to make it as safe as possible so that our community can get back to their homes.
And probably the most difficult part with that, we've been fortunate with many storms that we haven't completely lost communication, but it's certainly possible. Cell towers down, internet's out, no power. How would we get the message out? What do you envision there?
A lot of times it's going to be a mix of whatever's working at that time. Sometimes you might have a social media platform up there, or sometimes very barely a cell, sometimes a text. There's always a weather radio that we can do in terms of getting notifications out through the weather service itself. They kind of help us out. There's different ways to try to access different communication types. It's just a matter of what's available for us internally. A lot of times we'll use a ham radio. For when all other communications are gone, we're able to communicate amongst ourselves, and then if need be, do face-to-face communications and let them know, the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, we might even have to go to neighborhoods to post information.
Yes.
Or create a place where people can come physically get more info.
Absolutely.
And I know in some recent storms, cell phone companies have been able to bring in some mobile units, some more successful than others in that realm.
Yes, and they're called cows, for lack of a better term. That's what they use, but they will bring them in. We've had pretty good success when they're able to get, but it's also dependent upon where the storm is, how big it is, how much damage it's done, and how much geographical area it has covered, and our accessibility to those units to bring them in.
So cows, I'm gonna put you on the spot here. Cell
communications on wheels.
Oh, I didn't even have the first letter right. Okay, great. And I mean, some good news is that Northport, we have our own emergency manager. We have our own operations center that will kind of man in here in City Hall.
Yes.
But we're not alone. How does our relationship work with other nearby agencies?
We work very, very well, especially with the county. We have constant communications between the county emergency operations center, our emergency operations center, and also municipalities also have their emergency operations center. We're in constant contact before, during, and after the event. What we do is we all like to be on the same page. We all like to know what kind of experiences are going on in other areas outside of us that may impact us, and we also let them know what's going on here that may impact them. We share resources constantly, whether it's before the storm or after the storm. We're constantly communicating, providing equipment and supplies, materials, and personnel to wherever the case may be. Understanding that no single jurisdiction can handle this all by themselves. So we have a really good working relationship amongst the cities and amongst the county, and we're constantly sharing information and resources and making sure that we're able to address all of our community needs, no matter where they are.
And I think that's the beauty of being in a municipality and a city, is that you can get some more of this individualized treatment. We have experts who know when the Myakkahatchee gets to a certain level, when we need to start being concerned, what we can do, lower, raise the levees, do some of those things. I mean, I think Northport is in some very good hands.
We're very, very fortunate to have some very, very skilled staff that know their job extremely well and have a history and understand that when they start to see things, they can take proactive. They like to stay ahead of the event. Instead of reacting to the event, they stay a step ahead of the event. So they're in a proactive posture all the time, which is really a great benefit for the community itself.
Yeah. Overall, just a reminder to we're getting ready, you get ready, be safe.
Absolutely, be prepared, stay safe, and stay communicating with everybody to let them know what you're going to do, where you're going to be, and how you're going to handle it, and we'll be ready.
Expected to be another pretty active season.
Probably going to be, yes.
It only takes one.
Yes,
All right.
only one.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, it's 1:30 and we're back at it.
Yep.
Good morning, everybody.
All right.
Back to you,
Okay,
Mr. Thomas.
we are in rounding the fourth corner. We're getting close.
After
Definitely getting down here as well. So we obviously, just to bring everybody back, we just finished up on the priorities for good governance, made some tweaks in some of those issues as well. So now we want to talk about how you're going to track the stuff that you've established as priorities under the good governance pillar. So these are the key indicators, and we've got a couple pages of these, 3 pages of these to talk through. So we'll just give you a chance to start to read these, and we'll work through. First one, obviously, dealing with financials. A lot of these are dealing with financials, and then there's obviously outreaches and things of that nature as well. So give you a chance to look at this page and react. And we have city staff here to address any questions or clarifications that may be needed. I will also highlight, you'll see some of these kind of move around the new topics. When we finish this, we'll kind of clean this up so they kind of stay in financials and websites and things like that. This is kind of work in progress, so. As you're going through that, your last one, number 8, Josh and I were just talking about that, and I realize that may be a question or concern, but let me also just put some context to that. At any given time, you can have an incident or a circumstance that dramatically changes that number. You've been through that this year. We also had COVID and releases and all those sort of stuff that have an impact of what's going on there. So the 15 million that Josh has suggested there, it feels is a realistic number, but I want to put that in a context. That may change from year to year because you've gone through some pretty extraordinary events as to what's happening in that effort. So that may be just a revision there. And that reach, as I said, covers all your social media platforms, and it really is eyes and ears. As you said, you've got podcasts and things like that going. So that may be just an understanding that I want to make sure you're aware of. And I think Jerome's trying to react to something.
With the 15 million reach, I was just going to say, we want the great things and the good news that we have to offer as a city to sort of drive that number. And one of the things our comms division and department with our PIO has been to put out great and positive stories on Facebook, Twitter every day. And that's in an effort to sort of make sure that there's a certain awareness to everything that we do. We all know that bad news sells a lot more than good news, but we're in the business of good news, and we want to make sure that everyone understands that. And if you haven't looked at some of those social media feeds lately, like in the last, I would say 6 weeks, they have done a phenomenal job of just every single day putting something out, and it shows the value of the city, not only to our region, but basically the state as well.
And yes.
7, we talked about the customer care center somewhere else, so wouldn't that be?
This is on, yes. In response, if you go back to.
Right there, it's right there.
I'm sorry, did I miss it?
6.
Yeah, number 6. So that's, you wanted to consider the feasibility of it. And Julia, were you the one that we're talking? I think were you the one that leads this one on the metric of?
Okay, so we are looking at the indicators.
Yes, this is the indicator. So the goal was consider it. The first phase is there.
To get it going.
Yeah, welcome back, Joe.
Yeah. And that was not talked about in any other of the pillars, correct?
It was, no, it's only under good governance.
Okay,
It was
thank you.
originally structured as a 311 system, and then Julia said, no, your customer care is what you're calling it. So we made sure the language was consistent. And if you want to know what first phase is, I think you're our SME on this one, right?
Thank you. So the first phase, we've already implemented partially with the renovation of the lobby area in the first floor. We have 2 filled positions of customer service representatives from the NDS department. The third is currently in the process of being filled. Their current primary focus is strictly for the NDS department. However, if other calls come in, they take them and route them accordingly. The next phase of the project will be conducted this year, in the next couple months. We will have department representatives and alternate representatives established from each department. And they will, when the customer service representatives receive those phone calls or emails or what have you, they will enter a work order, and the work order will be transmitted to the appropriate department. The department representative will be responsible for providing the response. Along with that, we will have a work management system that, of course, it's entered into, and we're working all that out with the Information Technology Department. But that's part of our first phase, and that will definitely be accomplished this year. Continuing from that, over the next probably 2 to 3 years, when we have the full renovation of the first floor, at that time is when it'll be fully implemented as a full 311 type system.
Thank you. Poking. I have to get a long stick.
I already said no. Go ahead.
Oh,
I have 2 questions. Can you refresh me on the bond ratings? What's the best, and like, are we in second or third or fifth?
Generally speaking, AAA is the highest ratings. Each one has a little different area, but AAA is the highest in the process.
Right.
So right now, you're not there. This is an art, not a science. So, and some of this you can control, and some of this you can't control.
Right.
You can control by your fiscal policies how much you have in reserves, of stability, the stability of your day-to-day administration, the stability of the commission, your financial policies in place. Those are things that are all under your control. What you can't control is reliance upon revenues that may change significantly year to year, how much money you take in dividends or things out of your utilities in your general fund. Is there a policy control? The overall social, economic community in which you operate have a bearing. You can have all the things right on one side, but if you're in an area where you've got per capita income that's lower, it's going to bring you down. So there's things that you can control and things you can't control.
Okay, that's great, thank you. And then with 8, on the website side, how are we counting reach, Josh? Is it visits? Is it pages visited? Is it unique visitors?
Sure, Josh Taylor. Yeah. So every platform's a little bit different. So Facebook gives us a reach. That's kind of the gold standard. Some of the other platforms give you impressions. They're considered, so we kind of lump those in. We also get listens on our podcast that we do weekly. So I think I answered your question.
But on the website side, how are we
The website
counting?
is, we can get really deep into analytics on the website. We can get page views, individual page, like which pages have certain views. How many unique visitors? How often do they stay on the website?
Right.
So I mean, there's
What will we use, though, for this metric? Let me be a little more
I think we're
specific.
using visits. Just
Okay.
individual page visits.
Are you good? Because that
I'm
was
good.
4, not 2. Go ahead,
Clarifying question.
Since we're on that subject, is there a way on the city's website to determine if it's internal visits or external visits? Because I know I go on the website all the time, and I probably am
You're 2.3 million of the.
probably pretty close.
Um,
Because I click on, click out, click on, click
Sure.
out, and I know that that's just boosting the numbers. And
Sure.
I also don't want to stay on all 8 hours, because then that changes the numbers again. So I'm
Yeah, I
curious,
wouldn't-
does
I
it
wouldn't be-
change?
I think it's not necessarily what the number is. I mean, when it comes down to it, it's not really necessarily what the number is. It's kind of from year to year. You know, I think that's what's more helpful to me. Like, have we seen an increase in traffic? For example, we started the alerts page for COVID, and I can tell you we've had about 150,000 visits to that page. And that was a helpful metric for us to know that people are going there to learn the most about, where's COVID testing and stuff like that. So, but what was your
The question was, is there
the
a way
internal
to,
part.
internal or external? Here we go again, those 2 words again,
Yeah.
sorry.
I think that one's a little bit more difficult. I think it could probably be done based on IP addresses, but I think that would be kind of a deeper dive. That's not something we
I was
we
just curious
monitor.
if it was readily trackable.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It may be. That's just not something we've.
But I think what Josh is saying is that if you get to the point and you're at 14 million towards December next year, he's going to ask you all to hit those marks.
Just dropped off this week.
We appreciate you.
I had a question about number 4. Is that referring to, it says publish, is that referencing the results, or is that a separate indicator? Or is that supposed to be the indicator for?
Well, I think that indicator is designed to say how often we have them. The question would turn to, do we need to do more of them? I don't know how many town hall meetings we currently
None.
have. Well, then we're going to increase that one dramatically. Right, because we got to have town hall meetings so that we, and not just here in City Hall, but out in the public. So, because everyone can't get to City Hall, everyone doesn't want to come to City Hall. We have to meet them where they are so that they can have their same opportunities. The question and answer surveys, not sure how many of those we have, but you know, a lot of this will sort of, again, I keep saying, you know, during the budget process, but that will be sort of a barometer to say how many we have, how many do we want, and do a better job right now so that people can see that impact of number 4. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I have a question.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, what?
Sorry, I'm just hijacking this.
No.
So my question would be with the town hall, because how is town hall defined? Because we actually do have a number of, like we just did a bunch for the surtax that I would consider kind of town halls, but smaller.
That was
kind of.
That was an informational session. That was an information, like a town hall for me would be one where, and it doesn't have to be in person. You can do a Facebook Live town hall where you're receiving questions and answers, but you're answering those questions and answers to a broad public.
Sure.
Now, the in-person kind, hopefully we can continue those, assuming that the health climate of the pandemic is going in the right direction. But if we get to the point where we can't hold those in person, we will be doing those virtually so that we can still get that feedback and give them the right answers.
Should we also track participation at those events?
Didn't poke.
We could say something like increase the number of those things as well as participation. That way you could actually track how many you have and how many are attending, which is probably to me more valuable than just how many you have.
Right.
Because if we have a low attendance, then that could trigger us to say that we need either better advertising, better outreach, better topics. You know, there's a lot of things that could come from that other than just the number of ones published.
But I'm still not sure, because before we said that we have these surveys, but we don't see the results, or people don't see the results, or they're just not, I don't know, wherever it is, put it out there. Is that what this is supposed to address, or is that a separate indicator?
So this indicator would only tell you the number as it's written now. It is up to us, and all of those things you mentioned were pre-Jerome, just for the record. And there's no good thing gained by asking someone what they think and not using it. To me, that's worse than not asking them.
Yeah.
Because I've seen that. You ask me, I tell you, and nothing happens, or you don't even acknowledge that you got the answer. And I feel like that's what we did some of. So going forward, the main point, there are 2 processes that I can think of off the top of my head. Yes, one of them is the budget to get their feedback. The other is this strategic planning process where they give us feedback and then we sort of gauge from their feedback how we're doing or what we need to do or change and do differently. So there are multiple ones, I'm sure, but those are the 2 that come off the top of my head. But I can assure you that we will publish the information that we have taken the time to inquire and receive from our public. Otherwise, they think their voice goes dark and you're just asking them just to check a box, and that's not what we're doing.
Right, because I really like when the Parks and Rec did that one. And again, when I mentioned that to a lot of, residents, they didn't know what the results were. They were surprised some of the numbers were so high, and we do send out good things on Facebook, and maybe that should be included.
Right.
This is the results.
Exactly, and I'll even take it one step further. Us getting the results and posting it is one thing, and it's great. Us getting the results and then talking publicly about the results and what we're going to do about them is even better.
Right, yeah, thank you.
Is that in there somewhere?
It is not per se. Let me ask first thing. Are you good with adding track participation as part of your
I think we
indicator?
are. I think all of those things that we do, we have a way to track participation on them, so.
Assume whether it's virtual or otherwise.
Correct.
If it's virtual, you probably
You can
have
still-
how many, yeah, you
Yeah,
can do
you can
that,
still
and then
track it.
obviously a
Mhm.
head count of any on-site efforts.
Mhm.
All right, so that makes sense to do that, right? All right. What about, now, there is not something per se with regards to what do you do with the results of the survey, which is the second part of that question.
Well, the posting of it
I see
is,
you, hold on.
the posting of it is not really something, that's just a process and procedure that needs to be adhered to. It's not really, something I would say, well, let's track how many times we posted. That's just something that needs to be done. And that's something that you're saying that I'm hearing that we have to do going forward.
Okay.
So to me, that's one of our process improvements that we need to do
Okay.
overall.
So is that on you, that when we have a question and answer
Mhm.
session,
Mhm.
that you will bring that to the agenda for discussion in a public meeting?
Is it on me to bring the
Agenda item
Now,
to be discussed? Who's responsible for the public discussion of it is what I'm asking.
the public discussion of the question and answer session. So what I would say is there's different ways to have that discussion. It depends on what the intent of the board is for that discussion. Are you going to take that information and see if there's a policy or an improvement that you want to vote on to sort of give us guidance for? If that's the case, then sure.
Maybe I should have just specifically stated surveys.
Surveys, right.
Oh.
Instead of, I looked up
Okay.
and I saw question and
Okay.
answer session. But the surveys, I mean, who is responsible for bringing that discussion on,
Yeah.
in that
Right.
public meeting so that it can be discussed for the public?
Me, yes, ma'am, I definitely am. And what we can do is, as we gather those responses from the survey, we can sort of categorize it and, quantify it so that we can actually give you something like, some of them just may be an update, let me tell you the
Right.
responses from the survey.
Exactly.
Others of them might need me having conversations and us having conversations about things that are needed that came out of the survey. And again, we know that they can be handled in different times, but as soon as we get the information in, you need to be made aware of what it means so that if you see someone or you are in front of a group and you're talking, you're discussing, then you've already heard that information and you won't be able to say, well, I didn't even know that there was a survey and we had gotten the results in.
Right.
And some of that, again, and the last thing I'll say is, us providing you a report, like, here's the survey, here's the report, here's how it quantifies, here's a graph that shows you, all of that stuff needs to be a productive feedback tool for yourself so that you can make the best decisions that you're currently not getting. And we will do better with that as a process improvement overall.
Commissioner McDowell?
So instead of, personally, I don't care how many number of these things you guys have, but I would be more interested in seeing the results of this stuff be published. So maybe it should say, publish the results and track participation at town halls, question and blah, blah, blah.
Well, the number is important because if you only have one, I could say, well, we only had one. There's no metric or there's no goal for me to have, but other than one, that wouldn't be enough.
But you wouldn't publish the number that you had?
We would. We could say we had 10 town halls. 5 of them were budget. 3 of them were health related. Another one was related to affordable housing. One maybe an economic development.
Publish the number and type
Right,
and publish the results. To me, it's more, if you're going to use the word publish, I want it to be associated with publishing the results.
Right. But
if you're going to track the number and the town halls and stuff, that's fine. But publishing the results is what I'm looking for because you're not talking about, well, he just added it, sorry.
Does that get you there? Yeah. Because I think you're talking, and I think earlier to the commissioner's comments, Alice, I think you said, hey, you referenced a couple surveys and others said, I didn't even know we were doing the survey on it. So I guess the question is, to your point, Debbie, you got the survey, but then it's just as a matter of recall, if you're doing a survey, do you provide that information to the commission? And in this case, publishing the results of the survey, which I think is what Jerome's trying to say too. Now, that in and of itself lends to further conversations, obviously. The results are raw data coming in
Absolutely.
based on it. But if you're doing a survey, you're trying to track something,
Right,
whether it's a static event or over a period of time or whatever the issue may be, it's going to lend itself to a conversation. But based on your conversation, not all of you know when the surveys are happening, and not all of you know, if you're even aware the survey's done, what's the outcome. So
Right.
I think that's what you're trying to get at, correct, Debbie?
And I'll give you a good example. We just either have completed or we are still doing the first employee survey, internally. Those results are going to come in, and we don't expect them to be great because of what the city staff has gone through over the course of the last year-ish. But we will categorize and quantify those results, and that we will use that as a guidepost as to how we interact with our staff. We're going to fill in some gaps, whether they are professional development gaps, whether they are needing to bring a consultant in to help different departments and divisions heal from what happened. And that's going to be important. So we have to be able to say what the results are from the survey and then the action that we took in
Right.
order to let them know that we heard them.
Your baseline.
Right, because we did an employee survey where, I came from before I got here, and I listed all these things. I even listed so much, and it even asked you for your demographics without putting your name on it. I told another person who had my same demographics that if they come back to me, I'm going to say it was you. That's how honest I was. And it was only like me and him in the department. And 6 months later, nothing happened. And I said, whatever happened? I said, oh, we got it, and we just never did anything with it. That didn't do anything to endear themselves to the employees, so that we would actually know that there was going to be a sort of feedback and reaction.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And I do think the number is important because it helps to quantify, like if you said we had
Right.
some town hall meetings, 2? I
Right.
mean, this way we know out of 8 or whatever.
Mhm.
If we're going to, whether this publishing of the numbers is one indicator, and then the results or the conclusion is the second, or whether you combine them the way that this is tending to go, I would add results / conclusions, because there's not really a result to town hall meetings, but you can state the conclusion of it in a report, how many attended, what the topics were, something like that. So it's, now results come from surveys, but you have conclusions to meetings, so that's what I would do.
So from the town hall perspective, we scribe the questions, the answers that were given. There could be action items that come from those particular questions, which I would qualify in my mind. That's what I was thinking of as results. And so as we outline our strategic page, the results, you're not going to put those results in that strategic page. But again, knowing that it has to be done, it has to be somewhere where we capture those so that people can say, you said you did 6 surveys, well, where are they at? Here are the 6 surveys, and here's when they were, and what they had, and what they offered. And we'll make sure that we post those and they're visible. And again, more importantly, that they're brought back to you as a commission so you know what happened. You don't have to dig for it, but yet I'm informing you guys up there on the dais during my correct opportunities.
Should they be separate? Should the number and the tracking participation be separate from the results? And
To me, it's all in the same category. So, but some of it's process and some of it's results. The process of putting it out publicly and displaying that to me, that's a process. The measurable is how many you had and the participation, but the process is going to tell you, well, what they say, what they do. You had 10 town halls. Okay, great. What they say and what are we doing? They're 2 different things, but you can put them in the same indicator. I think it's fine. But some of what you're looking at and a lot of, what we're talking about is process improvement on behalf of your city government, which is what we're doing.
I like that word, Doug.
Better?
Yeah, I like
Because an
that.
outcome may not be an action item, it just is something that covers it.
Exactly, because you might have just question and answer, and there's no action, there's just information.
That work?
Yes.
You good, Joe?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm good.
Okay.
Any other ones?
I do need to add one when you get to the end.
Okay, hold on. Did anybody else have any other ones they wanted to go over?
I'm good.
There's still some more yet. You're not done
No,
on,
no, I'm
you got
just
2 more
talking-
pages of
I'm
good
talking
governance.
about
This page, yeah, right.
Did you want to go now or at the
Oh, no,
end?
no, at the very end. When we
Okay.
get through these, I need to add one.
He's got
Next
page
page.
4.
Okay, next page.
Just 4 pages?
This is 1 of 3.
Okay.
I did add, as you'll see in number 14, I added and other employee events to be consistent with the language we had under the priority there.
I have a,
Isn't that,
Which ones?
isn't that the same as what the priority was?
No, one was,
Build relationship.
one was to engage, this was to increase the number of the people. I know they were very, very closely worded though, yeah.
Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, number 10.
Okay.
Trying to think of the word. I had it, now it's gone. Internships. I don't see that anywhere, and that is a huge thing that we had been talking about, trying to get re-implemented as far as doing internships. And what prompted it is the mentoring program. Internships we were looking at trying to do to get some of these more specialized fields so that they can continue
Is there?
in the city. And I'm not sure where that would
No,
fit.
yeah.
If it's in good governance, if it's in, I'm not sure, but the mentoring program prompted the internship program.
Yeah, oh, this is what I was thinking, the mentoring. I knew we had something on there. My sense would be if you're doing something, you're talking about city internship type programs, I would think that you'd want to put it in this, but most of your HR functions are under the good governance. In fact, all your HR functions are under your good governance. So if you're going to do something on internships, that would probably be the location.
And maybe we need to make it a priority in order to have a key indicator. Because that has been talked about a lot, because we don't have those planners, we don't have those inspectors, and the only way to get some of those is to have internships.
And Christine, before you go, and to me, there's 2 different programs that have 2 different sort of timetables and outcomes. There's an internship and there's an apprenticeship. So an internship is one where I believe, I don't know if we have this, I'm asking you now for the first time, if we have a summer internship program, which is valuable to have that we may need to create. But what we truly need is an apprenticeship program, which is like a year-long program where they have the exposure to all the different disciplines of City Hall, the City of Northport government, and we sort of groom them because nowadays we're learning that every job does not need a 4-year degree. I cannot leave some of the jobs that I see where it's an entry-level job and it says 4-year degree required, and we're like, no, you don't. And so we're trying to break out of that, which saves them the time and what I would say the headache of trying to go get that 4-year degree if you really don't need it, while providing the on-the-job experience with some sort of level of pay at the same time. And we as a city are housing a lot of different job experiences and exposure for people. So while if we don't have either one of those now, which I'm not saying we do or that we should have, but if we don't have those now, that's a conversation that if we could begin it by next summer for the internship program, which I've done in multiple places I've been, but the apprenticeship is a deeper dive, and the apprenticeship one is not one that's solely for the city, but I partner with our EDC so that they can get the businesses in there so that there's a more holistic experience for the apprenticeship program than just what the city has to offer. But I'll stop there.
Very cool.
And in the past, we did have internships.
Okay.
And it was basically based on the commission and the clerk's office. So they would come in, they would, hang with the commissioners, learn the ropes, even go on trips with the commissioners to FLC and stuff like that,
Right.
and then work in the clerk's office under guidance on filing or whatever. And I'm talking years ago. Nobody that's here
Right.
now would even remember
And that
that.
didn't even extend to the different departments and divisions that we have with all the people and opportunities?
At the time, we only had like one or two
Okay, all right.
as an intern, so they were just
Okay.
housed in those
Okay.
areas because that was their interest, was basic government.
Okay.
So the best place to go was commissioners / clerk office.
And I will tell you, I tell people, had I known then what I knew now about public administration, there was no program that introduced me to public administration in high school or even through college. It was something I found when I got out of college and started working for the government. But the earlier we can sort of grab and groom individuals who care about what we're doing as far as public service, the better off our industry will be overall.
Right, this was basically high school
Yeah.
age children. Yes, ma'am.
Weigh in on what you were saying.
Mhm.
We had asked for a internship, apprentice, kind of, whichever term you want to call, coming out of the high school. And anybody else, but we were trying to focus on getting them young out of high school and showing them, hey, you don't want to go to college, do
Correct.
this. And we even made it one of the priorities with the school board to talk about, with the school board, about internship programs with the high school or the technical college. The technical college is another avenue. So I know we still got to hear from Miss Christine, but from what I'm hearing from everybody else, this probably needs to be a priority, and then we can put in the indicator.
Now,
Commissioner Luke?
I can't remember the name of the gentleman who left, who
Oh,
was introduced,
The gentleman down in.
the building official.
The building official.
Before he left, he was going to implement
Yes.
an apprenticeship
Mhm.
down in neighborhood development, but then he left and nothing further was done toward that, but it
Is
is
that
something.
Frank Miles?
No, not
The
Frank.
building official.
The building.
okay.
He came from Manatee
Yeah,
County
I remember now.
originally.
Gosh,
Yeah, that,
brilliant.
he was awesome.
was
That
brilliant.
Yeah, hated losing that.
He was
dude.
talking our language.
But that is something I would definitely stand behind, this apprenticeship. And intern
Yeah.
also, when it's done properly.
Correct.
Not just.
It depends on the length, and like for the internship program, there's normally well, for both of them, there's a financial cost to it, so we have to be careful, We would love the floodgates to be open, but you get 1,000 people in here and you have to pay them a stipend, it could add up. But again, we have to start somewhere. The city and the school board are the ones who paid for the ones together that I've seen in the past. It's not just sort of a city, you bear all the financial sort of cost situation, but it does take some collaboration with the school board.
We might be able to
Yeah,
work with
maybe,
Suncoast Technical.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the other thing, in case you're not aware, the fire department and I believe the police department has the recruit program.
Mhm.
Because we were having such a hard time getting the firefighters and police that we started a recruiting program where we paid them while they went to school. So, we kind of started, but then it kind of stopped and.
You remember we talked about earlier about, the small tiger teams, and I think we used Woman Springs, and I can't remember the other ones off the top of my head, but this will be another one where it would be good if the board elected a representative to work with a youth-based work programs that we can get set up. Ideally, we're sitting in December now, we should be able to get something started by next summer. If the next summer is just a summer internship program, that's fine, but if we could find something that would spin off of that and go into the fall, that would be even better. But I think that based on where I'm sitting, your inclusion as an elected official, especially as it relates to conversations with the school board, as they're going through their budget process, the same time as we are, is going to be, they are in the same budget cycle as we are, right? School board?
I
Go ahead.
am not sure.
Hope they are.
I believe we have had some interns, economic development
has had them, yeah.
has used intern over the last couple of
yeah.
years, I believe. Oh my goodness, great.
Were they paid interns? Were they paid? Okay, they were paid interns too, okay.
And that worked out wonderfully. So I'm wanting to see something through these programs that is productive for our city. I don't want to entertain a high school student. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To me, there has to be learning, there has to be an ROI for the city in order to spend the city monies toward it. It's not, you know, a free trip to
Well,
FLC or something like that. It is us
Exactly.
gaining while they're learning.
But, before you this is my scenario on this. We don't know all the parameters on what we're looking at for an intern or an apprentice. I would much rather not put it as a priority at this point until we bring it back on the agenda, talk about it, and get all those information and find out what's actually available to us, i.e. monies, whatever, and possible participation. And then, you know, look at it that way. That's the way I'm looking at it. It's a huge discussion to have and find out all the parameters and just say, we're prioritizing this with no information.
We pulled it out of the budget 2 years ago when pandemic came. We
Right.
did have money in there for internship, but when we had to slash everything so bad when the pandemic started, we pulled it out of the budget, and we did not put it in this year either.
Right, but I'm just thinking we need to have that conversation before we're saying we want to do this.
Is it important enough that we want to have a priority that might say define a?
Exactly. We have to have a priority. If we want staff to spend the time, energy, and resources to come up with some kind of a intern program or apprentice program, we have to make that a priority. We have to show the world this is a priority for the city of Northport because we recognize this is a huge need, not just here, but regionally, nationally.
I can agree with that if we're looking at the 22-23 budget. Exactly.
So if we define.
But
Yes.
right now, to have a summer program, you'd have to have a budget adjustment in order to
Oh, that's
finance
true.
it.
Yeah.
That's right, because your budget
Gonna be in
is
the-
on.
So this would
September.
be
Yep.
something we
Yeah.
can
That's
work on in the next 3 years, but put it as a priority.
Unless we have budget.
Giving you some language doesn't lock you into
Right.
developing it, but at least
Right.
considering it.
Correct.
Get you there.
Right.
To your point, Debbie, the fact is, when you walk out of, whenever we're done with this process, you want to have a list of what you want your staff to focus on. So I agree. If you don't put it there,
not
you're
gonna
telling
get
your
it done.
staff, you know,
It's not
and
a
then
priority, don't
6
do it.
months from now, you're going to say, why didn't you do something? Well, it's not a priority. So I agree with what you're saying, that if it's something you want it to be considered,
Mhm.
it ought to be on the list. Now, where you rank it on high, intermediate, or long-term is certainly yet to be coming. But to your point, absolutely, if there's something new and you want it to be considered or adopted or whatever, it should be a priority.
Well, the key word is considered. I just don't want it locked in on something that
I hear
we're
you.
going to do without having the information.
Fully understood. And then, to the point then, if this becomes a priority, you ultimately say, yes, we want that, then obviously it's got to be a KCI, and that's going to be cost and implications and
Right.
timing and what that all looks like, that would follow.
That
But-
key word right there
Yep.
saves me is consider.
And just two things for you to consider as we go forward, as we're considering. it.
Yeah, we're considering this.
Right. One is, consider this being part of that Tiger Team conversation. I strongly encourage one of you, I mean, we have one-on-ones every week. It would be a great conversation piece if each of you, in theory, had a Tiger Team that we were talking about, that we were working on, and then coming.
Talk to us about it. I don't even know what you're talking about.
So yesterday, I referenced the idea of a Tiger Team, a small, specific group targeted towards the accomplishment of one single goal. So this Tiger Team, in this example, would be or call it a focus group. More that helpful, or a small group that is designed to say, we are going to figure out how to bring an internship or apprenticeship program to the city. One of you would be then assigned to city staff so that I could meet with Commissioner White and 5 other of our staff so we can have a conversation without worrying about the other 4 not knowing what we're doing. And then we would bring back to the commission the progress of that on a regular basis. So then you know, well, where are we at with that? And we would give a report out once a month, once a quarter, whatever it is. So there wouldn't be any false expectations of why we were meeting with staff with a commissioner. That to me is valuable.
We've done that in small degrees.
Very small, but we
we've
tried to
had-
do
There
it
you
for the ULDC and we all said no.
Oh,
Remember when they
that's a-
wanted to do a ULDC liaison?
Somebody
And,
to sit
and
on
we
it.
all said no.
But we
Yeah.
have, you worked with city attorney to accomplish stuff.
Yeah, it was an
I've
agenda
worked
item.
with,
Yeah,
exactly.
just small
To-
agenda
to
items.
bring-
It's not a
So
big
we've done,
project.
we've done the smaller tigers,
Okay.
baby tigers.
You're right.
Baby cub tigers.
Whatever we call it, however you're included, that's all I care about. My example was Warm Mineral Springs. You know, there are multiple of you who care about how we develop and go with that. I mean, you're very interested in it. But as we go forward, it would be helpful if one of you were assigned to us so that we could have conversations that included one of our elected officials who represented the group, not their own self-interest, but they represented the group, and then we would report it back out so that that person is a part of our conversations. Just something for you to think about. I recommend it, but, you know, again, something for you to think about. Another thing I just wanted to say was, as it relates to the internship program and the apprenticeship program, it could be done like this. If you have it in the summertime and you started off as an internship program, you could have it where, like, you know, juniors and seniors both can participate. But then when the seniors went back to school, the juniors went back to school, the seniors who are graduating may take a next step and then start an apprenticeship based on what they did that summer. And then if they've already shown their value and the department says, okay, we're taking them on. Jerome, come on. We're bringing you on. Right.
Right.
You're going to be a planner, Jerome. We're going to groom you and whatever you need to do and sort of go from there. So.
Kind of a contractual thing like we do with the fire department, that if we are going to groom you and teach you and pay for
Yep.
this and stuff,
2
you
years.
have to commit 3 years is what the fire department
Right.
is, 3 years. And that way then they understand, hey, the city is going to give that person something. And
Mhm.
in return, that person is going to work with the city for 3 years or you're
Correct.
going to pay it back.
Yes, and I don't know if we have a higher education program where we support and pay for degrees or advanced degrees, and then
Employees, yeah.
right, and then employees, and then say they have to stay for X number of years, or they pay it back on a
She's coming
program.
back.
I told Christine to stay close.
Right, so I know-
Back
I
and
think
forth.
this is a conversation for when we start implementing these things. Are we good with the priority, and can we go back to the other page?
That's
This
where I
is
wanted
good.
to, that's where I wanted to ask on that. Are you good with what
Well,
I've?
does Christine want to speak before we turn this page
Just
over?
a couple real quick points, because just as you all described, there are so many different types of internships and
Mhm.
arrangements. If you're going with a college student, for example, there has to be like a specified agreement with the school. A lot of these kids have these internships arranged well in advance. They get college credit for it.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes it's paid or it's unpaid. So we'd have to watch our timing with that. So we plan, because it has to be, as you said, it can't just be a time for them. They have to have a legitimate learning experience here.
Right.
High school, just very quickly, we got to the point where we were exchanging agreements back and forth between our attorneys with the school district. And then we had a glitch on what we could agree to for the high school. It was at Northport High. And then COVID hit. I think Mr. Johnson is no longer the principal there. So
Right.
we got to a point and then COVID hit. So
Oh,
I just wanted to give you some history on the high school program.
Thanks, thank you.
I like that wording.
Oh, moving on.
Okay, so this is, I'm hearing consensus. You like the way it's worded
Yes.
as a
Yes.
priority?
Yes.
Okay, all right, we'll take the highlight off and count it as a priority. Okay. All right, so then getting back to the indicators.
Yes.
I have a question on the first indicator. if we
Number
could go
9?
Back, no.
Oh, I'm sorry, before, I'm sorry, going back this way.
We were still, I think we
No,
were-
it was the next page. We were on.
Yeah, we went, I thought because I remember you asked a question about the bond
No,
ratings.
because Debbie saw the word.
The word mentor.
Mentor. So
Where
it
the
was like
word
the
mentor
second, it's the next page.
Next page.
Next page? There it is.
Oh,
mentor.
Yeah.
E-bill, it
There.
is 9, yes. So continue to grow utilities e-bill adoption. Wouldn't we want to grow the percentage of e-bills among all bills? I mean, our population will be growing. So if we're just measuring the growth in e-bills, it could just be the result of population growth. I would think that what the goal would be to shift more of our paper billings.
The percentages,
e-bill,
percentages
so
of paper billing
bill-
versus e-billing, you want to
yeah,
rise to the, that's
correct.
what you're getting at.
Yeah.
Who did the metric on this?
Isn't that our only
No.
billing?
But I don't know how,
That's our water
I was about to say, I
bill.
don't know how many other billing opportunities we have other than
water and sewer.
that one.
Water.
But I see what she's saying. The goal she's saying is to automate more as opposed to less.
To just grow.
Right, but I don't know how many other opportunities we have. I can tell you that, we, in finance and other departments have been exploring more and better opportunities to become more tech-friendly.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's more, it's not just the e-bill, but it's more than that. Accepting credit card payments where we don't accept
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
We talk about our planning process. We need to be more accepting of how we go through that process using technology and billing and credit. I mean,
Right.
all of that sort of flows together, but I mean, I'm answering your question.
If you have growth, let's say this side of the room is all new residents that hook up to city water, and I hook up to e-bill and they get theirs mailed, that you have your growth, but you are also growing your e-billing at the same time.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to get at is what are we trying to accomplish? And I would think it would be of all the water bills we
Paper.
send
Mhm,
out.
mhm.
Right. We want to have a larger percent of them go electronically.
True. Or
That's what it says.
That's
to
what
me.
it
No,
says.
it
That's what
doesn't
it
to me.
says.
paperless billing.
They
You're
want
trying
to
to
do it
increase
by-
the number of people.
They want to do it by at least 1%
I get that.
annually in the e-bills. So more e-bills are going to go out rather than our paper statements.
No, I totally get that,
Yeah.
but there's two, you
Right.
get what
I
I'm saying.
do, yeah.
So-
It's catching.
So population grows.
Right.
A certain number of them are gonna do e-bills, so what? But I think what we want to do is of all the water bills, we want to shift more of them electronically.
Right.
And that will happen even with growth, is what I was trying to explain.
Well, so the way I read it is, so the volume of residents increase, they're given a choice. Do you want to receive your
Right.
bill paper or electronically?
But even existing,
Right.
shifting. yeah.
Paper to electronic. And the
Yeah.
goal is to have more, all of the pie, so to speak, shift to electronic. Absolutely.
We had also talked about giving a incentive to join
Mhm.
e-bill.
Should be a discount on the bill.
Because my goodness, the cost of the paper and mailing and everything else like that, if you have a small incentive to sign up for
Correct.
e-bill, if it's $2 a bill, you get an incentive for e-bill. To me, you're saving a whole lot of money.
And you do have to be careful. There is a cost, there's a credit card processing fee cost that you pay, so.
That we
But
pay,
again, it's
yes.
still cheaper than what we would do to send it out for paper, so.
Yeah, because you got your staff that has to process everything.
Did I answer your question?
Does that get you closer?
Oh. he
That
just
first
changed
one
it.
I'm
He changed
suggesting, Barbara? They're
Oh,
similar,
yeah.
but does that get you more of what you're trying to capture?
Increase
I think it does.
the percentage of.
The percentage of your customers,
Right.
not just the number of bills, but the percentage of the customers
Total.
that are in your, yeah.
bills. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. So increase the percentage of utilities e-bills as
Customers.
part of total billing.
Yeah, but to me, that says
That's-
the total. That is the
That's what I
total.
get, yeah.
I see it, it says it.
Yeah.
But I was trying to use the customer component there, meaning, so it wasn't just the number of bills, it was the percentage of the people that are eligible to get it, i.e. if the only e-billing you're doing is customers,
I
you know,
think it
I know
says
we're
it.
splitting hairs here, but the question became, I think you're saying you want to just increase
As
the
a
number of
percentage
customers that are
total-
exercising this option.
Yes,
Yeah,
Correct.
yes.
right.
So does that
And I think you've got it.
get us
We'll
there?
leave it, we'll leave it. It's not that big a deal.
So just do it that way and strike this one then?
I'd say
You know,
yes.
it's either way, whichever way. I mean, this
I like
ultimately, you're
9 better than 10.
like 9 better than 10 or 10 better than 9?
You see better with this or with that?
9's good. She fought for it.
Get you there?
Percentage of e-bill customers. Okay, I'm there with 9.
Okay.
9 it is.
9 it is. Okay. All right.
Now, can I bring something up, Mayor? Because we're talking about e-bills. What about, people have asked me about paying by phone. We don't offer that option, do we?
I don't know if we do, but it is something that probably falls into that same bucket that we need to make sure that it does, period. There have been, even when I first got here, there have been some conversations just regarding about our lack of options and people having to come here and
Right.
just do things in such a traditional
And that's what they were saying, they go
manner.
through
It's
the
like-
drive-through, but
Right.
you can't pay over the phone. And I know myself, when we've had events and we have to pay for the bins, the garbage bins, I have to come in there and give them the credit card.
And now we're talking about process and procedures,
Right.
which again is something that, I've explained to you all that we're trying to do better with. So that is definitely in there. The credit card one was a pretty good, big one that we were talking about, but we are exploring all of those options to
Okay.
make it more convenient. And Mr. Vullo may have some clarification for that.
Mike Vullo, interim utilities director. Was the question, do we take pay by phone?
Right.
Yes, we currently have
I
that.
was gonna say, we
You do,
better.
but
I was about
not,
to say,
but
for
not-
every,
Okay, but not City Hall. When you go through that drive-through for certain things, you have to come here with a credit card. And people.
Parks and Rec.
Because, no, they're saying they can't pay by phone. They have to come here with the card and go through the drive-through.
I believe
So I don't
the
understand.
clerk's office is that way, Parks and Rec, I think, is that way. They don't let you pay over the
You're right,
phone.
you're right.
Okay.
Not every bill that you have is available by phone, I think is what the distinction
Right,
is.
right.
And we do allow the Parks and Rec by phone, but at the end of the day, your point is be consistent. Accept everything you can by phone or whatever to make it more convenient on the people who have to pay.
Mm-hmm.
Go do it, and that's what
Yeah.
we're going to go do.
Ease of doing
Absolutely.
business.
Absolutely. Right.
Anything else on this page then? Good governance? Got one more, got a couple more on one more
Can I
page.
ask one question?
As long as it's one. No, I'm just teasing.
It is.
No, just teasing.
Maintain annual city employee turnover rate at less than 15%. Is that where we are now?
Probably higher than that.
Well, I would think higher, but I think that's a good goal.
60%.
Yeah.
For the record, Christine McDade, actually for the year we just passed, it was 14.1%. Generally, 15% was your accepted rate. And I say that we've been faced with unusual times with this pandemic. I did a little research before I came here this week to talk about this. Some folks are seeing like 50% turnover rate.
Wow.
Correct. So when I turned this into Jerome, I thought, well, what am I doing here? But I'm hearing also that the state of Florida's done better, probably because some of our things that have been in place. And our actual was still under 15%. We've had 15% as our rate, at least for the last 6 years, and we've never surpassed it. 15% is a good rate. What I am concerned about, though, is turnover because of the tough market we're faced. So
Let me put you into context here, because I've just finished some presentations on this issue. And this is, you've been reading about the Great Resignation. In fact, just today in the Washington Post, 4.3 million people retired just last month. 4.3 million people retired. Now, baby boomers, us aging baby boomers, that dig in the pipeline.
Why are you looking at me?
That was a broad, I wasn't being specific on that. Baby boomers, every day, 10,000 of us hit retirement age every day. So
Every day?
we have 20,000 people between yesterday and today that are now in that retirement window. And at the front end of the pandemic, the third quarter in last year, 2020, the highest number was like 3.2 or 3.8 million people retired. And the challenge you're going to face, to your point, is that this is a very, very competitive marketplace. And people were making decisions about saying they got through the Great Recession. Now they thought they got through COVID, maybe not. They're done.
yeah.
But you're also finding folks that are saying, I'm not sure I want to do what I used to do. And so wherever that may be, that is impacting it. So Christina is absolutely correct. It is a challenge. It is right now an employee market, not an employer's market. They are being very selective of where they want to go and what they want to do. What they did in the past may not be what they want to do in the future. And so this is a challenge. I'm speaking to a lot of groups about what we need to do employee retention and controlling recruitment,
Yes.
all those sort of things. And I will tell you, to Christine's point, if you're hitting 15% in the next year, you're doing really, really well because everybody's been affected by these numbers.
Commissioner Loop?
Does the part-time park and rec count within that turnover? I mean, because you can have 25 lifeguards for that session, that season, and then the next year, you're probably not going to get the same 25 people back. So are they counted within that?
Seasonal's not included?
Seasonal.
Typically
Generally,
not.
it's not. I can double check on that, but I will tell you that that 15%, I mean, we've never, in the last few years, I mean, I haven't even seen us come close, even if it was included. But you're right, we do it. And if you look, we do quarterly numbers that we submit to the city manager's office, and you'll see Parks and Rec certain times of the year, their turnover number's high, but it is
Right.
based on, like you said, those seasonal positions.
And we are doing things now to make sure that we, reduce the impact to this city. The comp study that we're talking about, so that we can make sure our pay is in alignment with those around us to recruit and retain. The environment that we want to make sure that we create for them, that they want to be here and stay here and grow here, is important as well. Whether it's succession planning, whether it's professional development, we need to be, every tool in the toolbox needs to be out towards our workforce so they know how much we want to keep them here.
Right, and we're, I mean, we are doing all kinds of creative things, and we are brainstorming each day. I've got something set up for that just tomorrow. So we're trying to get people from the onboarding to the investment and keeping them through having, make sure they have the right tools to recreating our culture
And the flexibility of telework that we're offering to employees as well. That's a big one these days when people want the flexibility that they had. Yes, absolutely.
That's on my list here. But I didn't know when y'all would ask. I mean, we're doing our best because it's not just about the pay, it's about having these flexible work-life balances, including remote work, these flexible work arrangements, maybe working 4 10-hour shifts a week or what have you. So we are looking at those options, and we've rewritten a policy just to address that.
That was number 17.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted to throw it up since you were talking about it.
Yeah, because that is part of the competitive package that we're having to, like we said, it's an employee market.
I'll go back just to make sure, but I didn't want to, since you were chatting about that, but that was the page you were on. I will also highlight, as you're digesting that, as I said, speaking to a number of groups about employee retention programs, what you're doing today and yesterday and the result of this, as all of us baby boomers are retiring and moving out, that next generation of millennials and the Gen X's that are stepping into higher leadership positions, as well as recruiting people into your other vacant positions, when you look at all the data, we're involved in a futurist, it's called Strategic Foresight that our company is involved with, and we've engaged a futurist and we're doing challenges. And one of the biggest challenges in local governments right now is labor and workforce issues. It was identified as one of the top 3 issues. So we've done a deeper dive in that arena and we've outlined kind of different courses of outcomes that could occur, and which steps you take will put you down silo number 1, or door number 2, or door number 3. And what we're finding in the analysis is that people, it's not just about the pay. Pay and benefits are always part of it, but it's not about that. And especially with the generations that are following us, it's about being something bigger than themselves. So when we talk about mission, values, what you stand for, organizations that are going to be retaining their employees is those employees that can buy into where you're going as an organization. I want to drive that point home. This isn't just an exercise to help you in budgeting process. This is a holistic effort that will help you attract, and I think Christine had an employer of choice. People want to be part of something bigger than themselves. That's what we're consistently finding in your next hires, regardless of what level of the organization they want. And increasingly, they want to go. I've got 2 millennials, and they want to, as sons, and they want to go to cities that reflect the lifestyle they want. So all what you're talking about, quality of life, all this stuff matters, and it's that jello that I mentioned before. It squeezes in different parts of your hand, and this relates to your retention and attraction of your employees. And so the fact that you're charting a vision, where you want to go, and what you're trying to do, there are cities that aren't doing that, and they're going to be at one hand tied behind their back when they're trying to retrain and recruit employees. You guys are getting there.
Moving right along.
All right, gotcha. It's important. All right, the last page here, and I got to add one. Under the KSIs, we're going to have to add key indicator for new ship. That's one that we don't have here. Any comments on those? Oh, one that we just thrown, you haven't seen this yet, but I talked to Josh. We were talking about website, and a number of you talked about the website and about functionality. Josh referenced the statistic. So I caught him afterwards because many times, and I was impressed. He said this quality assurance rating was at 96%. That's obviously 100% is the greatest you can get. That's pretty high. And so in the midst of still recognizing that individuals may have trouble navigating your website, to Jerome's point, you also have an opportunity to present what you're doing well. And when you're hitting those numbers, I suggested to Josh, you might want to put a metric in here on website, because that was one of your priorities, functionality and online portal, about that your expectations are pretty high in terms of how effective that website works. So that's one we hadn't seen, but that was on the fly. We thought it might make some sense if you're getting questions from your constituents. Because this is a way to transmit what you're doing and how effective you are doing those services.
If he's already at 96, I would just put maintain in front of it.
Pardon?
If we're already at 96%, then I would put maintain in front of maintain city.
Yeah. Right. 96 or above, or yeah, okay. Maintain.
There's nothing
Yeah, there you go.
measurable
Yeah,
with
there
it.
you go. There you go. Thanks.
Thought you had another one you wanted to add.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I have
Yes,
one.
you said you wanted to close, so.
We're still not there yet, sir.
I just
Commissioner,
brought it up.
no, I know, Commissioner Langdon wanted to ask a question
I just had a
Yeah.
question on 18.
before we move.
So we want to shorten days lost, I guess that, but don't we also want to reduce the number of injuries?
Steve, you want to back up?
I think 7 days lost might be an industry measurement.
Oh, yeah.
I'm thinking of OSHA.
Sandy Knowles, Risk and Benefits Manager. The reason it says the less than 7 days of work lost time, that's the day 7 is when a lost time injury starts to collect indemnity benefits.
Right.
So if we can keep an injured employee, if we can return the employee back to work before they hit that 7th day, they do not become a lost time injury. That's our goal. We keep the number under 80%, and typically we bring all of our injuries back as soon as possible, and we work with other departments if we can't put them within the department. The reduction of injuries is always a goal of ours. As the city's been growing, by the number of employees, our injury rate has not grown substantially with the number of employees that we've been increasing. We've been running about 50 to 60 injuries a year. So, for the last 5 or 6 years, yeah, yes, so.
Apparently,
Okay.
you're not hiring the clumsy ones anymore, so.
We won't
Yeah,
talk about that.
50, 60, I mean, you're still talking quite a few.
It's quite a few, but accidents do happen out there in the workplace, you know, especially out in the field. Anything can go wrong.
Yes, and that would be any injury that could be a Band-Aid claim that goes for a bee
Yeah.
sting. That includes, out of that 60 to 70, we may have 7 or under lost time injuries for the year. That gets past the 7 days, and sometimes I think we've had 1 year.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
Do you? All right. City manager, you are up.
Oh, thank you. So I actually have 2 proposals, one for me and one for you. The one for me is the city manager's office huddled earlier today, and we believe there should be one for our agenda delivery to you as a board and to our city clerk, we missed one this week, this one that we're in right now, and that was because it doesn't matter why. But what I'm trying to say is, right, what I'm trying to say is that we should have a metric that says how often we complete on time and accurately our agendas for you to review. Now, that would mean that, there's a schedule that we have that we're supposed to adhere to with the clerk's office so that they are not late and they are, again, accurate. And so if we put that in there, we would then, measure whether they're workshops, special meetings, or regular meetings, how often we meet the mark of having them in and the ones that we do not have to go back and to make amendments to. Now, there are certain times where amendments are just necessary. So we all have to acknowledge that, but it should be far less than not, and it should not be an inconvenience to anyone that I'm speaking of. You as the target audience as receiving them with the timeliness and correct information to make your reviewing and decisions, and our clerk's office as it relates to how they are following the guidelines that we set so that they can make sure it's posted properly for our legal standpoint. So our proposal is for that to be at 75%. For this first year, we'll put it in, measure it, and then sort of gauge how we're doing with that.
So that means you're not gonna make the mark 25% of the time?
No, sir. It means our goal is always going to be 100% of the time that we try to make it, but our point of putting 75%.
I understand, and you're not talking about the extenuating circumstances.
Correct,
When
right,
something
right.
needs to be amended
Correct.
after, after your deadline or whatever the case may be.
Based on normally, and I will put the onus on myself and our staff, it's normally something that we didn't do, like we didn't prepare for, or we may have dropped the ball on. This metric will hold us better accountable so that we know that there are consequences to us not doing what we're supposed to do. Because coming back to you and saying, we didn't meet 75% would not be a good conversation. So we would definitely make
I'd
sure.
like to suggest 80%.
Okay.
I was gonna say the same thing, 80, and that is not a city commission agenda. It is,
Commission meeting.
It's
a
my
public meeting or
Right.
something, but that is the city
It's my
manager's
agenda, right,
agenda.
correct.
But is it for commission meetings?
For city commission meeting agendas.
Okay, city commission meeting. Okay, gotcha. That's what I meant. That's what I meant to say.
I knew that. That was in your brain.
That's all right. I'm about that. This, as I said, you will not offend me with wordsmithing.
I like 80%.
Yeah.
Sure.
80%?
The challenge is on.
Look at that, man.
Coming now, so I'm going to give you a recommendation for your percentage as well.
80% is a B.
Mhm.
I wouldn't want to fall under a B if it was me.
There you
go. Right.
I'd be saying 90%.
Well, I think that about summed it up right there, didn't it? You know?
90%
See,
is A.
I know how negotiations work. He says, we'll ask for 75, but we'll take 80.
80 was fine with the majority of us, which we already
See.
so you're fine.
They're saying 90.
Right.
They went to 75 to see how high we would go.
The second one is, and Doug, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I saw anything about political clout in any of the indicators. And I remember hearing that very well from the first October 27th.
No, there was not. There was some outcomes and there were some goals about it, but I don't know. But to your point, there's not an indicator on it.
Right.
Yeah. So.
And so when I heard that the first time, it made me think of how often our elected officials are out, meeting with the other, whether it's like elected officials, stakeholders in other cities, the county, who will help us move that political clout needle. And I thought that might be an indicator you guys might want to say, well, let's measure how often we're meeting or how often we're engaging or however you choose to say we can move the political clout needle that was mentioned in the first meeting. So based on this 80% that we've been given, I would say if you guys meet with 100 people a week, then that should probably be.
Y'all come to the parties I go to, okay?
I'm just teasing.
Plenty of seats at the fork.
Yeah.
There you go, and
Yeah,
hundreds of people.
But
I
seriously,
do that.
no, but seriously,
Twisted fork.
right.
I meet with hundreds of people over there, absolutely.
And maybe we don't want to measure it, but I didn't want to forget it. I just remembered it when I was thinking of the political
I
clout.
think we can play in
Yeah.
because I think there needs to be more of importance on the reporting of the committees that we sit on.
Okay.
I mean, I tried when I was mayor to encourage everybody to speak about the meetings that we sit on and represent. So maybe there can be a measurement to those meetings, how many we attended, you know, or missed, or reported back on, or something like that. I think a measurement could definitely go in there.
Absolutely. I'm not here to say how you measure the political cloud. I just remember it being mentioned as I was thinking of my own. I remember that one. That's the only reason why I brought it up.
Well, and the one
I
thing
was
that
the one who brought that
I
up.
started
Okay.
first. Go ahead,
You
man.
go, Mayor. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go. No, you go.
Yeah, when I brought it up, it was more that we have the biggest population, but a very small percentage of our residents vote. So that's sort of what was in my head when I was talking about political clout. So I think all of the things, we have a number of goals and indicators to increase engagement. I think engagement in city government is a huge part of getting the vote out.
Correct.
So that's what was
Okay.
in my
Okay.
mind when I brought. But I do like the idea of being on the hook to meet with other elected officials. I'm always meeting with residents. I don't need a metric around that, but sort of.
And that's what I'm doing, you know, meeting
Yeah.
with my colleagues and making sure the county administrators, the other city managers, and, you know, all the different people that help, well, that will help me, help us get what we want as a city.
Right.
So, just a thought.
Yeah, the one thing that I wanted to fall back on was what Commissioner Luke was talking about with our committees and everything. You know, with MPO, I'm meeting with multi-jurisdictions of the elected officials. I'm assuming it's still gonna be the same with the meeting we go tomorrow. A lot of those same players may be in that committee.
That is correct.
But yet, that's happening monthly for 2 different meetings. So, you know, it could be 30 or 40 different individuals
Yeah.
per month that you're engaging with, trying to get stuff done.
Absolutely.
To do more than that's kind of hard because now you're trying to get into their schedules versus your schedules. So all I was trying to say is sometimes you're limited to that area or arena to be able to discuss things with people because, you know, I meet with Mike Moran at the end of the meeting, Sarasota County Commissioner, and it'd be like, that might be a 10-minute conversation on stuff that's going on.
Right.
It does happen, but it may not get reported on that conversation when we're back here on the dais. So when she brought up more of the reporting of what you actually accomplished, may be more feasible of a way to look at. That's all I wanted to throw in as my 2 cents, because it does happen,
Right.
but it just may not be reported.
Well, and that is what the elected official is required to do, is the duties that they've been elected to do. And we are appointed to those committees. We should be accountable for those committees. And I know, I mean, I bumped you a few times. Did you go to MPO? Did you go? I know you did, you know.
But sometimes when you get to the MPO status, it's a repetitive and an ongoing thing to where it's
And you don't
nothing,
think of it.
no gears have been turning,
You
but
didn't
we're
notice the
still
crack
moving.
in the wall.
Yeah, we're
because
still-
you've been there the whole time.
We're still moving forward on stuff that we discussed 3 months ago. So, I mean, you may not have any progress, so that's why it doesn't get mentioned.
But
See
at
what I'm
least-
saying?
But at least you're saying that you attended, because
Correct.
there's an accountability, because somebody may skip a couple of them. Did they go or not? Because they're not reporting. I mean, if we want everybody else to be accountable, we have to be willing to step up and be accountable too. And you can't put duties really on elected officials. They're special creatures. But when we have those assigned duties of those committees, we need to be accountable for them. And however, city manager's office or whoever is measuring, I think there needs to be a measurement of, yes, we were in that meeting, no, we weren't. We do it to our board, our advisory boards. We make them accountable through their attendance. So I think there needs to be that accountability for us also.
Yeah, and like you said, the way to report that accountability is up here on the dais throughout
Well,
commissioners' communications.
I think it can be something that is reported also, goes out transparently to the people, just like all these others are going out, showing also. I mean, that's a willingness for us to demonstrate transparency and accountability when we're holding everybody else to it too. So I don't mind it going out that, yes, I attended my meeting, no, I couldn't. You know, the secondary person, yep, they went, you know, something like that.
Well,
yeah.
how are you going to do that? Through the communications, or are we gonna get a memo every week, every month stating what we did? I mean, I'm talking about the mechanics of getting it done.
The clerk's office could probably create a form, a document that would either be like maybe a Google Doc or whatever, where you could fill it in at your own schedule and leisure, and they just print that and provide it to our office, and then we would then put it into whatever public-facing document we have that shows.
That's fine, I have no issues with it being put out there. I
Yeah.
just wanted to know the how.
Yeah.
Yeah, the mechanics would have to be definitely worked out, but even as there is a report that comes out monthly from all of the,
Well, we get our phone
clerks.
thingy every month. We could sign off on our meetings every month or something.
Would it
yeah,
be,
well, what I'm saying is in that once a month meeting, at the end of the night meeting, there's a report, comes from city manager, city clerk, city attorney.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So that reporting could be done within that too.
That's what I said, commissioners' communications.
Yeah.
Well,
And
to
have
me,
clerk
Commissioner
capture
Communications
that.
is the talking.
Right.
I'm talking about actual report,
document. Right.
the
A
document that
document.
goes in.
Summary. Right.
Okay, I know where, we talk about it up here, but in the agenda, on that last page, there is a actual document report from all three of our charter officers.
Yes.
So we can just add mission report too.
Right. And it can be like just a little summary, especially since you just started your new assignments on your respective committees. It should be very easy to start with that and then say, okay, how often it happens and occurs? Did you go? Did you not? Be blacked out when there's no attendance necessary, because I think that's a monthly report. And if you go to a quarterly meeting, then
Right.
the first two are blacked out, and then
Yeah, some are different.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
MPO
Right.
takes a break for 3 months, then they go
Right.
get active again.
absolutely, we can figure that out for you.
I didn't know they did that. They take the summer off?
Actually, I think it was September and October,
I'm
and we were back in November. Yes, I think it was, well, they took 2 months off, I believe.
So is that a monthly? Is that a quarterly? It sounds like I heard you guys talk about monthly
No,
filling out
depends.
reports, so.
Some of mine are quarterlies.
Yeah,
Some
and
of them
some
are.
of
I don't want to make a burden that doesn't make sense for you. I mean, obviously, you got a lot of
Right,
stuff
no,
to track.
MPO is normally, it could be like January all the way through June, and then they might skip a month, and then they'll take 2 months off. It's on their schedule.
My
Yeah,
mistake. I
right.
was saying about the tracking of
Yeah.
whatever that is.
Right.
You want to do that monthly? Not just for that, for all your boards and committees, the stuff you've been talking about.
Monthly.
Quarterly, monthly, whatever standard, you're.
I'd say monthly, because quarterly, I'm gonna forget half the stuff I want
Right.
to.
Well, do it monthly, push it out, same time as all the other reports, and as he stated, if that was a month that, you didn't meet, it's blacked out.
Right.
No meeting.
But what Jerome's saying is whatever system you develop, it's going to be in this system that will then be reported on your
Correct.
website and all that. And that gets to the point, I think, of you're involved. I've always impressed, I see all of you on policy committees at Florida League of Cities and that. And a lot of cities have one person that does maybe one committee, and all of you are plugged into, I've seen multiple meetings where you've been attending as a city, so it speaks well to your.
Yeah, and it
your involvement.
depends on what the itinerary is
Sure,
too,
absolutely.
because, I mean, a lot of them went the last time, but I didn't.
Understood.
You know, that was my prerogative.
Well,
Go
he's
ahead.
talking about the committee.
I'm
No,
talking
no,
about the
I know,
standing.
I'm in the committees too, but go ahead, Commissioner McDowell.
On the words that he has for number 23, monthly report highlighting city commission representation at assigned board committees. On assigned board and committees, I think you could end it right there, because if it's not an assigned committee that we have been formally
Right.
adopted to,
There's no
you don't
track.
need to list all those other ones.
I agree.
Yeah, because if we're not assigned to it, we're not going normally, unless it's of
Unless you're
special, unless it's of special interest.
You're not accountable as an elected official for anything else other than what you're assigned to. And that is voted on, you're assigned to it because the majority of the board.
Yeah, you don't have to
Commission
list
puts you
all
there.
those other ones.
Is that better? That get you?
We would have a list this long.
I was just trying to, as I said, I want to capture what I was hearing, so that makes sense?
Yeah, if we wanna
You guys
go
are good with
forward.
that, so we can leave
It's
that there?
on assigned boards, representation on assigned over.
Let me see. Oh, that should be on, that's right, thank you.
We want to go for 100% or 99%?
Let's start at 75.
Oh, so the manager's at 80, but you as a board.
99.
50, we're gonna start ours at 50, and then you can rebut and say, how about 75
This
or
way, if
80?
we do it every other month, we're covered.
This is the one, is do as I say, not do as I do, right?
Well, someone might get sick. I would say
Yeah.
seriously 80% is.
75 it is.
With goal. You want a goal? You want the goal at?
80.
If it's good enough for city manager, it's good enough for us.
We'll give it
Well,
just a
actually, I
little
had that competitive spirit. I wanted to do 85.
There you go. At least 81.
Commissioner Luke, I said 100, so I'm talking competitive
Yeah.
here.
81.95.
Yeah, but something might come up where, because we're not
Yeah.
talking about excused or unexcused, we're just talking about attendance. And if somebody gets flat tire on the way there, or they get sick the night before, or whatever, then.
Oh, I thought this
80
was,
is perfect, because the 4 of y'all do it, we're covered. I can be that 20% that just doesn't have to.
now, see, I'm looking at that 80% as participating in getting that monthly report done. I'm not talking, I don't take that,
Participation.
well, that word just got added.
Oh, yeah.
So,
No, the report being done is not the metric. The report is measuring your attendance in your respective committees that you're supposed to be at.
How about that?
I thought it was,
Just the.
Getting the
Highlighting city
reporting
commission
done, you wanted
attendance
80%.
at assigned boards.
Right.
Yeah, that's fine.
That better?
Yes, that's great.
Capture?
You know, I think that's also good because I think most citizens don't know that we are on these
Right.
committees.
Right.
So they just think it's when we're here, but we have other obligations. And
Absolutely.
I think it's important that they know about
starting
that.
January 1st, guys.
There you go.
All right, so this is where staff right now is taking bets of the over-under of where the manager's delivery of the agendas for you versus your participation. Which ones are gonna hit their
They're all betting on us.
So-
Yeah, they know me.
Great, okay. All right, so we got a couple other things to fill in there. Any other questions on that slide?
No,
No, good.
moving right
All
along.
right, so moving right along, let's talk about, so that was your last
Why
pillar.
is 22 highlighted?
Because we don't, well, this one, you're right. I'm sorry, let me go back. If we finalized that, so that doesn't need to be highlighted anymore.
Okay.
And before you move on,
Yes, you want to take public comment, right?
okay?
I think so. No, I think you told me at the end of this
I'm just
before
saying
we
before
got to
you
the
move
next
on.
steps. You got it, yep.
Sounds good.
So are you done with this now, where,
I'm done with this section. I have a couple
Yes.
more things to talk about yet, though.
city clerk, do we have public comment?
Yes, we do.
Let her rip.
This one is from Jennifer Kraser with Suncoast Ecological Services regarding environmental resiliency. I would like to propose a 10-foot buffer zone be incorporated into all site plans, possibly as part of existing tree landscaping ordinances. This 10-foot deep area at the rear of each new construction would be cleared of underbrush and planted with native plants intended to be low maintenance, attractive, and beneficial to our gopher tortoises, scrub jays, and pollinators. I've been working on possible planting plans with local conservation groups and native plant nurseries for ease and convenience. This would not only allow for on-site tortoise relocation, keeping them in their home territories, but would also ease the habitat fragmentation caused by widespread development. The goal is to have packages available for purchase by both builders and homeowners, and ideally existing homeowners would take advantage of these packages to replace some critical habitat. This could also result in significant amounts of natural habitat away from streets, eventually becoming habitat corridors. We plan to install a sample planning on a local vacant parcel for demonstration and proof of concept, and would like to follow up with more details. Thank you for your time. And that's it.
Thank you. We did have an in-house one earlier, but Mr. English has left and he has pulled his public comment for this spot. So, moving back to you, Mr. Thomas.
Okay, gotcha. So take a deep breath because you've just gotten through the real meat of what you've been trying to accomplish now since starting back in November. So I want to talk a little bit about what's next, the next things that are going to be coming at you so that you have some idea of the outcomes taking place. Yesterday, we spoke briefly about the potential ranking of your priorities. All priorities are not created equal. They're priorities, but some are going to be higher in your respective efforts. And so what I've suggested, just so that there's an understanding, or if we want to talk about how you want to address this, that as we complete this process and finalize the wordsmithing and put this and have staff review it to make sure we got everything kind of categorized appropriately and worded appropriately and things of that nature, it will come back to you. And what we do with many of our communities that go through this process is then, once we've got that nailed down, before we finalize your strategic report, your strategic plan report, we put together in concert with your staff like a Excel type spreadsheet, which will have each of your pillars with their statements, and then each of your priorities with their, that have been established. I'm suggesting, since you have 6 priorities, and there's 5 of you, that each of you get 6 votes, so that if you wanted to, you could rank a priority under each of your pillar as your top priority within that. But I'm not saying that's how you have to vote. If you may have more priorities in good governance or something that you think are more important to you, that's it. But at least that way, that's why I've got the 6 votes, so that each of you could say, if I wanted to do that, I could rank a priority amongst each one of the pillars as my priority. Now, I never know exactly how this is going to shake out, but by hook or cross, it always seems to work, is that a bunch of you will select a few that will get more votes than others, just by very nature of it. That's always been the case, and the ones that typically got multiple votes were categorized as kind of short-term priorities, the highest priorities that you really felt that you wanted to accomplish. And then normally there's just a spread. With 30 votes, you're going to spread them out over all the different priorities we have in place. We've added some, so I don't know how many priorities we ended up with now at this stage of the game. And normally we can get a sense of what that looks like, but if in fact, I've had one community where we had to say there were some real close, do we put them short-term, do we put them long-term, or short-term intermediate, we've said, okay, let's re-vote of the ones that got voted on and do it a second time. So I don't know what that outcome will look like until we do it, but I know yesterday you all seemed interested in doing some sort of prioritization process. So bear with me, I'll work with Jerome and the team to put together something that you can do. And then when that gets reported back, we'll incorporate that, and then we'll incorporate that into the final report that says, here's what we've been doing since October, and here's what your plan looks like, and within that plan, we'll embody your highest level of short-term, intermediate-term, and long-term priorities within your plan. Make sense?
Well, Jerome feels he needs 6 votes. You said that
Well, a
yesterday.
good city manager always says, how many votes do I have? So I need at least 3 votes in a group of 5 to get you, going forward. Right. So let's just talk about that process to make sure everybody understands what that looks like, or if you want to do something different.
I would be interested in our staff in each of the departments or categories, pick their top 2 that they think is important in their department for a short term. I'd like to see their feedback on it too.
Interesting. I haven't done that. Yeah. You're certainly there at play. I
Doesn't mean that you have to. I'm just saying, I can say, oh, I think thus and such should be short term, but they know that there's these other idiosyncrasies going on, or, that this one needs to come before this one that I thought. So I would enjoy seeing what they feel is their top
I would be
2.
supportive of that, and maybe we would see that after we do our own priorities.
Well, and another thing too is if we are going to involve staff, now what about advisory boards? Are we going to get this to our advisory boards for their input? I mean,
Yeah,
it's part of the public, and We should be taking their recommendations as well. I don't know if it was gonna be city manager or you on who was gonna answer that, but again, we didn't have any backup going forward here today for certain reasons. But once this comes back, citizens are gonna be able to see it, they'll be able to weigh in on some sort of communicational area, be it emails or whatever. But as the process, if we're going through staff, we should be going through advisory boards because we have them for a reason to advise. Whether we take their recommendations or not, they should have that opportunity. And that's just my opinion. I don't know how the board feels.
I think it's good. It follows our word, engagement. If we're going to be sincere about engaging people, you're correct. Then we need to engage our advisory boards.
He had his hand up first, ma'am, sorry.
There should be a way where we can put online the ability for citizens to like pick their top 6 so that you would know what their top 6 is compared to your top 6. And that might accomplish what you're trying to get at.
No, that's not citizens, that's advisory boards.
Well, I'm not, to me, the advisory boards have a stronger role because they're already providing you directly their subject matter expertise on their particular board. I think all of theirs most likely will be in a very narrowly focused area because if I'm on the, I'm picking those things that are in mine,
But if you're on the tree, or the environmental, you're gonna focus on that.
That's exactly right.
It's kind of obvious what each
Yeah.
I like your idea, but,
The tree advisory committee would do that one. Parks and Rec would do that one. You know, and what would be their priority?
Let me suggest this. I know you got a lot of boards and committees, and I don't know where they cross-pollinate relative to the plan you've got here. What we often see done is whenever you land on this document, and I've heard you all say you're liaisons to different boards and committees. What I strongly encourage you is to have those representatives of the commission bring this document back to your respective boards and committees and say, listen, over this process or whatever they're called, that you bring it back to them and saying, this is the result of what our commission and staff have been involved with. So they, number one, they're aware of it. And number two, they have a chance to provide some feedback to you on it as well. And recognizing that the timing you're going to get, this is going to roll into a budgeting process and all that. And as I said, this will be an evolving effort. There may be some things that they have come up with that haven't even been discussed here that you want to capture so that when you're back considering this next year and revising your plan, you capture it. But number two, I think there's an element of, number one, making sure they're aware of the process you're going through and that they can be part of it. Because if they're providing insight and impression, it'd be helpful for them to know where you are collectively. But number two, they're going to have maybe some other ideas that didn't get captured in this report, but maybe the next round they can be identified through your respective representation. Does that help you there?
No, not really.
Okay. All right. That was my best shot at it.
No, honestly, if you're going to give them a report that's already been adopted, they have no input. They just have to take it as it is. This is what the commission says we're doing. It's not getting their feedback in real time before it's adopted to where any change may possibly take place.
So here's the question I've got to you. Recognizing, and we'll follow wherever you want to go with this. At some point, where do you land the plane? Because this will be just as, I guarantee, if we came back next month and we went through this process, you'd have a bunch of other stuff on top of this. And that's the only red flag I would give you as your consultant, is that you will always be looking at new ideas and thoughts. And at some point, you got to land the plane to say, this is our plan for now. It's our first cut. There's going to be an opportunity, because I agree with you. You want to get that involvement, but maybe what you do is saying, this is our first shot out of the blocks. Next year, if there's thoughts and opinions you want to do, figure out how we get that feedback into you through surveys or anything before you do this session. Because otherwise, my instinct as a former city manager is you will be back redoing everything you come up with or tweaking again. And if you want to do that, that's fine. I just want to give you, that's the likely outcome of that.
Well, I'm halfway there.
Okay.
This is almost. Seriously, no, I understand exactly what you're saying. We're already at this part of the process. So I can be sold on this as if We go through this process, get staff's input, we've got the commission input, and then we've got our finalized project. Now, this is where it comes to the city manager, approximately 3 months prior to strategic planning, it goes out to the advisory boards to look at what we have in place
Correct.
and to see if any changes need to be made at that point, and then brought back to us during our strategic planning. That I can live with.
Yeah, or even budget planning.
Or budget planning, whatever's
There you go.
convenient. But that I can live with because it gets their participation. This is our first one. If we screw it up, we screw it up, that's fine. If we do great, that's fine. The next one, they'll at least have their input on. And that I can live with. That's a compromise.
It is. And so even when we ask the citizens, as I said in my example, with them voting on their 6, we can get their opinions or ideas right there for the parking lot of indicators and priorities, as I said. I don't want them to lose it by waiting. So if we can go ahead and capture it and gather it and start a spreadsheet or whatever it is for parking lot items, I think they would appreciate that.
Right, and that's fine. And going forward with it, going this route, I got a clear conscience on that. I can work with that.
Well,
I think Deb,
okay.
Mayor, or, sorry. All right, Commissioner McDonald, she was waiting for a minute, so.
I like the idea of the advisory boards. I would like to get their input for this year, but I don't think timing is there.
Right, and that's why I conceded a little bit.
Is the timing there? Because, and maybe this is a question for you, when are you planning to come back to have us do this?
January.
Shortly, I'm gonna get, I'm out of town all next week at another project, but I'll get something back to the team, let them clean up the report. Once we've gotten the priorities and everything in place, I can draft something. I mean, I've got templates that I can use that we can modify for here and get it back to you. So I'm saying within the next 2 weeks, but I also know we got holidays and everything else coming here.
Okay, so,
Possibly sometime in January?
but it's not going to be the final document. This is just for the prioritization.
Everything will be, we've already started drafting the document, but that'll all be reshuffled based on what happened in the last 2 days. So we'll clean up the formal document. The one piece that will be missing will be this ranking effort, which is going to, once we finish the report, get everything together, I can shoot it back to you, the clerk or Jerome or somebody will shift it out to everyone. We'll capture the votes, talk through it, make sure we've got the break, and then incorporate that into a final report that would then come back to you.
For
Originally,
adoption or?
yeah, for consideration, yeah, I'm sorry, no, the voting would happen, I think we can have the voting before the end of the year, clearly, for you as commissioners to do this process here.
Okay.
As long as we agree none of it's going to change, or if we'd have to agree to that. You can't.
I can't have a constantly moving process,
Well,
exactly. You've got to land on, here's the priorities, here's what came out of these 2 days, this is
Correct.
what you're going to be voting on.
Correct.
So we're gonna get the report, correct?
All right, so here's the challenge. I'm going to draft everything of the report, but for the prioritization,
Correct,
because I need to have, so that will be the last piece I need to finalize the report, then for you to have public consideration of adoption.
Right. But we're going to get a copy of that draft.
We can certainly do that.
To be able to make our
Right.
priorities.
Yes, you're going to get that, but there's also, that'll still be a draft, but
Yes.
you will have a separate template in which to do this voting.
Very good.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
I need.
Yeah.
Like you normally send, the
Yeah,
stuff with
exactly.
the questions.
So if you
in.
want the whole,
Go
want the
ahead.
draft report while you're looking at your voting, absolutely, but
Yes.
you should have everything on the voting that'll say, here are your priorities, here are the statements, here are the pillars, you vote which priorities are your highest rank. So you'll be able to vote with that, but if you want the background material, that's certainly, we can do that, and recognizing it's still a draft.
Is there a way that we can put it out there for the public to give us these priorities in that 2-week time frame, so that,
We should all be ranking at the same time. Totally agree.
Okay.
You, public, us, everyone ranks at the same time. We
then
also,
January 1st deadline, and then
Whatever it is,
whatever
correct.
that
Give it
deadline
back.
is, I'm picking a date,
Yep.
Christmas,
Right,
we'll say,
whatever.
it's got to be done by Christmas, or I don't know. So that way then we can come back and do our final ranking with him in January.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, I just want to make sure that, from my perspective, we are getting that citizens' input, which is then also your advisory boards, because you can advise the advisory boards, because they are citizens, get all of that input for us to be able to do our priorities correctly.
I totally agree.
So it'll be, what I'm envisioning and what I'm hearing is commission's priorities, mayor's, vice mayor's, Commissioner Luke's, Commissioner White's, and mine, priority, 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 staff's priority, priority, priority by department, and then citizens' priority, their 6 choices. Is that what?
Right, and then what you do is you would sort of accumulate them all and say, what was number one, what was number
Yeah.
two?
Okay.
And then you have to make some decisions about what are the priorities. But of course, again, funding does matter. So let's make sure that whatever priorities we land on are realistic without having to go back and ask for more
The
money.
thing is we need to know then if
What has a cost associated with it?
what has a cost associated with it or what has already been budgeted, so that way then we can do that as the short-term priority for this next, what,
So
6 or 8 months?
And here's the challenge you're going to have on this, and I think there's a way to work through it in response to your comment, Commissioner, is that your community residents are not going to know what's in your budget or not in your budget. I mean, as best as we'd like to think it, they're not. And so, so I think that's where the discernment comes with you as elected officials. At the end of the day, you're elected to make decisions. You're taking feedback from them. But I will tell you, if you put a lot of qualifiers in casting your votes, number one, not everybody's going to pay attention to it. The others are going to get lost and say, I don't understand, I'm not going to participate. So I think what you want to do is just take that feedback, but then you have to discern through your conversation of what's in the budget, what do we have staffing for, as it ultimately is, all right, here's where our final rankings are going to be. That's the only caveat I would put in place.
Hold on. The one question, and this goes to the city manager, is if we're out here and we're trying to get priorities from the citizens, and let's say we have 100 citizens come in and they each got 6 priorities on their list, are you going to have a staff member be able to tabulate to where they could be all over the place in priorities?
Electronic.
They're gonna be.
I'm just saying, is there a mechanism to go ahead and make it to where we got, let's say
You can
there's
make sense of the
300
results.
300
Yeah.
of
Oh, yeah.
A, okay, we got A, but there was only 2 on B.
Right.
We're not gonna use B.
Our goal is to do it electronically, and I haven't sort of run this by our staff yet, but that's what I'm thinking of.
You guys are doing surveys. I'm sure you can figure out a way to make that work.
Before we say we're going to do something, I just wanna make sure that it's doable.
We are going to be able to do it, but hopefully they'll be painless and simple based on using some technology. That's my goal. Right.
What?
Eric, I'm looking at Mr. Ryan, but.
Yeah, I know, I was looking at the IT guy back there, his hair actually stood up more
Right.
as he was listening.
But the goal is to do that. But as it relates to the funding and the money, if your number one priority comes back and then we say, well, you know what, we don't have money for that in this fiscal year, then it should go to the top of the ladder when we're doing our budget conversations to say, okay,
Correct.
we're going to put it's the first thing in 23. So there should be a way to sort of make
This
sure
is a
that.
tool that we're
Yes,
using. so.
but the citizens should recognize, okay, if the citizens number one was not funded in this fiscal year, we heard you, we're listening, it's right there in the first thing for fiscal year 23, right there.
I know you're poking, but I'm busy. But yeah, they could come up with Price Boulevard and we don't have the funding for that, but
Correct.
it is a high priority.
Right.
But every citizen out there, every citizen out there could be saying, that's my highest priority, why didn't you do it?
Well,
So that,
And
what
then-
you just said
Covers
needs to
that
be
base.
understood,
Absolutely.
which comes from education.
There you go.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor. I know you've been waiting
thank you.
patiently for a long time.
Oh, Susan.
I wanted to poke a little bit at the 6 votes.
Yep.
So is it 1 vote per category? Or could I look at economic development and put all 6 of my votes on one thing?
To your point exactly.
But you don't think
So,
Alice
and the
is-
reason, now, let me also give you some piece of advice. There were times where some commissions that we work with that do this process, at the end of the effort, we got all the boards and all the priorities up, and we use sticky dots. And I got away from doing that because what happened is that there would be commissioners that were just kind of watching where those dots were going to land and go, all right, that one's covered. I'm not going to, I would normally vote for there. And all of a sudden you got 12 things that are all short-term priorities. You can't do it. So I have gone, especially in Florida, to doing this that you go, but to your response to your question, if you want to put all 6 on one priority, that's a super priority, that's your call. Okay, well, this is your set of rules.
That's why I wanted
Your
to
set of rules,
poke
not
at
mine.
it a little bit. I mean, personal opinion, I think that as a commissioner, you can't be a one topic commissioner.
You got to vote for more than one
I think
priority.
that's detrimental to the city.
Mhm.
So if it's 6 votes, we should pick our top priority for each category. That would be my preference with 6 votes. But I would throw on the table that I found the process we used, Doug, to prioritize our city manager candidates, having the first, second, and third provided a lot more information than just picking your top candidates.
Oh, a 1,
So-
2, 3. High
a
priority,
1, 2,
mid, 3.
3. So I'm almost thinking by category, if we all picked our top 3, I think it would give us a lot more to
Can I,
work
can I
with.
spin in on that? Can I spin in on that? Because that is why I said the top 2. I think the top 3, you start going into your midterm instead of just your short-term priorities. So that is why I said 2 from the different departments or areas that are within the strategic planning. As far as the going into the citizens, we're creating a new way of doing strategic planning. This platform is new. I didn't know if we wanted to bring in those visions parts, but this can be collaboration or a mix, of putting visioning in with strategic planning, but we're not opening it to the citizens to give us ideas. We're asking them to choose.
It'd be the same thing that we're doing, is what I'm envisioning. What's on the paper
Is what you get to choose from.
Yeah.
Right.
The others go in the parking lot.
Right.
Let me,
Pick one from each category for citizens, and I like your idea, but instead of 3, drop it down to 2.
Yeah.
Because some of them only have 5 or 7 priorities in them.
you're talking about
Pillars
each,
or?
within, this is my question. So within each pillar, you
Each
want to be able to
pillar.
rank first and second.
Yeah.
I'd be good
So
with
that's a
first and
total,
second.
so each of you have 12 votes.
First and second.
Within a pillar. I mean, you have 2 votes per
Priority
pillar,
pillars.
6 pillars.
Right.
And you
Yeah.
can only vote for one item, your top one.
Right.
You can't vote for more than one within one priority.
You have your pillar, good governance, and there's 20 different things
You
to
pick
choose
2,
from,
1 and
you
2.
get 2.
or your top one and an alternate, because let's say, right, it's still 2, but let's say you picked the same one that I did.
Doesn't make a difference, because that means there'll be multiple votes for the person.
I understand that, but, we're still gonna come up, let's just say that's there, but,
That makes it even more of a priority if more commissioners.
so-
No, I got you.
And then it's the number 1.
So
If both
here's-
of you pick number 1.
Here's the challenge of what you've got. If I'm doing this individually, we're going to have to, it gets a little more complex because you've got to look at each one of those pillars, each one of those priorities, and determine which one's got number 1 vote versus 2 votes. So it's almost like, going back to the point we did with the manager, it is low score like golf. The lower the scores, not the higher the scores, is what becomes the highest ranking priority, because a 1 is obviously less than 2. And so you may remember I went through this. A high score works against you when we were doing the ranking of the managers. A lower score is what you're trying to strive for. But it adds a level of complexity with 6 different categories and 6 different
If we
areas.
had 5 commissioners say we want that priority in that pillar, that means that is
Oh,
definitely a
if 6 of
commission.
you pick number 1 or pick the same one, absolutely, that's a
Absolutely.
no-brainer.
Why do you have to give a value to 1 and 2? It's just a check
It's
mark.
just a check mark.
So if I choose A and C, she chooses B and C.
And I
She ends
choose.
up, yeah. In this case, the higher numbers end up being the
Yes,
higher.
it's just a check
I
mark.
was going to say, that's exactly what I was trying to get at. This is a complexity of 1 and 2 versus simply identifying.
Yeah. Just want the same value.
Right.
They're the same
Okay.
value. and
Top 2, whatever.
Yes.
your 2
So-
choices.
2 check marks per pillar
Yes.
is what you're
You got
saying.
6 pillars.
Not numerical values, but 2
No.
check marks
And they're
per
going to
pillar.
be equal ranking.
That's where I was going with, but I knew you guys.
We're doing this for every priority.
No,
Each
every pillar you get 2 votes.
There's only 6.
You got
There's only
6 pillars, you get a total of 12 votes spread out over 6 pillars.
Yeah.
2 votes per pillar.
Pick 2. I like that. This way, we're not just we don't get one pillar. Oh, everything's in one thing, and that's it, because we have
So
6
this is the
different.
pillar. You get to choose 2. On this pillar, you get to choose 2. On this pillar, you get to choose 2. And I can't see where they are, so you're just gonna have to.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying? And then staff will do the same thing.
Right. But
Well,
the
only
citizens-
in their category.
Well, and that's my other clarifying question was about when you ask for, staff to do 2, you want each of the department heads to do.
I
their-
want Sandy to give 2 for Park
Okay,
and
got
Rec.
it.
I want Mel to give 2
From
for
economic
economic development. I
development.
want utilities to give 2 for
Oh, you're not
utilities.
asking them to do it across the board? You're already-
No, I want them.
Ooh, that's gonna be a complex
staff.
issue, because well.
How you figure? I don't need Parks and Rec figuring out what utilities needs
Exactly.
to do.
Wait, some of the pillar, no, I hear what he's
They're
going.
gonna cross over. Some of your pillars have, your apartments
Some
are,
of
I
your
tried
pillars
as best I
cross
can to
over.
keep
But
them
that-
in one pillar, but some of them are gonna cross over.
Crossing over is fine. You're still under that pillar gonna have these check marks. And so if they check mark, the pillar in this one and a pillar in this one, you still got the value of the
As long as
check
they vote
mark.
on all pillars. But if you're saying they only get to vote on one pillar based upon their department, then
I'm
that's
not
where
saying
my,
they can only
that's
vote
where,
on
that's
one
where I thought you were
pillar.
going.
No.
Yeah, okay.
Not on one
They're doing
pillar.
exactly what you're doing.
But they're getting 2 across all 6.
But they're doing it to their expertise, their
Yeah, I see.
category.
I see what you're trying to get. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, going there.
All right, let me, I'll put give you the caveat to make sure we've thought through how that all works out. I think I understand what you're saying, but I don't want to say we can definitively do it without having an unintended result. Let me put it that way. So can you give us some time to do some mental
Yeah.
gymnastics on that?
Yeah.
I know what you're trying to do.
Well,
This is just obviously
It's not
got,
gonna be any different than saying, Mel, would you come up and tell us what your 2 top priorities are? Sandy, would you come up and tell us what your 2 top priorities are?
I agree.
Except it's gonna be put in the metric.
I understand what you're getting at, but I just want to make sure we've thought through the unintended consequences. That's a different level of complexity than everybody kind of doing the same thing and then comparing apples to apples versus apples to oranges. I want to make sure you've got some meaningful data to work from, and I just haven't done all that gymnastics yet.
Well, I'm sure you can figure that out over a few
After a couple of cocktails, probably.
And this is how I see that playing out, with your top 2, so we're talking about, 2 per each pillar, and the citizens doing the same thing, top 2, and then, so staff sort of would be, sort of off to the side. You have the commissioners, top 2 per each pillar, then you have the citizens' top 2, but then for each pillar, you have, and staff recommended top 2 were these 2, and then see how they compare to what
Yes,
the other person
yes.
said, and then while you make your decisions by voting, you would take in consideration
Yes.
what staff said were the top 2.
Right.
Because we can
here's-
come back with us
Yeah, they don't.
choosing one. The citizens come back and says, oh no, Price Boulevard's number 1.
Right.
But staff knows that we don't have money
For
for
Price Boulevard, but we do have money
and
for
this one is, really needing to come after this first level. So that's why I
Yeah,
think
yeah, yeah, yeah.
staff needs to.
So here's where
Staff
the,
is the guidepost. They're
here's
the
where
ones to
the-
say, hey, look, our subject matter expertise says we should do this. and
Yeah.
then-
Right.
the complexity of what's going into my mind. I always think about what could go wrong, and so the scenario is, I'm going to pick on Mel for an example. Mel's got economic development and growth management as a lot of her stuff's there. But quite frankly, a lot of the things that you're trying to accomplish in economic development and growth management are going to be dependent upon what happens in your infrastructure goal. So Mel may say, I'd rather have the utilities out to I-75 than pick a priority within this. So that's where I'm trying to get my arms around having them be locked into one pillar, because several of these pillars are interrelated and their department expertise won't be locked into just one pillar. That's the challenge I'm trying to get my arms around.
I would just think that to make it simplified, that whatever we're gonna do is, everybody does the same.
That's kind of where I was going, because in my mind, I don't have unintended consequences there, and you're treating staff just like you're treating your citizens.
Right.
These are the
Everybody
entirety of
has
the organization.
Same input.
Yeah, that's where
That's my idea.
I'm not. I have no fear of unintended consequences. Everybody's doing the same thing, but if we're going to treat one division separately, it could skew your results,
Well,
and
yeah,
that's what I'm
it's
concerned
different.
with. Yeah.
We
And
can
it's
do that.
easier to do.
That make sense?
everything.
We can-
Thank you, Jill. I don't need a vodka tonic to figure that part out. If we do it the same for all three groups, we're in good shape. That's right. We can do it. Okay, does that make sense? So everybody's going to do the same process. 2 votes, not 1 or 2, just 2 votes per pillar. Each 2 check marks. 2 check marks, not rankings of 1 and 2. Make sense?
Check mark, check mark.
I like that.
Gotcha.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Pillar, check mark, check mark.
Thank you,
Pillar,
Barbara, for
check
bringing
mark,
that
check
up.
mark.
Okay. Gotcha.
I was thinking of that too.
All right, so we got prioritization in place then. I just want to go back to reiterate, and I've been talking about
We're gonna
this
do that in January.
throughout the effort.
Do what, Jeremy?
We're gonna do the ranking of the priorities in January.
We actually said December. We said.
I
like,
hope
No,
it's-
it's when it's done, and then we have to meet.
Oh, you
January.
yourself.
Yeah, but we figured the adoption of the plan would be January, after we've
Yeah.
gotten all the feedback.
When are we going to take the results of everybody's 2 check marks and meet to say, yes, this check mark won?
That'll be January.
Yeah,
That's the process.
I would anticipate by the end of the year, we'll have finished all that, we'll have a
Correct.
report, and then sometime in January, you'll be able to digest that as part of your process.
So Monday's the 13th, and I thought 2 weeks would be the 27th, so we're probably gonna push it out to like whatever the end of the year would be, like December 30th or 31st. And then that's when we'll tabulate all of our information.
And recognize, you're probably not going to get a whole lot of public involvement if you try to do
Right.
this around that Christmas
I know
time of year.
that.
So
Yeah.
that may, I throw that out there, if you're going to ask for feedback, that's a tough time to be asking for feedback.
surprised in this.
I could be.
Let's
You
see how it
guys have the most dynamic Christmas display of any city hall I've been into. So you guys are in the holiday spirit, so that's why I mentioned, I'm not sure what that feedback was.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Okay, all right, so I just want to highlight this. I showed this in the first we met in October, that this is an evolving process. This is a moment in time, and you're going to land a plane, and you're going to adopt the plan and move forward. But this is, as you're starting to get your arms around the data and the collection, I guarantee not everything's going to work the way you thought it was going to work, or all the data isn't as easily accessible as everybody thought there was. And so this is an effort to recognizing you're at this point of city commission revisions. Staff's been involved in planning. It's going to come back to you to affirm it. Staff's going to start to execute this document in this plan process. You're going to get feedback from them, and you'll evaluate, is this kind of where we're trying to go? Do we have unintended consequences? Are we getting the right information? You'll be adjusting and doing the Texas two-step, as we say. Citizen input is going to take place in this effort at the front end of an effort, and then it comes back to you again and saying, are we doing the right effort? So even though this feels like we're getting close to a landing spot, it's really the beginning of a journey, and it's going to continue. And those organizations that do this regularly, because if you do it once and you put it off to the side, you're going to find that the world has changed. Just like COVID and all the other things, you've got to be able to be adaptable and flexible as this process goes forward. So just recognizing that this is a lot of work done, but it is an ongoing process. It is a journey, not a destination in and of itself. We talked about next steps. This was before we had this conversation about where we are in the voting, but the goal here is to, this may change a little
We just
bit.
saved you all that time.
Yeah, well, yeah, we just went through that part, and then the thought was, at the end of the day, we were hoping by the end of December, we'd have a report and come back to you, and then post January, you'll be able to vote as well. So, this is just a snapshot to say, hey, are we there?
Yeah.
2 ayes, 2 nays, and hey, no problem, we there. All right. I mentioned, I think I've told a couple of you that I'm kind of an old rock and roll fan, and my son, one of my youngest son, is a musician. I don't play a stitch of music. My wife played piano, but I always go back to when I was doing budgets or when I was doing processes like this. There was always a song that kind of captured what I thought you were trying to accomplish. So I'm going to date myself. I'm a big Loggins and Messina fan, so I'm going to go back into the 60s and early 70s, but this is obviously from Kenny Loggins. But this is a song called Conviction of the Heart. And you have just been through a pretty extensive process. And I thought, as I was thinking about the types of things and the decisions you're making, that this might give you kind of a way to kind of sum it together in terms of what you're trying to stand for. So with that, there's some words and also some things that will show up. You'll be able to follow the lyrics of it, but I think it's a good endpoint, if you will, with regards to...
Where are the dreams that we once had? cross.
Oh, sorry.
Whoops.
Oh, crap. I'm sorry. My bad, my bad, my bad.
Take two.
Try it again.
Caught on the tips of our tongue. Do we forget or forgive? There's a whole lot of life waiting to live when one day we're brave enough to talk with conviction of the heart. And down your streets I've walked alone, as if my feet were not my own. Such is the path I chose, doors I have opened and closed. I'm tired of living this life, fooling myself, believing where I went. I've never given love with any conviction of the heart. With the earth, with the sky, one with everything in life. I believe we'll survive if we only try. How long must we all wait to change this world bound in chains that we live in? To know what it is to forgive and be forgiven. Too many years of taking now. Isn't it time to stop somehow? Air that's too angry to breathe, water our children can't drink. You've heard it hundreds of times. You say you're aware, believe and you care. But do you care enough? Where's your conviction of the heart?
That's a phenomenal talk. Great philosophy, and I love the water, the image there, the water.
Yeah, but it never
I
went
love the
down. It's
property
dripping
water.
through his hands. It never went down.
The reason I chose that is that this is important stuff that you're dealing with. And this matters in the lives of your citizens. And whenever I originally spoke to you all and talked about what you wanted to achieve and what you wanted to be remembered for and what you wanted this commission to accomplish, you're going to make a decision whenever you're done with this public service. But you have an incredible opportunity to make a significant and profound change in the lives of your residents, what this community looks like, and your staff involvement. And it is a calling to do what you're doing, whether you're an elected official, an appointed official, a boards and committee member. And one of the reasons I do what I do now after I'd finished my career in public as a city manager is to really thank you for the work that you do. And this song of having the conviction of the heart to take the time to plan and outline your future and hold yourself accountable to things that are important to you is a step that we really encourage our cities to do. And I can't impress upon you, you're on a path of things that will allow your community to do great things.
Hear the
So,
passion
my-
in your voice.
I'm telling you, this is what it's about. This is where the rubber meets the road.
That's so cool.
And I just want to thank you because not all cities do this. So my thanks to you. I've certainly been proud to be part of this and look forward to watching your journey going forward as well. So that's what I've got.
All right, is that all you got there, Mr. Thomas?
That was it. I was going to turn it back over to you.
Well,
That was my
thank you.
piece. Yeah.
I appreciate everything. No, we got a public comment. I haven't forgot that. I appreciate everything that you've done over the last few days. And if I was to have a closing theme of just your input here, it would be Comfortably Numb by Floyd. So
Thank you, Mayor.
with
Appreciate
that, do we have any public comment?
We do. This is from Alan Hale. Thank you for recognizing the importance of sustainability in the protection of our natural resources and wildlife habitat. You may not know this, but natural areas and wildlife are the real reasons why people want to live here. Think about yourself. Did you make your decision to live here because there was a car wash down the road? Of course not. You appreciated the lush tree canopies and the magical epiphany you experienced when you shared the same moment of surprise with a wild creature. This is the real reason we must preserve and protect the lower creatures beneath us. We are the stewards of their existence. I defend those who can't vote or speak for themselves. Their wants are simple ones. Just to walk beside our feet and live another day in the warm sunlight is all they want. I marvel at their perfection. We can live together. I don't know how this will happen, but the answers will come later, most likely from our children. In the meantime, our job is a simple one. We merely need to ensure that the groundwork has been left behind to preserve their right.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Anything before we end it? One last comment from anybody?
I want to thank Doug and our city manager. This is the type of strategic planning that needs to go into a city to set the city up to a level that it needs to be. We are the largest city in the county, and this is a way that we can start looking like it, acting like it, being it. And so I really appreciate what you've done. If we build a city that is that level, we're allowing the citizens to hit that level also. If you keep your city at this level, you're not given that space for the citizen to achieve. So by setting that mark for ourselves, we enable the citizens. We're not going to capture everything for every individual citizen. We're not going to. We're here to guide and lead a city.
You don't capture it for all 5 of us either, so how can we do it for the
No.
citizens that way?
And you can't, but if you do it for the
Yeah, exactly.
city,
Exactly.
when you set it in that pace of where it needs to go, I'm excited. So, Doug, feel you.
Yeah. I think you should have led with that song and your speech because I felt your passion, and I'm very grateful. I've been through strategic planning. This is my 3rd one, and the first one was really fun and exhilarating, and then the second one, not so much. And this one, I'll admit, I came in. I don't have the capacity to do that upper level visioning. I'm the detail, get in the weeds kind of person. It's just how I am. And it was difficult for me, and you helped me get through it. There were a couple breakthroughs where I was able to get to that visioning, but I'm still that detail in the weeds kind of person. But I really look forward to seeing how this strategic plan compares to the past strategic plans that kind of just were done, were kind of implemented, and then kind of sat on a shelf, you know, and I look forward to seeing how this is going to be throughout this process. Now, I don't know, do we come back next year and do it all again when we got a new commission? I don't know. I would think so. I would think so.
You
But,
should at least revisit it. Whether you do it all over or change things remains to be seen. Yeah.
But I look forward to seeing how this is going to end up this next coming year. So thank you for everybody's patience with me.
Yeah, I've enjoyed this a lot, and I especially appreciated the importance of having the accountability that, you know, we have what, as a former teacher, benchmarks and measurable results. You have to know if you're getting to a goal. And we've had this conversation before about, you know, we had these things on the table, well, whatever happened to them? I don't know. It was just an idea. And I really appreciate having those measurable results, and it gets you thinking, okay, we want to do this, but really, how are we going to get it done? And to me, these are 6 definite, concrete plans that we've put into place, and I really enjoyed the whole experience.
Vice Mayor Langdon?
Yeah, I have to echo Commissioner White. For me, it's having those metrics. I always get very frustrated tracking activity and not really knowing what kind of impact you're having. And having those metrics will allow us to do that. And to see vision and mission and pillars and metrics all aligned, it just makes me very hopeful that we can really start to move the city in the direction that we want. And we won't have it perfect, but just starting that process just has me very, very encouraged. And so I also want to thank Doug and city manager. I mean, I commented to my friends, I said, jeepers, Jerome hasn't even been here 4 weeks and we're already talking strategy. And saying, this is great. And I just also want to thank staff. It was obvious in what we were going through the past couple of days that an awful lot of thought and work went into it. And so I just really want to thank you all also for your contribution.
Manager, anything good for the order?
Just thank you all. Thank you, staff. I do appreciate everyone. You guys are awesome. They are phenomenal. So, and thank you, Doug. We appreciate your hard work and patience over a major holiday week as well, Thanksgiving. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, really appreciate it.
Yeah, again, thank you. It's always a pleasure having you come down here. We've gone on a few retreats. I've seen you at conferences. You're very intelligent and you make it easy for us to understand. So thank you so very much. And staff, you put on a great show with all the information in the backup. That was awesome because we really didn't have to go back and, oh, wait a minute, we've only had a couple to where, well, we'll have to get you that. But other than that, it was flawless. So give yourselves a pat on the back. It was awesome. Thank you very much. It's 3:42 and we are out of here.